incredible weight, this enormous load. I can barely move it, but I'm strong because I'm an honest. Easy.
What? Okay, Mike. Do I not have that on the on the starting screen? Is that why it replayed? Alright, not sure where that came from. But I'm gonna continue working on this little funny little Scooby-Doo piece I've been doing for me and my friends. Yeah. Where I am going to be drawing myself as Daphne, Void Taffy as Velma, Boof Demon as Shaggy, Miss Jackie as Fred, and then Barry the Bugbear as Scooby. I think the first thing I need to do is copy paste the head. Oh, I'm going into the red there. Hang on. Let me fix that. The limiter shouldn't let me get that high. Okay, now it shouldn't let me get any higher than 5 on my loudness level. So hopefully I don't peak. Hello, Pog. Thank you for the head pats. Thank you. So I'm going to need to copy these. I can merge these. Rename this middle head. Whoops. The upper right is just the picture for this lo-fi soundtrack we're listening to. It's a lo-fi Nintendo music. Maybe I should make these smaller. That's gonna take up a lot of space on the screen. Little action production. Enjoy the lurk. Let's actually delete that one. We'll make this smaller. Hello, Alan. Welcome in. How you doing? You're learning clip animation? Oh, neat. I'm just learning how to. Well, I'm trying to learn how to draw better. Maybe after I get like half decent at drawing, I'll try animating things. Oh, hello, Bear. Thank you for the head pats. Thank you. How you doing today? Name this one Neck Fluff. I'm excited to go home tomorrow night and stream and sleep. Been a rough week. Luckily, I have probably to get through it. Oh, I hope your week's gotten better. Yeah, I'm using a mouse right now. I do have a tablet. I guess I should hook it up. But Yeah, right now I'm using my mouse. I'm just kind of too lazy to hook up the tablet. But I guess I should, huh? Take a year for me to get used to it. Yeah, I should hook it up so I can get used to it, I guess. Where is it? Where did I put it? Alright, let's I guess I'll see if I can hook it up. Hang on a second, I'll be right back. I'm gonna try hooking up my tablet. Oh, I got tiny. Actually, you know what? This looks complicated. Getting this all hooked up and set up looks complicated. So I'll set it up later, and then next art stream I'll use it. We'll just use the mouse today. Yeah, I got one that has a screen on it as a Christmas present. It's called a... What's it called? It's an XP Pen Artist 12 Pro. Of course, I shouldn't really say pro on it because I'm not a pro. I am a baby. You got a Gauman? Oh, I'm not familiar with all the different brands, but it sounds nice. It just works. Okay, what's his name? Todd Howard. It just works. $15 inches? I think mine's 12 inches. I think that's why it's called a 12 Pro, but I'm not sure. I'm not really happy with how this is turning out. There's only one person that can say your art's bad. You know who that is? Yourself? Did I get it right? I don't know. I feel like if someone said my art was bad, they'd be pretty valid. Bad compared to like people who know what they're doing. Oh, Composer, hello. Thank you for the head pats. Thank you. How you doing tonight? If you're starting out, you'll learn at your own pace. Yeah, that's true. I'm just not very confident in my ability to draw. I need like some like actual inspiration on things to draw, you know. Like I can't just sit down and draw something. I need something to like do. Where do those dots? Where does those dots come from? A plan, yeah. You're doing better than I do using layers. Doggo with big brain. No. I'm only using layers so Void Taffy won't yell at me. Otherwise, I don't know the first thing about layers. Except that you can draw things and then you can move them without having to like redraw stuff. I have small brain. I only have 3 brain cells. I can't be given too much credit, because then I don't know what to do. Because then I get flustered. If I were to stream, can I get permission to draw your PNG, Shanala? Sure. I would always be very happy to get some fan art. Maybe I should make the fluff on this layer or on this head a separate layer. Yeah, I should probably do that on a different layer. Neck, fluff, right. No, I kind of want to. I kind of want to watch something instead of just listen to music. But what should we watch though? Where are your
Tragically, and the father Pinwheel the Necromancer, who stole the power of a Gravelord, a mother, a child, and a father, all fused into one form. His tale is one of guilt, regret, and a desperate desire to fix his mistakes.
Yeah.
Death
What about
masks
Dark
are
Souls
mementos
lore?
of the dead, representing the wearer before they passed away. Mask of the Father. This mask, belonging to the valiant father, represents great burden and equipment load. The father made a mistake, and he carries that burden with him. It's literally a constant weight upon him. Mask of the Child. This mask, belonging to the naive child, represents the limitless energy and stamina of youth. Mask of the Mother. This mask, belonging to the kindly mother, represents the life-giver and her vitality. A long time ago, something happened to this family, and they were brought together through necromancy. The father bears the weight of his wife and his child on his back, a family woven together to become Pinwheel. It seems as if, in another time long past, the human mother and child died tragically, and the father was overcome by grief. Without family, it is said that man is alone in the world. But he was valiant, and in his desperation to be reunited with his family, he took great risk to steal power from a Lord of Death, Nito. With this power he attempted necromancy, reviving the corpses of his wife and child. But something went wrong. In his desperation to be reunited with his family, his necromancy backfired and the family became whole. A mother, child and father, reunited in a physical, grotesque form. Pinwheel. In his current form, Pinwheel resides in a crypt, filled with his tireless efforts at necromancy and revival. The creature is still sane, and continues to devote itself to experimentation and research into necromancy. But why? Well, the corpses of the mother and child were restored, but at what cost? They live on as an abomination. The only thing Pinwheel has managed to do so far is split itself into various forms, which are dumped and discarded at the entrance to Nito's tomb. Assumedly, Pinwheel is trying to split itself into separate beings, so that the father, the mother, and the child can be properly restored as was originally intended. But nothing works. For some reason, his crypt is open when you meet him. Imagine how shocked he must be to see an intruder after all these years. Someone who would interfere with his attempt to make things right. Who knows how close he was to success? How close he was to fixing his mistake?
Yeah, I thought I had YouTube up. Yeah, I decided to switch to like Dark Souls lore instead of just listening to music. I can't
We
just
all
listen to
remember the help
music
Tarkus gave us that day.
for like hours
Tarkus
at a
was like
time.
us,
I need like
someone trying
talking.
to make it through the world to uncover the truth. The least we can do is follow in his footsteps and succeed where he failed. The Knights of Berenik are known for their heavy armor and weaponry. There is no nation that is physically stronger, but even among them there was Tarkus, a knight renowned for having strength great enough to sport a set of heavy black iron that was unique to him alone. Berenik was a land outside of Lordran, but it was not free from the curse of the undead. As the curse spread and society crumbled, countless knights became undead. But the knights had not lost their sanity yet. Throughout the neighboring lands, a prophecy was spreading, an old saying from Astora that said this:
Thou who art undead art chosen, and thine exodus from the undead asylum maketh pilgrimage to the land of ancient lords. When thou ringeth the bell of awakening, the fate of the undead thou shalt know.
The fate of the undead. With nothing else to go on, the undead Knights of Berenik ventured to Lordran, which was told to be at the heart of the undead curse. They were right. The gods were partly responsible for the crumbling world. The light in Anor Londo is an illusion, and many gods have already abandoned the world of men. For the real light, the first flame, was fading. There was one path into Anor Londo, and that was through Sen's fortress. So the Knights of Berenik threw themselves at the deadly castle, trying to force their way through. And they were not the only ones. Within Sen's fortress we see the hollowed forms of both Knights of Berenik and Boulder, two nations that attempted to reach the land of the gods, desperate to discover the fate of the undead. Near the top of Sen's fortress there is an undead man who desperately tries to retain his sanity.
Remember, counts. Counts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Count. I can't.
He has seen all the heroes pass through Sen's fortress, never to return.
For a century they've tried and failed. The Night King Rendell, Black Iron Tarkus, and even Logan himself. You won't stand a chance. You'll be eaten alive. But go along if you wish. If only to
Eraser.
They all failed. Every Knight of Berenik, every Boulder Knight, the Night King Rendell and Logan himself. Every one of them failed. Except Tarkus. Tarkus conquers the fortress, leaving his hollowed brothers behind. He carves his summoning sign at the top of Sen's fortress, so his spirit will be able to aid anyone else who comes as far as he does. Time is convoluted in Lordran, and even if Tarkus is already dead, his spirit will remain to aid those who need help with the final step, even if those heroes exist in another dimension. For guarding the final step to Anor Londo is the Iron Golem. It is said that the soul of this construct was originally the bone of an everlasting dragon, and it has slain countless heroes seeking Anor Londo. For the sake of all those who came before him, Tarkus prevails. He becomes the first one to make it to Anor Londo. But the tragedy begins here, for when Tarkus arrives at Anor Londo he finds the path retracted before him. He must break into the palace by the only path available. Up a narrow ledge, through a window, and across the ceiling rafters protected by painting guardians. This operation runs counter to his skills. Encumbered by his armor and huge weaponry, Tarkus falls to his death on the rafters, and is dragged into a corner by the painting guardians. But his death was not in vain, because now the path is clear and Tarkus helped you there. For the sake of the fallen, we carry on.
Thank you, Tarkus.
It's not easy to find the sun in Lordran, and when you do see it, who's to say it's real? The age of fire is ending, and the world is already dark. Logan believes that there are no gods, no transcendence, only power. To become a god is simply to find that power. The lords found their powers amongst the first flame and proclaimed themselves to be gods. but as the flame fades, the lords must rely on illusions instead of power, until new fuel for the flame is found. As Gwyn burns in his tomb, Gwendolyn and Frampt search desperately for someone to replace him, to maintain their age of light a little
Oh, thank you for the head pats. Thank you.
Solaire reminds me of the legend of Icarus. Icarus
Yeah.
is granted wings and uses them to chase the sun, but he flies too close and falls to his death. Solaire has limitless ambition and strives to obtain the sun as well, but he too runs the risk of flying too close. It's hard to find the sun in Lordran, and the world is already dark. Perhaps Solaire is looking for a new light. There is a prophecy that comes from Solaire's homeland in Astora, a prophecy that sheds light on Solaire's quest.
There is an old saying in my family, "Thou who art undead art chosen, and thine exodus from the undead asylum maketh pilgrimage to the land of ancient lords.
I need more neck
When thou
fluff.
ringest
I need
the
to be
bell of awakening,
fluffier.
the fate of the undead thou shalt know."
To fulfill the prophecy, you must be two things. You must be undead, and you must escape the asylum. Oscar became undead, and travelled to the asylum to become a part of the prophecy. You carry out his legacy. But Oscar was not the only one trying to become a part of the prophecy. Solaire also escaped the asylum.
The way I see it, our fates appear to be intertwined. Both undead, both imprisoned in the asylum, and now we both end up here, in a land brimming with hollows. Could that really be mere chance? I hardly think so. I became undead to pursue this.
Solaire's quest meant so much that he chose to become undead to fit the prophecy. So if you believe that you are the chosen undead, then you and Solaire are on the same path, and your meeting was not chance, but fate. You can choose to believe that everything in your past led you here. But who was Solaire before he became undead and met you? Gwyn, Lord of Sunlight, had 3 children. One was named Guinevere, who fled her father and Anorlando as the flame continued to fade. Another was Gwendolyn, born of the moon and raised as a daughter. Master of illusion, he maintains power in Anorlando through an illusion of his sister and a fake son. The identity of the 3rd child is a mystery. All we know is that he was a god of war, but his foolishness led to the loss of something invaluable, and he had his god status
Where'd my
rescinded.
eraser? Where's the eraser?
Statues were
There it is.
destroyed, and there are places where it is clear that there have been obvious efforts to remove all trace of him ever existing. But in a land far from Anorlando, near an altar dedicated to sunlight, there is one statue that remains. It's the statue of a woman holding a small child, a child wielding a sunlight straight sword. The same sword as Solaire. Solaire never talks of the past, only of the future, only of finding his son. If he is the son of Gwyn, then he has fallen out of his father's graces. But who is Gwyn to take his powers away? Solaire would have lost his status, and nothing more. Even though his equipment has no special powers, he travels through Lordran with little trouble, reaching Anorlando, Demon's Ruins, and Lost Islith before you. It is said that the god of war still watches over his warriors. Solaire crosses between worlds to help you take down your foes. In the end, it doesn't matter if Solaire is the son of Gwyn. To the world, he's simply a friendly man who helps his comrades when they are in need.
Yeah, jolly cooperation.
He is a man who gave everything he had to find something, despite looking like a fool. But after years of searching, his hope turns to despair. And his despair turns to madness.
Yeah, I like that a lot more. That looks a lot better, I think. Now I need to figure out the fluff on the front head. How I'm gonna do that.
Finally, I have found it. I have. My very own son. I am the son.
Actually, it looks alright.
I've done it.
No, I don't really like how it looks right here.
I did it. I did. Oh. Oh.
You kind of want it to go like that over here some more.
My son. It's setting. It's dark. So dark.
Solaire, a man of indomitable will, loses his mind to a creature that looks like the sun, and dies to your blade. Or does he? Time in Lordran is convoluted, and one undead may take a different path. A path that lets Solaire persist a little longer. Takes you both to
Yeah, that's looking a lot
flame,
better already.
where Solaire can fight for his son.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Maybe this one should come like that, though. Maybe it should have another piece right there. Ah! Bog! How dare.
With Gwyn defeated, Solaire can light a flame of his own and return sunlight to the world. For the fire within Solaire will burn the brightest of all.
Hydrate in a stretch? Okay. The big stretch. Big stretch.
Those who are afflicted with the dark sign live forever, locked in a constant state of death and revival.
Thank you,
But
Pod.
immortality isn't seen as a blessing here, it's labelled a curse, and with good reason. Death is replaced by a form of insanity, a state where humanity is lost and the being becomes hollow. They no longer have the will to retain their humanity, to maintain their body or their mind. Hollowing is a constant process, but a point of no return is reached where humanity cannot be restored. We meet Oscar of Astora just before he reaches that point of no return.
I can feel it coming.
It's so easy to forget Oscar's role, but meeting him is arguably the most important thing that happens to you. Without him, you would still be locked away. He goes to the trouble of finding a key to your cell. But why? Well, there's a reason. Thou who art undead art chosen. In thine exodus from the undead asylum, maketh pilgrimage to the land of ancient lords. When thou ringeth the bell of awakening, the fate of the undead thou shalt know. This is a saying passed down through Oscar's family, but it's more than just a saying, it's clearly a prophecy. It says that the undead who escapes the asylum to the land of ancient lords will learn the fate of the undead, something humanity is desperate to know. This prophecy is why Oscar is in the asylum, because if he can leave the asylum, then perhaps he'll be included in the prophecy, and if he's a part of the prophecy, then he may become the one who is supposed to learn the fate of the undead. But he can't be sure that it's him. There are hundreds of other undead locked away in the asylum. So, while he's on the roof, he attempts to let undead out of their cells, hoping to kickstart the prophecy. But there's something else on the roof. The asylum demon guards the prison. Have you ever wondered why you find Oscar dying in a closed cell? There's only one entrance, and that's a hole in the roof. He was smashed into this room by the asylum demon.
You are a godsend to come at this moment. I wish to ask something of you.
Oscar tells you the prophecy and hollows with the knowledge that you might be the fated undead to leave the asylum. And he's right, you are. But what if Oscar had lived? What if you had both left the asylum?
Ah!
Please, come quickly.
Like,
It is your fate.
is that you?
A pleasure to
Hi,
meet you.
Leg.
Sage Frant has spoken to me about you. I am Oscar of Astora. I wish to thank you for ringing the bell of awakening. I am preparing to leave. I will follow Sage Frant's instructions, and will seek Anor Londo by way of Sen's fortress. May we each fulfill our respective purposes. I hope that we meet
How
again
you
somewhere.
doing?
One day.
If you believe the prophecy, it means that either yourself or Oscar could be the chosen undead. Both of you meet the requirements. Both of you left the asylum. But as time passes, it becomes more clear that you are the chosen undead, not Oscar. You're the one who rang the bells, and you're the one who meets the prophecy more strongly.
I cannot just stay here. I must find my own purpose.
Every undead chases a purpose to keep themselves from hollowing. For Oscar, it's different. He's searching for a purpose that's worthy of him, and this obsession is what will spell his tragic end.
Well, how long has it been? Glad to see you safe, but be careful. You must be the same as I, in search of the grave of Sir Artorius. This forest is the territory of a fierce band of thieves. They assault any and all who seek the graves. What if we were to join forces? How about that? If we work together, we may escape the bandits. Does that appeal to you? Very well. Let us keep our wits about us. One can always do with another pair of eyes.
Ah!
Things appear to have settled. I was right to partner with you. I will have a short rest here. Feel free to go on ahead.
While both of you make it through the world, you triumph before Oscar, and succeed where it matters.
No wick.
And finally, you make it to the kiln
Neck.
of the first flame,
That's how you
to
spell
either
neck.
replace a dying god, or to finish him off.
Might be lurking
Whatever
because your
path you
internet is
choose,
very bad.
Oscar
Yeah,
chooses
I
the
know
opposite.
your
Driven
internet's
by a
been like
need to
really
be
shitty
important,
for
he opposes
past
either
few
choice you
days,
make.
huh?
Whether you finish off the dying god, or leave the first flame to die.
So it was you. I had a feeling. I shall destroy you, as fate has commanded me. Foolish pawn of Darkstalker Karth, and fiendish Dark Lord.
Perhaps you choose to replace this dying god, and rekindle the Age of Fire.
I have waited for thee, foolish slave of the gods, and pawn of Framt. I will kill you, and become the true Dark Lord.
Whichever path you choose,
Does
Oscar
this
opposes you in his desperation to be included in fate. A search for purpose is all that he has.
Does that work? No,
The
it doesn't.
Makoto chooses its owner,
Wah.
But he who harbors self-delusions should at once be warned. The Makoto is no sword for the faint of heart.
Why no work?
Many stories have been told about a cursed weapon, forged for a giant in a distant land. Some call it the Makoto, a cursed katana, the Chaos Blade.
What is this layer?
It is said that where the blade meets skin, it will tear apart into a wound that will never heal. It is a cursed weapon that devours the wielder's life energy, eroding the wielder along with his enemies. Yet despite this, warriors continue to search for the treasured blade, hoping for it to simply pass down through their hands, hoping they can hold on to it longer than the one who came before them.
Actually, this is behind the hair, so I need to erase that.
Is it not so that thou art new? Thou fared well to find me. I'm Alvina of the Darkroot Wood. I command a clan of hunters who track down defilers of the forest graves. What dost thou say? Wilt thou not join us? Oh, yes, I believe we would suit thee well.
The forest hunters protect the graves of the forest. We follow Alvina without question, and reap rewards from the grave robbers who trespass. Hunt and kill as you like. Whoever's fastest gets the prey.
What are we watching? This is Dark Souls lore. This is Vati Vidya. I might put on something else because it's not really doing it for me right now. I don't know what to put on.
I'm Shiva of the East, captain of the brigade. Ah, did you notice that one? Sharp eyes? He is one of the clan from the East, like myself. Always slinking in the shadows. But he is a tough one. You will see what I mean. Don't worry. It's a good old time, isn't it? Great to have you with us. Good hunting to you.
Theme park video?
The hunters are like a brotherhood,
give that
except when it comes to the kill. There are little in the way of rules, and the hunters fight for their own reward.
Perchance hast thou met Shiva? A lad cometh from the far east, strong of arm, now a clan leader of ours. And yet, still I feel that boy hides something, of that I am certain. Small fear that he will use us badly, yet on guard we must stay.
Most do not stay long within the forest. There are worse things in Lordran than a few grave robbers, and Alvina knows this. However, once you leave the Forest Covenant, you mustn't return. You gain some skill in the forest, and it helps defend yourself against the hostility of the world, but an adventurer needs a good weapon most of all, since steel can never betray you.
Hello again. Strange to meet away from the clan and the forest. But while you are here, how about some equipment?
Funkland just uploaded one about a Garfield ride.
But I can only keep so many. And you know, you are a friend. I'll sell them cheap. Have you heard of Chaos Blade? The legendary sword of the ancient undead master Makoto. Its blade a swirling vortex. I heard it's somewhere around here, but I can't find it. It's all I could ever wish for.
In the mid-19th century, in the northeastern region of the United States, there was a new pastime that people could not get enough of. Picnics.
Eating lasagna.
While picnics have been a French pastime for over a century, Americans did not begin to indulge in the practice until the early 1800s, and then it was almost exclusively for the upper class. By the mid-19th century, though, people of all means were packing a basket, finding a picturesque location, and sitting on a blanket to enjoy a meal. Maybe somebody would bring a guitar and play some tunes. Maybe some couples would sneak off for some
Then I did
alone
Jackie
time.
earlier and
Maybe
she
some
freaked
guy in a
out.
boat would
Good.
row by to watch. Everyone loves a picnic. And for those living near Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, one of the most popular picnic locations was Kenny's Grove, a beautiful section of a farm owned by a man named Anthony Kenny. Located southeast of Pittsburgh in the Mifflin Township, Kenny's Grove was a popular picnic location with a beautiful view of the Monongahela River Valley. The area would become so popular in the latter half of the 19th century that in 1898, the Monongahela Street Railways Company sought to create a picnic park at the end of their Mifflin streetcar line. The company leased land from the Kenny family and renamed the picnic area to Kennywood Park. This type of trolley park was common throughout the United States, and they were typically
Kennywood?
created
That's
to increase
better.
railway profits, especially on the weekends. As with many trolley parks, Kennywood Park would not remain a picnic park forever. In 1898, just a year after leasing the land, Monongahela added a dance pavilion, the casino building restaurant, and Kennywood's first ride, a carousel. The following year, a bandstand was constructed, and the year after that, in 1901, Kennywood built another new ride, named the Old Mill. The Old Mill was not a unique ride to Kennywood, but rather an entire category of amusement park ride. Old Mills are slow-moving boat rides, with no steep inclines or declines. The water in many of these rides are moved, as the name suggests, by a mill. Old Mills were best known for their significant indoor stretches that were most often in pitch-black darkness. This led many couples to take advantage of the dark portions for romance-related activity, leading to the Old Mill getting its more recognizable name, the Tunnel of Love. These seemed to sprout up all over the place in the late 19th and early 20th century, in World's Fairs, state fairs, trolley parks, and amusement parks, and their reputation soon became a marketing ploy, with more and more Old Mills receiving branding of a romantic or sexual nature. The Old Mill at Kennywood was one of the first Old Mill rides, and although it was never branded specifically as a Tunnel of Love, local couples found that it worked just the same. Kennywood's Old Mill would receive several themes and overlays during its first few years of operation. It was first themed to the Fairyland floats, then to the canals of Venice, and later to the Panama Canal, which at the time was an extremely topical theme as the actual Panama Canal had just debuted. After the Panama Canal theme, the Old Mill became the Rapids Gorge and then the Fairyland floats again, before returning to its classic name, the Old Mill. In 1922, the ride underwent a refurbishment and received a new facade to appear more like a New England mill, and had its ride system overhauled and enlarged. Arguably the biggest change to the Old Mill in its early years would come after the ride caught on fire and burned to the ground, being rebuilt for the 1926 season and receiving new theming with comic supplement characters, including Happy Hooligan, the Katzenjammer Kids, and
Oh,
Jigs
damn it, I
and
did that on the
Maggie.
wrong layer.
In 1936, the Old Mill was redecorated again with 8 new theatrically lit pictures. Another major refurbishment to the ride occurred in 1940. During this season, the Old Mill received a renovation with new animations. The refurbishment
this?
featured 7 well-known characters
is
from
that?
comic strips and cartoons, including Blondie, Popeye, the Lone Ranger, the Little King,
That's weird. Why is
Tarzan,
it done?
Gulliver,
I don't know
and
why
Little
that
Henry.
I don't
In
know why that
1957,
is.
the Old Mill was themed to a trip around the world. The comic characters were replaced with scenes of Hawaii, a kangaroo in Australia, a tiger in Asia, an elephant in Africa, and even Santa Claus in the North Pole. The loading area was also given an animatronic band of monkeys that would play music for guests in the queue, which was apparently auctioned off just 1 month before I started writing this video, although it sold for $2,300, which is more than I've ever spent on an animatronic monkey band. For the 1974 season, the Old Mill would receive its most significant thematic overhaul to date, becoming Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway. This retheme sent riders through an Old West ghost town, with comical and frightening scenes of skeletons placed throughout the ride. Some of these figures were animated, and sound effects were added to a few sections. This is the first version of the attraction that has been well documented, and it showcases the creative placement of the show scenes throughout the ride track. The Old Mill's middle section consists of 3 circles. In the center of these, outdoor show scenes
Now
were
can I use
constructed,
the paint
with
bucket?
parts of the tunnel being removed and replaced with fencing so guests could look outside.
No.
There are also 4 show buildings
Why?
where dark ride scenes have been placed. Despite the creative theming of Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway, the Old Mill continued to be known for one thing. Kennywood's director of community and government relations put it best, explaining, quote, "It didn't matter what the theme was. Anyone who rode that ride in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, they were not on that ride to look at the scenes."
It's a place for cuddling and to sort of make out canoodle. You're a little bit
Canoodle?
nervous about getting on the old mill with the girl the first time because you might end up getting slapped, but you also might end up getting, you know, a snuggle.
In 1984, the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette did a feature on the ride's reputation of romance. When interviewed, 15-year-old Missy Stash said, quote, "Everyone goes in there and really goes at it. You should see. Some of the boats come out and there's nobody in them." 61-year-old Ellen Ammon, recalling her old mill trips from the 1930s, remembered that the boys would bring string onto the ride. In the dark portions, they would brush the string along the necks of girls to convince them that there were spiders and water snakes in the tunnels, in an effort to hold them close through their terror. Another common occurrence was seeing
there's
couples
water
buttoning up
snakes,
their
all
shirts
right.
while exiting the attraction. An uptick in romantic activity in the old mill was met with an increase in supervision from the park. Kennywood employees would be stationed at various points throughout the ride, armed with a flashlight and a disapproving stare. They would rarely intervene if the activity was nothing more than a kiss, but for anything more than that, the young couples would be told to knock it off. At one point in the 1960s, Kennywood employees were given a plastic bat and were instructed that if they saw the naked buttocks of any rider, they were to smack them with the bat. This was very effective and almost always prompted the embarrassed couples to quickly redress themselves for the remainder of the journey. This solution was actually quite popular in old mills, as this photo from a different tunnel of love proves. Kennywood would later install cameras and a PA system so that employees could tell riders to stop their behavior without having to assault them in the dark. Hard-Headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway understandably dropped the alliterative name in 1992, reverting back to the old mill but keeping the rest of the theme. As the
You're
old
not
mill
gonna
entered
smack
the
their asses
2000s,
with plastic
officially
bats
celebrating its
anymore? What's the
100th
point?
birthday, Kennywood was weighing the pros and cons of the ride. Due to its age and design, the attraction required a lot of maintenance and took up a significant amount of land at the park. Kennywood is well known for constantly building new attractions and creating new experiences to push locals to come back each season. So it was not out of the question to tear down the old mill and replace it with something more modern and thrilling. However, the management at Kennywood also cares deeply for the history of its park, and few, if any, wanted to see the park's oldest attraction torn down. So 100 years after its opening and 30 years after its last major refurbishment, a refresh of the old mill was on everyone's minds. Kennywood wanted to find a way to keep the historic ride in the park, but update it to appeal to modern audiences. And the answer to this would come in the form of a powerful cat, named Garfield. Garfield was a comic strip written by cartoonist Jim Davis that debuted in 1976. The eponymous orange tabby cat needs no introduction. The general public is well aware of his love of lasagna, hatred of Mondays, and his trademark laziness. Garfield, along with his dorky owner John, John's naive dog Odie, and a cast of other recurring characters, quickly found their ways into the comic sections of newspapers across the country. By 1982, the strip was appearing in over 1,000 newspapers. Over the next 2 decades, as the comic and character rose in popularity, Garfield would spawn an unprecedented amount of merchandise and media, including toys, books, video games, TV specials, and much more. Despite Garfield being a household name and his face being on everything from tea kettles to lava lamps, he was noticeably absent in amusement parks. It seemed that every major park chain had a classic cartoon character as a mascot. Disney had Mickey Mouse and Friends, Universal had Woody Woodpecker, Cedar Fair had the Peanuts Gang, and Six Flags had the Looney Tunes. Garfield's omission from the medium was not lost on his creator. In 1988, when asked if Garfield would enter the theme park business, Davis said, quote, "I wouldn't touch it. Never." And that's the history of Garfield and theme parks.
Good video.
Wait, 8 years later, he changed his mind. Wonder why. In 1996, plans were announced for a 535-acre theme park to be located in Davis's home state of Indiana, near Indianapolis in Hendricks County. The project was named the Heartland Festival Entertainment Complex, and at the heart of the park would be Garfield's Universe, a land dedicated to the character. This would include a character carousel, Arbuckle's picnic coaster, a ride called Garfield's Extreme Adventure, an Odie tongue slide, Irma's Diner, and Mama Leone's restaurant, which would serve, of course,
Defunctland
lasagna.
is good.
The park was planned to
good
open
watching.
in 1997 and was a joint effort between a Michigan development company and Davis's company, Paws Inc. The cost of the project was estimated to be $120 million. By all accounts, Davis was significantly involved in the park's design, even going so far as to have a special Garfield theme park planning room and even conceptualizing the more mundane aspects of the project, such as the garbage cans and restrooms. On top of the design contractors, Davis reached out to other amusement park operators to consult on the project during its early stages. This was when Davis first reached out to the Kennywood Entertainment Company, which owned 5 small parks in and around Pennsylvania, including Kennywood in West Mifflin. A year after the announcement, the opening date was pushed back to 1998. Despite significant utilities and groundwork being completed, the project struggled to find the remainder of its funding. The following year, the park rebranded to Garfield's Adventure America and scaled back on its plans, opting to construct and debut the Garfield area first, with the opening now planned for 1999. By this point, a significant number of Hendricks County residents opposed the project, even forming a group called Citizens Opposing Amusement Park, or COPE. The theme park was pushed back another year with a projected opening of 2000. In December of 1999, Kennywood officials attended the International Association of Amusement Parks and Attractions Convention and Trade Show. It is here that they learned that Garfield was available to license. It seemed that while Garfield's Adventure America was in a state of limbo, Davis was looking to integrate the character elsewhere, at least temporarily, and Kennywood Entertainment was reportedly one of his top choices, specifically the historic Kennywood Park as well as lake compounds in Connecticut. Kim Campbell, a spokesperson for Paws Inc., explained, quote, Jim liked the long histories of both parks, the family-friendly atmosphere, and the fact that they were picnic areas. Jim said the parks were a perfect fit for Garfield, who never met a picnic he didn't like. You didn't think that picnic stuff was gonna come back, did ya? An agreement was made between Kennywood and Paws Inc. for a 1-year licensing deal to have Garfield and Odie become the mascots of both Kennywood and Lake Compounds. This is despite the fact that Kennywood and Lake Compounds already had mascots. Kennywood had Kenny the Kangaroo, and Lake Compounds had Kyle the Crocodile. Both parks assured fans that Garfield and Odie would stand alongside the legacy characters and would not be replacing them. This integration in the Northeastern Park seemed to conflict with the appeal of Garfield's Adventure America in Indiana. However, it was revealed that the developers of the Indiana park only had the exclusive rights to the character within a 150-mile radius, and that Jim Davis and Paws Inc. had never financially invested in the park.
I think I need to make
the developers
this
assured the public and their investors that Garfield's integration
bit.
at Kennywood and Lake Compounds would not detract from the appeal of Garfield's Adventure America. But at this point, many were convinced that the park would never be built. Meanwhile, at the Kennywood parks, Garfield and Odie were fitting right in, taking photos with guests, selling merchandise, and appearing in advertisements. The integration was successful enough that Kennywood and Paws Inc. extended their agreement, further cementing Garfield's presence in the parks. Kennywood's Kittyland would receive more Garfield theming, and in 2002, the first Garfield ride opened at Kennywood, named Garfield's Pounce Bounce, a kitty bounce tower made to look like a block of cheese, covered in mice, and adorned with a Garfield statue. As Garfield continued to increase his presence at Kennywood, the park in Indiana was finally canceled. The developer had been sued by one of its contractors for lack of payment, and not long after this,
just
it was revealed that the park
resubscribed for
owed
3 months.
$166,000 in back taxes.
Comment, thank you so much for the 3 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
By 2003, the project was dead, and the county was redistricting the land where the park would have sat. Despite the failure of the park, Davis was still passionate about Garfield's presence in theme parks. And since he and his company already had a successful relationship with Kennywood, it only made sense to go all in on the Pennsylvania. It was time for Garfield to get his own dark ride.
Comment, thank you for the raid.
This right here is my favorite thing ever.
It was at this
in the
point
history of forever. I think about this every day. I think about this all night long. I stay awake, not sleeping, because I'm thinking about this.
Comment, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Welcome, everybody. I am Shanala the Cerberus, 3 heads and 3 brain cells. And we're drawing some art today of me and my friends. How was your stream? How was Dark Souls?
Kirshner and Halloween Productions wanted in. Kirshner recalled wanting to design a dark ride so bad that he would almost do it for free. When the Garfield Old Mill retheme was discussed, Kennywood reached out to Kirshner, who happily accepted the job. Kirshner's plans for the attraction included animatronics and 3D
Joker?
effects, and his background in haunted houses would lead him to pitch a
Garfield
ride with horror and comedy.
That was
not dissimilar to the old
a zombie, I
However,
guess.
Kirshner's plans were too ambitious. He recalled, quote,
Political Zombie, thank you so much for following. Welcome to the Hounds. Welcome,
and then we
welcome.
squirt them all with water. I wanted to do other CGI effects, so
Killed the spider lady on your first try. Oh, congratulations.
Obviously, big effects like this were difficult to achieve in the retheme's limited budget. But the team ran into another issue entirely. Kennywood officials explained to Kirshner and Halloween Productions that, quote, we can't make it too great because too many people would want to ride it. It has a pretty limited capacity since it's a boat ride. Pete McEnany, the general manager of
You
Kennywood
can't
Entertainment,
make the
remembered,
ride too
quote,
good
"One of the things
because
we had
then
to do
it'll
was
be
not
too
make it
popular.
too spectacular because it doesn't have a high capacity." So with a small budget and an explicit directive to make the ride no better than good, the team marched forward. Kirshner imagined
Make this
guests riding
ride
through the
as
old mill as though they were riding through a
mediocre
Garfield
as
book.
possible.
The premise for the ride was that Garfield was having a nightmare, which would give the team an excuse to incorporate horror elements and retain some of the dark portions. One point of contention in the ride's history was the involvement of Jim Davis and Paws Inc. While Davis certainly wanted the ride to be built and approved it, there was a dispute as to how involved he was in the creative process. McEnany recalled that Davis wrote the script for the ride and drew the concept art, but Kirshner recalled, quote, "We did 20 or 30 drawings. He didn't do anything. I never talked to Jim Davis. The biggest thing was he or someone gave us some Garfield books and then we had to figure out which story we wanted to tell." Despite the obstacles, Kirshner and Halloween Productions were able to pull off a substantial retheme to the old mill, resulting in the most elaborate overlay in the ride's 103-year-old history. How this version
Dude
would be
really
received
said,
by the
"Here's
public,
some
though, was
Garfield
still
books,
uncertain.
figure it out."
On May 1st, 2004, Kennywood opened for the season with a brand new attraction, Garfield's Nightmare. The retheme to the old mill was dedicated with a small ceremony, at which Garfield and Odie took their first ride. Kenny the Kangaroo was also in attendance, although he could not fit into the boat with the other characters.
Kenny the Kangaroo can't ride the Garfield boat.
Guests entered the attraction under the large signage, twisting around
Justice
an outdoor
for the
queue
kangaroo.
with the familiar old mill show building intact, with a small adjustment. In the window of the mill house, a frightened Garfield could be seen
I
inside
demand
as the
justice.
shutters opened and closed.
Let the
While
kangaroo
waiting in
ride.
line, riders viewed TV screens that explained the history of the ride and featured clips of Garfield. As guests entered the loading area, they were surprisingly handed 3D glasses to wear on the attraction. After riders loaded into their boat, they would take a left turn, passing a guard station revealing that the ride was covered in cameras. Reportedly, this was intentionally put in plain sight as another deterrent for romantic activity. As guests climbed a short lift hill, they heard a mysterious booming voice.
"This is the most frightening adventure you will ever be on. Unless you have cheese. I like cheese. So give me some cheese and
enjoy your ride."
After a right turn, guests went down a passageway covered in
How do
green
I make these a
advertisements for
folder?
PepsiCo products, which was unsurprisingly
Kangaroo
Kennywood's
too
food and drink
thick.
vendor. This was also the first of many
Leg.
blacklight scenes,
How do
and the
I-
walls
how
were
do I
splattered
put,
with fluorescent material, which was definitely
layers in
added
a
by
folder?
Halloween Productions during the refurbishment and was not the result of 103 years of bad aim. This is also where the 3D glasses came into play. Rather than being a stereoscopic 3D effect
folder.
in which
I
two
found it.
images are made
Never
into
mind.
one to simulate depth, Garfield's Nightmare used chroma depth, which diffracts colors through a holographic film. This results in certain colors popping into the foreground while others are pushed into the background. The warm colors, red, orange, and yellow, are the ones pulled forward, while blue, indigo, and violet are pushed back. This effect works best with bright primary and secondary colors, which inadvertently gave the ride a distinct color scheme. The chroma depth effect
Control
is
G?
commonly used
Okay.
in haunted houses, and Kirshner and his team are industry leaders in the style. A benefit of the style is that unlike stereoscopic 3D, riders could view the ride without glasses, and would not have the ghosting effect seen when watching a polarized or anaglyph 3D setup without glasses. A nice, possible coincidence was that Garfield was famously orange, so the character would always pop to the foreground, while the background and other characters in the ride would be painted with blue or green colors. If you'd like to try this out for yourself, you can find cheap chroma depth glasses online and watch a POV of the ride with the brightness turned all the way up. It's just like the real
Ooh.
thing. After the product placement tunnel, riders encounter their first Garfield strip, which depicts Garfield
That might be
falling
something
asleep
I want
after
to
a
try
big
if
meal,
those
thus beginning
glasses
his
aren't
nightmare.
too
The
expensive.
strips appearing in the ride were previously released Garfield strips and not created specifically for the attraction. After this, guests enter the first scene, in which Garfield's messy house begins to come alive, with the door swinging open and shut. Garfield's voice plays overhead, repeating,
I never met an ice cream truck I didn't like.
Another strip depicted Garfield depressed that he couldn't catch the ice cream truck. In the next scene, the ice cream truck finally appears, but in a twist, the truck, driven by ice cream cones, is chasing after Garfield. Another strip depicted Garfield scaring the mailman, a running gag in the comics. The next scene shows the mailman smiling as an angry dog opens and closes its jaws. The
That
next
dog
strip
is
features another running
terrifying.
gag from the comics, in which Garfield torments spiders. Predictably, the next scene is of a large spider tormenting Garfield. This pattern continues with another running gag, Garfield eating a fish in a fishbowl. followed by a scene of a fish eating Garfield.
Oh my
The
God.
most terrifying part of the ride thus far is arguably this chair. While not explicitly referenced in the ride, another running
thank you
gag
for
from
the
comic
Headpats
strip is
comment.
Garfield
Thank
using
you.
John's chair as a scratching post, and it appears that this chair, while not getting direct revenge on Garfield, is having a great time watching. The next scene shows Garfield's vet Liz holding a giant needle, with Garfield tied up by a rope, held by an Igor-type character. The needle would blow a puff of air onto riders. Another strip depicts Garfield attacking the pizza delivery man, and the next scene shows the pizza delivery man and evil pizza boxes attacking Garfield.
God.
The next strip and scene is a break from form. The strip depicts
Pizza
Garfield
mimics.
mentioning that he's going to the kitchen, with a depressed-looking John saying nothing. The next scene is one of the most difficult to decipher.
You're gonna
On
make
the
some
right
tea
side of
and
the
snack?
boat, the
Okay.
appliances in the kitchen
Enjoy your
have
lurk.
come to
Enjoy
life
your
in
tea and
menacing
snack.
fashion, while boxes of lasagna have formed a kick line on the table. On the left side of the boat, a terrified Garfield is surrounded by an evil-looking John and a monstrous Odie, who appears to have torn off his long tongue and wrapped it around his body like a coat. There is also a zombie hot dog monster strapped to a table wearing sunglasses. The final strip and scene shows John asking Garfield to catch mice, which Garfield refuses to do. In the comic strip, Garfield will eat just about anything besides mice. Despite this, in Garfield's nightmare, the mice still want revenge on him, cooking up a cat stew. As the ride nears its end, the characters that were tormenting Garfield moments ago are now lined up, smiling as the boat passes. Garfield's voice instructs guests that a photo op is coming up.
Oh yeah, got a photo opportunity coming up. Doesn't get any better than that.
The mouse from the beginning of the ride instructs guests to smile as a large camera is clearly
How
placed so
do
that
I
guests
draw
may pose for the
Booba?
picture. As guests reach the end of the ride, a final strip appears on the wall. Garfield says, quote, "What a great ride. It was kinda scary, but it's over now," while the creatures from the ride follow close behind. This appears to be the only Garfield strip created specifically for the attraction. Garfield's Nightmare was drastically different than the old mill Kennywood
Perfect.
regulars were used to, and any significant change would have its detractors. However, Garfield's Nightmare almost immediately developed a cult of hatred among parkgoers, with many citing its cheap effects, product placement, and overall bizarre nature. It was too scary for many children and too Garfield for many adults. For longtime Kennywood
Garfield?
fans, it felt like a
Now,
portrayal
hang
of
on.
the historic old mill.
Too
But in all
Garfield
fairness,
for
they
many
probably
adults?
just weren't around for the 1920s version that featured
Excuse
Jakes
me?
and Maggie, the Garfield and Odie of the 20s. As far as a Garfield ride goes, it successfully featured many classic characters and famous scenarios from the comics. And the
Too
original art that
Garfield?
Kirshner and his team created for the ride looked like it was pulled straight out of a Garfield strip. Despite the low budget, the attraction featured solid gags and some terrifying imagery. But who cares what Kennywood regulars, Garfield fans, or even children think?
It's
the
a-
real
yeah, it's a
demographic that matters
Garfield
is
ride.
the one that gave the old mill its century-long reputation. Young couples. In a Pittsburgh Post-Gazette
Nobody
report
asked
before the ride's
plus
opening,
L
Kennywood
plus
officials assured
ratio
fans that, quote, "We haven't
plus-
messed with what made the old mill, which the Gazette took to mean that, quote, couples will still be able to find a suitable spot along the way to, exchange pleasantries. This persistent mentioning in official media of the ride's reputation as a love tunnel sent me down a rabbit hole that I could not have anticipated. Full disclosure for anyone that is not aware, every amusement park ride you have ever been on or will ever go on has been the setting for some funny business. Whether it's at your local amusement park or at Walt Disney World, if you can be seated within arm's reach of another person, someone has found a way to do something on that ride. I talk about amusement park rides all the time, and I never mention this, because it's never
People
notable.
fucking in the
It's just
bumper
a given.
boats.
However, in all of my research, I have never come across a ride in which major publications, journalists, have reported consistently, constantly, on a ride's reputation like the old mill at Kennywood. I found a newspaper article from 1934 talking about how the ride is a great spot for couples, and the 1984 article in which couples were interviewed about their romantic activity pushed me over the edge. Not what I meant. After hearing mention that sometimes boats would pull into the station with no one inside, I knew that I had to go deeper. Dang it, look, if you're just interested in the physical history of amusement park rides, and you don't care about the culture attached to the old mill, I'd recommend skipping to this time code. For those remaining, there was a significant amount of documentation as to
People
how
be
Kennywood
bumping
attempted to
uglies in the
please young
bumper
lovers on a ride,
boats.
but little was known on how these riders were able to accomplish some of the feats that they were boasting about. Were these legends true, or were they fiction? In the name of research, I tweeted the following: have you or someone you know ever made out or made love in the Old Mill Dark Ride at Kennywood Amusement Park? If so, please email your story to imadeloveintheoldmill@defunctland.com. I followed up this tweet clarifying that I didn't want details of the activity, I wanted to know where in the ride people jumped out. and either no one saw this reply or they didn't care, because I did receive many emails, and most of them contained graphic detailing of activities that took place in the old mill. To borrow a bit of Pittsburghese, yins are nasty. Of the 56 messages I received, only 3 were obviously fake, and the vast majority contained details far too specific to be made up, mentioning school trips or special events that I verified.
Oh my God.
Accurate. I'm not going to share any of these and assert that they are 100% true, but here are a few of the more interesting submissions with redacted bits for anonymity and appropriateness.
Read us the
Feel
sex
free to
emails.
pause and read at your own pace.
No, wait. No, stop.
In the end,
you're going by too fast.
Did provide a few trips or special events that I verified were accurate. I'm not going to share any of these and assert that they are 100% true, but here are a few of the more interesting submissions with redacted bits for anonymity and appropriateness. Feel free to pause and read at your own pace.
Saw you were looking for stories, but while we didn't blank, me and my partner made sweet, passionate gay kisses on the old mill because it was dark and the skeletons were kind of cute. TBH. My name is, and I am 48 years old. I don't normally share things like this, but I like your vids, and your recent tweet was surprisingly relevant to me, lol. My lover, ex-husband, don't marry your assistant manager from your first summer job, lol. And I went through the line normally, but as more and more people began to get packed into the line, my downstairs got as slippery as the log jabber. We were subtle grinding in the line. It was shaded by this point, so we weren't in the spotlight, so to speak. We played handsy hotsy totsy on the actual ride, and let me tell you that even though my ex-husband was a general disappointment in life, Garfield and I were both screaming by the end of the ride. Thank you for reading. This was back when it was Garfield theme. Hope that's what you wanted. I was maybe 14 years old on the ride with my dad, visiting the park to celebrate his recovery from a recent surgery. The 2 older teens in the boat in front of us were making out passionately. Yes, on the Garfield ride. I'd never witnessed such graphic kissing despite only seeing their silhouettes. There was noises, but I couldn't be sure it was them or the ride, because wet slapping could have been them or the nasty boat water, you know? My dad grumbled the whole time, but didn't say anything, and it was so painfully awkward. Anyway, that was the last vacation I went on with my dad before he died, so I hope they enjoyed themselves. Aw. Hi, this is no way related to lovemaking, although I guess some people are into it. When I was about 10 or so on Kennywood Day, my friend was in the boat in front of us, and at the time we were big into aerial dumps. What is an aerial dump? Which is exactly what it sounds like. Oh, wait, fucking from the highest area you possibly could. Shitting from the highest area you possibly could. She's were commonly used, as was standing on the lid of the toilet seat. Well, no parents were around, and sure enough, my friend stood up on the ride and screamed aerial dump and took a big wet one right into the water. I'm still disgusted by that ride to this day. No. Things I've done in Garfield's Nightmare. Made out with 2 different people. Was blank. Felt blank. This one's just all censored. This one is all censored. Hope this helps.
In the end, the email submissions did provide a few interesting insights. First, smart couples would come in packs. Try to space out
Fluff
their boat
Rappers,
departures
thank
as
you
best
for
they could from other
following.
riders,
Welcome to the
and then run their
Hounds.
hands
Welcome,
on either side of
welcome.
the boat to slow their motion, thus extending the ride and their time in the dark. Second, there are at least 2 people who claim to know someone that was conceived on this ride. Maybe it's you. Third, not surprising, the Garfield overlay did not deter many people from treating the old mill as the same tunnel of love previous generations had enjoyed. In fact, the majority of my emails were about acts of passion that took place in the neon
I know
tunnels
people
of
conceived on
Garfield's
this
nightmare.
ride.
Some
Maybe
people
it was
noted that
you.
the Garfield theming diminished the aura of romance, while others admitted that they believe it added to it. Some even purposefully sought it out. Maybe ironically, maybe not. As one
Traveled here
emailer
from
so
Philly. Oh,
eloquently
there's more
put it,
emails.
quote,
There's more emails.
Garfield knows all of our sin that took
There's
place
more
in the
emails.
neon-lit tunnels of Garfield's nightmare. Some people noted that the Garfield theming diminished the aura of romance, while others admitted that they believe it added to it. Some even purposefully
We traveled here from Philly just for it on a holiday. We're both big Garfield fans. In quotes.
sought it out. Maybe ironically, maybe not. As one emailer
This isn't anything special, but I went on lots of field trips to Kennywood in high school. I never personally did anything on the old mill, but I can name a dozen couples who disappeared into there. It was the makeout spot, the Garfield-themed makeout spot. Garfield knows all of our sins.
so eloquently put it, quote, Garfield knows all of our sins.
Garfield knows all of our sins.
Perhaps the greatest sin, though, was the lack of upkeep and proper maintenance that Garfield's nightmare experienced. Within just a few years, the screens in the queue were removed, and many of the effects in the ride stopped working. The audio cues were often missing.
Someone has to grab that sound clip. Garfield knows all of our sins and send it to Jackie.
The 3D glasses had. The 3D glasses themselves would often not be handed to guests, and it seemed they were eventually phased out altogether, although they would reappear infrequently. When guests were given 3D glasses, the often rambunctious riders would make a game out of throwing them onto the ride, trying to land them in the mouth of the dog or hit certain objects. Oddly, the upkeep of the ride was so poor that the whites of the eyes of the characters in the blown-up comic strips were either faded or removed, resulting in them appearing permanently blackened. All of this somewhat added to the uneasy nature of the ride, but it really just showed the attraction's lack of
Bro,
upkeep.
you can't just
Other
leave
than
the
this,
eyes
the ride lived a quaint,
pitch
quiet
black
existence
like that.
with no major changes or updates. Year after year, Kennywood would open for the season, and Garfield's Nightmare would open with it. In 2007, a Nintendo DS platformer named Garfield's Nightmare was released. But besides the title, the game is in no way connected to the ride. In 2011, the Garfield comic strip featured Garfield, Odie, and John going to an amusement park named Kittywood, which appeared to be a parody of Kennywood. After 2008, Garfield and Odie were phased out as Kennywood mascots and stopped appearing in advertisements. Kenny the Kangaroo reclaimed his throne in West Mifflin and even got a sidekick. Does he look
Finally,
familiar?
justice for
No,
Kenny the
it's
Kangaroo.
sign. It's the Kennywood sign. You can meet the sign. Kennywood would eventually integrate Thomas the Tank Engine and the Pittsburgh Steelers into attractions at the park, and the new properties fit into Kennywood much more effortlessly than Garfield ever did. Despite Garfield and Odie no longer appearing in the park, Garfield's Nightmare continued to operate, year after year, with no end in sight. This was until 2019, when news broke that Paws Inc. was being acquired by Viacom, and the rights to Garfield would be utilized by Viacom's subsidiary, Nickelodeon. This also put Viacom in charge of the character's licensing. Viacom immediately began tightening the brand's image, and the company told Kennywood that if they wished to continue to operate Garfield's Nightmare, the licensing fee would be increased significantly. This pressured Kennywood into removing the Garfield's Nightmare theming from the old mill, and no one at the park put up much of a fight to save the ride. Garfield's Nightmare had operated for 16 seasons, and for many, that was 16 too many.
Thomas the Tank Engine, Pittsburgh Steelers, Connected
Universe. In those
Universe.
16 years of operation, an entire generation of Kennywood visitors had experienced the
You
ride
thought
as
you
their
thought
one
the
and only
Marvel
version of the old
Cinematic
mill.
Universe
In
was
March
great?
of 2020,
No.
Kennywood's YouTube account posted
Thomas
a video
the Tank,
titled The
Pittsburgh
History of the Old Mill at
Steelers.
Kennywood. The video started as a Ken Burns-style
Cinematic
theme park
Universe, when?
documentary in a similar vein to other YouTube channels that I'm completely blanking on. However, halfway through the video, it was revealed that this was not just a retrospective of the old mill, but it was also an announcement.
We're going to be bringing back the old mill as so many of you have requested and restoring the ride to the retro Western theme.
The news was celebrated by fans who cheered, "The nightmare is over." And the Pittsburgh City Paper's headline read, "I hope they serve lasagna in heaven." During the off-season, the ride was gutted and completely rethemed. Unfortunately, all of the props from Garfield's Nightmare with a direct tie to the Garfield brand were destroyed at the demand of Viacom, in order to prevent them from being sold or ending up on the black market. To ensure compliance, Kennywood had to film employees completely destroying the Garfield props. The opening of the ride would be delayed due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but when it debuted for guests in July of 2020, when Kennywood opened for a shortened summer season, it was met with positive reviews. The familiar Old West Ghost Town theme was welcomed back into the historic ride.
Who's out here
Despite
putting
the massive overhaul,
Garfield
the new theming utilized multiple
amusement
props
park
and effects
ride
from
stuff on
Garfield's
the
Nightmare.
black market?
The new Old Mill also had multiple tributes to Kennywood history, including references to previous Old Mill
Is there a
iterations.
Garfield black
For instance,
market?
The appearance of a character named Harold, referencing hard-headed Harold's horrendously humorous haunted hideaway. The scenes also featured multiple orange tabby cats throughout the ride, and a tombstone in a graveyard read, "G Nightmare. I hope there is lasagna."
G Nightmare. I hope there is lasagna.
The Old Mill at Kennywood is the world's oldest operating Old Mill attraction, and this is
I
not
hope
by
there is because I want to. Yeah, I want to see it too. I want to visit the Garfield Black Market.
For its history. While Garfield's Nightmare was not necessarily a beloved attraction, the retheme played an important part in extending the life of this historic ride. While some might remember Garfield's Nightmare for its neon paint and surreal visuals, like any Old Mill retheme, most Kennywood guests will remember the attraction for something else. While most of the emails I received detailed explicit and often disgusting acts of passion that took place on the Old Mill, my takeaway was not that the ride should be burned to the ground for the good of the general public. In fact, it was quite the opposite. The romantic activities that happened within the walls of the Old Mill, as humorous and crass as they could be, reminded me of something that I've always believed. Theme and amusement parks are special environments, where some of our strongest memories are formed, whether that's thrill, imagination, or even love. Hearing people of many different generations share how this one ride impacted them was surprisingly moving. To hear stories of young angst, the nerves of going on the ride with someone you had a crush on, the scariness of having your first kiss, and even missed opportunities, lost loves. For one rider who grew up in a small town, the dark tunnels of the attraction were the first place he felt safe kissing his boyfriend. For a married couple, the trip on the Old Mill made them laugh and feel like they were in high school again. When the messages weren't overtly erotic, they were actually beautiful. It was surprisingly moving. To hear stories of the Mill, my takeaway was not that the ride should be burned to the ground. Kennywood is a historic park. Nightmare was not known for its neon paint. While most of the emails
While it was Garfield themed, I gave incredible blank to a guy on the ride. After the first bend, once you're probably in the tunnel with the Garfield panels and the Pepsi ads, I blank on him. I don't even know why I'm telling you this.
I received detailed explicit and often disgusting acts of passion that took place on the Old Mill. My takeaway was not that the ride should be burned to the ground for the good of the general public. In fact, it was quite the opposite. The romantic activities that happened within the walls of the Old Mill, as humorous and crass as they could be, reminded me of something that I've always believed. Theme and amusement parks are special environments, where some of our strongest memories are formed, whether that's thrill, imagination, or even love. Hearing people of many different generations share how this one ride impacted them was surprisingly moving. To hear stories of young angst,
he was very clearly nervous the entire time we were in the queue.
The scariness of having
it was my first kiss. I remember it tasted like the Twizzlers.
Lost loves. For one writer who
Nation
grew up in a
the
small
summer.
town,
Garfield's Nightmare was one of the first places I felt comfortable kissing my boyfriend as a gay man. Aww. Aw, that's nice.
The dark tunnels of the attraction were the first place
Hell
he
yeah.
felt safe kissing his
You
boyfriend.
go.
For a
You
married
go, gay
couple,
king.
a trip on the Old Mill made them laugh and feel like they were in high school again. When the messages weren't overtly erotic, they were actually beautiful, and a good reminder of why I love talking about these parks. They are memorable and exciting places where it's as much about
Garfield,
riding the
gay
attractions
icon.
as it is who you are riding with. And sometimes the most memorable experience one can have is getting a kiss while riding a boat through a dark tunnel. And sometimes it's getting a kiss while riding a boat in front of a neon Garfield.
What if we kissed in front of the neon Garfield? Haha, JK on us.
Where I first met you, with your eyes of blue, dressed in gingham too.
You know what? Oh, if Jackie's still going when I finish, we're gonna raid Jackie, and the raid message is gonna be Garfield, gay icon.
Were 16, my village queen, by the old mill stream.
Look, I can't think of another way to say this. A lot of you were gay in the Garfield Dark Ride.
A lot of you were gay in the Garfield Dark Ride. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
On March 19th, 2015, it was announced that Joel Manby would become the new CEO of SeaWorld Entertainment. Manby was previously the CEO of Hershend Enterprises, the largest family-owned amusement park company in the United States. The charismatic Manby had a proven track record in the theme park industry, and was even somewhat of a public figure after appearing on the CBS reality show Undercover Boss. Manby faced a great challenge when he took the helm at SeaWorld. The corporation's portfolio consisted of 6 parks: Busch Gardens Williamsburg, Busch Gardens Tampa, Sesame Place in Pennsylvania, and 3 SeaWorld branded amusement parks: the original SeaWorld San Diego, which opened in 1964, SeaWorld Orlando, which opened in 1973, and SeaWorld San Antonio, which opened in 1988. It was no secret why the position of CEO was vacant, as for the past 2 years, SeaWorld had been in crisis mode. In 2013, the documentary Blackfish premiered. The film was a scathing look at the treatment of captive orcas, specifically those held and bred at SeaWorld amusement parks. By the end of 2013, the documentary was airing regularly on CNN, and activists, government officials, and the general public as a whole were putting overwhelming pressure on SeaWorld to end their signature orca program. Manby assumed the position of CEO at
I can
the
tell
height
you
of
the
this
trick
crisis.
to boobs, but it's
Up to
gonna
this
sound
point,
weird.
SeaWorld's main
Tell me the
response to
secret
the
of
outcry
booba.
had been to attack the documentary, the filmmakers,
Tell
and
me
the
your secrets
interviewees,
of the
but this
booba.
only made matters worse. So the company pivoted to improving the living conditions of its orcas. In August of 2014, SeaWorld had announced an initiative titled the Blue World Project, that if approved would almost double the size of the orca tanks at SeaWorld San Diego, and subsequently in San Antonio and Orlando. When Manby joined the company, this project was still awaiting approval by the California Coastal Commission, which had jurisdiction over construction projects in the California Coastal Zone, which included SeaWorld San Diego, which sits in San Diego's Mission Bay. Just over 6 months after Manby joined SeaWorld, the commission approved the Blue World Project, but only on the condition that SeaWorld stop breeding and transferring orcas, effectively forcing them to end their orca program entirely once the park's current orcas passed. SeaWorld planned to sue the Coastal Commission to have the conditions removed, but Manby was already taking SeaWorld in a new direction. The month after the commission's conditional approval, Manby held a conference call with investors in which he outlined a new vision for the company. Manby's plan was to shift focus away from animal shows and put resources into more traditional amusement park attractions with a nautical theme. In the call, Manby announced 3 new attractions, all themed after a single television show named Sea Rescue. Sea Rescue was a documentary series that followed a group of veterinarians and experts attempting to rescue
Helps to
and
picture
rehabilitate
a
marine
sling
life.
around the
first
shoulders with
attraction
water
based off of
balloons
the
at
show
the
was a
end.
unique roller coaster named SeaWorld Rescue: The Ride, which would be constructed for SeaWorld San Antonio. Another was tentatively titled SeaWorld Rescue, and concept art depicted guests boarding a rescue truck and receiving unique views of an aquarium. This attraction was earmarked for SeaWorld Orlando. Finally, the third attraction would be a submarine ride named Ocean Explorer, to be built at SeaWorld San Diego. The Sea Rescue rides were multi-million-dollar attractions, and in order to pay for them, Manby explained that he was diverting money away from the Blue World Project. 4 months later, in March of 2016, Manby made the decision to end SeaWorld's orca breeding program. The following month, SeaWorld announced that the Blue World Project had officially been canceled, and as Manby had outlined, the money was instead invested in new attractions for SeaWorld's 3 parks. While the Sea Rescue truck ride for Orlando would be scrapped, SeaWorld San Antonio would receive its Sea Rescue attraction, a double-launch coaster now titled Wavebreaker: The Rescue Coaster. SeaWorld San Diego would also receive its
they dropped the
submarine ride, but the
conservation
company was now promising much more. In February
conservation
of 2016,
aspect,
SeaWorld announced that a new
but
3-acre
SeaWorld's
section,
kinda
or a
shitty.
new realm as it was officially called, would be added to SeaWorld San Diego, named Ocean Explorer. The children's area would feature aquariums, rides, and digital technologies, all focused on exploration and adventure, with a theme of ocean conservation. On top of some small flat-top rides, the area would feature a flagship attraction, named Submarine Quest. This was the realization of the attraction that Manby had announced months earlier in his conference call.
I
Press
do
release
want-
for the ride explained that, quote, guests would be adventurers on a global expedition.
It'd be
of
pretty
scientific
cool to actually
exploration,
have
traveling
like
aboard
an
submarines
actual
to see ocean
submarine
explorers'
ride.
remarkable undersea animals. Concept art of the area showed some of the marine life children would be able to interact with and torment incessantly with new
I would
creative
ride the
glass coasters.
hell out of a
This
submarine
concept
ride.
art was either hastily made or sloppily made, or both, with some really poor compositing, as seen by the piece of concept art for Submarine Quest. While these seem to just be stock photos quickly placed inside a rendering of the submarine, the inclusion of this kid is perfect foreshadowing. Construction began in the summer of 2016, and the realm was scheduled to open in late spring of 2017. Ocean Explorer would be built just to the right of the park's entrance, on a relatively empty parcel next to one of the park's cafes. A flag display and a small animal viewing area would be removed to make way for the new realm. Concept art for
You
the land was
DM'd me
circulated
pictures
as
of
construction
titties?
began,
Thank you.
and it appeared that the area's signature attraction, despite the name Submarine Quest, would actually be an elevated dark ride with outdoor sections, similar to Disney's People Mover attraction and the high-in-the-sky Seuss trolley train ride at Universal Studios' Islands of Adventure. Both of these attractions were gentle trips around their respective lands, providing guests a relaxing outdoor ride with some short dark ride portions. With Submarine Quest, it was assumed that these dark ride portions would be more elaborate, providing guests with special views of the new aquarium during their adventure. In a statement, SeaWorld assured the public that Submarine Quest would not be a shoot-'em-up style dark ride, even though no one considered that this was a possibility. Instead, the press release explained that by, quote, using digital touchscreens mounted in ride vehicles, riders will play
This is
games
not a
and score
shoot 'em
points
up.
as they spot ocean creatures during the indoor and outdoor journey.
I would
The
hope
company
not.
launched a significant media campaign to coincide with the release
Why
of the
why
new
is that
realm.
something you would have to
SeaWorld San Diego
specify?
published a video series on
This is
YouTube
not a
titled
shoot 'em
Meet
up
the Deep,
style
in which
dark
hosts
ride
Mike
in a
and Jenna chronicled
submarine.
the area and specifically Submarine Quest development and construction. The Meet the Deep series is quite possibly the most in-depth documentation of a ride's construction by a theme park. The web series explores almost every aspect of construction. In the third episode, Mike and Jenna introduce Brian Morrow, Vice President of Theme Park
This does
Experience
seem
Design.
like a really
Brian
interesting
shows off
thing
the
to
model
watch,
ride vehicle
though.
for Submarine Quest and explains the interactive elements that were being installed in the ride, noting the touchscreen game that would be the attraction's signature feature. Days after this Meet the Deep episode was published, the final ride vehicle model was revealed at the International Association of Amusement
I
Parks
kind of want to
Attractions
watch
Expo
that
in
now,
2016,
actually.
and it
Like,
was revealed
that would be
in
kind of
epic
interesting
fashion.
to see how they built the ride.
A trailer was also released during the expo with a new opening date of summer 2017.
Punch in your coordinates. Set a course for discovery. Dive
Set a
into
course
Ocean
for
Explorer,
discovery.
A whole new realm at SeaWorld.
In January of 2017, a Meet the Deep episode was published in which Brian gave a tour of Chance Rides in Wichita, Kansas, which was the manufacturer for the attraction. They gave the first glimpse of the full-scale sub still in
I
production,
swear it's
complete with
the
lighting
only
and
one
touchscreen
people
game.
ask me to play
Next
multiple
episode
times
featured
on
Mike
stream.
and Jenna actually playing this game. It was explained that the in-ride game would feature difficulty resistance, so that it was challenging for players of all ages. It was also revealed that there would be different levels of awards depending on how well the riders played. Also during this time, SeaWorld announced that a new roller coaster named Electric Eel would debut at SeaWorld San Diego in 2018. This coaster would be part of a phase
Yeah, I
2
think I remember
expansion
seeing
of the Ocean Explorer realm.
ads
Throughout
for
the
that
spring
too.
of 2017, as construction crews were putting the finishing touches on the new land, Meet the Deep walked the site multiple times. In April, SeaWorld held a ceremony to unveil the final submarine to park guests.
3, 2, 1.
The submarine remained on display as construction neared completion. Ocean Explorer and Submarine Quest had an impressive turnaround time. Despite being delayed from spring to summer of 2017, the new land was still set to debut just 16 months after being announced. No one seemed more excited for the land to open than those internally at SeaWorld. Executives and the ride's designers hoped that enthusiasm would spread to guests. Tempting fate, SeaWorld San Diego president John Riley said, quote, "Our guest response to new attractions has always been tremendously positive." On June 1st, 2017, Ocean Explorer held its grand opening ceremony. SeaWorld pulled out all of the stops for the event. There were ribbon wavers, confetti,
Yeah, I
flares,
guess my
eels
clothes
from a
don't
discontinued
matter.
ice show at Busch Gardens,
I'm
Tampa,
pretty much
and
done
they
with
even
my
got
reference.
a bubble guy. With the realm now open, dozens of
Since
guests
I'm
who
just
had
gonna
waited
be drawing
minutes
us
for the land's
in
opening casually walked inside
the
the new
Scooby-Doo
world
outfits.
of exploration, discovery, and conservation by apparently immediately trampling the plants due to lack of fencing. Ocean Explorer featured 4 new kiddie rides: Sea Dragon Drop, the Octorock, Aqua Scout,
The
and the most
Octorock?
well-received
That's a
Tentacle
Legend of
Twirl.
Zelda
The
enemy.
aquariums throughout Ocean Explorer were quite small, but they did feature the unique viewing angles as promised. There was also an interactive attraction, the Skill Training Pod, as well as the Explorer's Cafe, whose signage choices were a bit confusing as everything else in the land is designed for small children, except for the craft beer apparently. The signature attraction was of course Submarine Quest. The ride vehicles could be seen
Calling
as guests entered the
Nintendo.
land, making their way around the ride track. After hearing a year's worth of press describing the ride as an immersive and interactive experience, many guests were excited and curious about what the ride had in store. Guests entered the attraction through the outdoor queue, with television screens featuring a host named Sub-Commander Sparks, giving the ride safety spiel, and
That's a
introducing his companion,
self-appointed title.
Link, the ride's star and the land's mascot.
That's Link, the ROV.
Remotely operated vehicle of exploration and research, or supercomputer of the sea.
Just Link will do.
A figure of Link could also be found at the realm's entrance. After entering the loading station, guests passed by a few simple art pieces and immediately boarded their subs. There were 7 subs, each with a special name, with no clear direction or pattern. 2 of them are named after parts of a ship, axle and rudder. One of them is a fish with a first name, Macy Mackerel, and another is just a first name with a nautical adjective, Bubbly Bailey. As guests sat in their ride vehicle, Sub-Commander Sparks returned to instruct riders to pull down on their lap bar, before Link joined him for the voyage. Sub-Commander Sparks told riders to tap the screen in order to release the airlock, and guests began their expedition into the majesty of the deep, blue, blinding sunlight. After passing by trees and concrete, guests entered the first show scene of Submarine Quest, which was that of a deep-sea coral reef. This scene is supposed to be in the Twilight Zone, a zone that is so deep below the surface that sunlight cannot reach it. Of course, the ride represents this in broad daylight with 2 screens that briefly display an octopus.
Whoa, that octopus was totally camouflaged.
After the Twilight Zone was the Sunlight Zone, where guests saw eels.
Eels.
Sub-Commander Sparks detects a large animal ahead.
Wow,
and
this
guests begin
sucks.
pursuit. Riders are able to see Link in front of them.
This
static
sucks.
figure featured a digital face that never quite synced up with the audio from the ride vehicle. The 2 decide to send out the Beacon Buddies on a mission.
Wow, look at this genuinely amazing experience that totally cannot be replicated.
The Beacon Buddies find huge jellyfish and something even bigger ahead. As guests escape to the old sea pod to take a look,
Wow,
riders
this
are
is
instructed to open
terrible.
another hatch, despite the hatch always opening before the instruction audio is finished.
Press the blue button to open the hatch.
The sub then enters a sea pod full of screens that display a giant CGI squid. After a brief stop in the sea pod, riders open the escape hatch and re-enter the ocean, just as the squid breaks the glass on the sea pod and releases ink. As guests exit the pod, water sprays at riders. The water effect was incredibly inconsistent, and it is not clear whether the water was triggered by a game mechanism and only appeared sometimes, or if it was simply an unreliable effect. It was shot from the left of the ride vehicles, and instead of giving all of the riders a light mist, it just hosed the rider in the front left seat. After this scene, the subs take a final turn back into the loading station. During this short segment, guests found out what type of explorer they were. There were 3 options: Junior Explorer, Super Explorer, and Master Explorer.
I'm a
even
Junior
though in playtesting,
Explorer.
Mike scored Marine Veterinarian, which did not seem to be an option that made it into the final game. Guests then re-entered the loading station and exited their vehicles. Incredibly, Submarine Quest was not a hit with guests, and this is putting it lightly.
Wow.
In general, guests were shocked to find out that Submarine Quest was neither sub nor marine, as it took place 15 feet above the ground in the open air. The outdoor show scenes were sparse.
That
and
is
the one
really
dark ride scene was a
fucking disappointing.
The ride did look better at night, as there was at least a chance of the illusion of being in the deep ocean, but sunset in the summer in San Diego is around 8 p.m., and most nights, SeaWorld closed at 9. The creative decisions made for the ride were quite confusing. Many guests speculated that the ride had its budget cut late in development, which could be possible, but concept art for the land did display the ride almost exactly as it was built. Supposedly, the initial plans called for the ride track to be longer and mostly enclosed in a tube. However, it seemed that a significant portion of the budget was put into research and development for the unique ride vehicle rather than putting that money towards show scenes. The designers clearly took a lot of pride in their work, and it seems as though this part of the experience was built more or less from the ground up, which is theoretically impressive. However, in practice, all that is noticeable is the inherent and consistent flaws in the mechanics of the game, most obvious in the confusion during the Beacon Buddies section, which was present all the way back during playtesting.
Tap the screen to deploy the Beacon Buddies.
Other criticisms included the screens being difficult to see in the sunlight and that the voice of Link was obnoxious. To add insult to injury, the entire realm had a branding problem, as seemingly everyone believed that Ocean
That's part of
Explorer
this
the
was
name
them
of the
trying
ride and not the
desperately to
name of the
recover
ride.
after Blackfish. Yeah. No one goes on a theme park ride to tap on a shitty tablet, right?
On June 3rd, 2 days after the ride's debut,
Hello,
San
Random
Diego
Wolfie.
Union Tribune
Welcome
released a
in. And
scathing
yeah, we're
review
watching
of the ride,
Defunct
saying,
Land.
quote, "The biggest disappointment is the heavily promoted Submarine Quest. SeaWorld is touting it as a high-tech trip through the ocean ecosystem, but it turns out to be a slow-moving track ride past a few animated animals on video screens. Brady McDonald of the Orlando Sentinel said, quote, "The new Land Centerpiece ride is basically a slow-moving transportation system that doesn't take you anywhere and encourages you to ignore your surroundings." On August 8th, 2017, during SeaWorld's Q2 earnings call,
Maybe
Mamby
playing
stated
on
that
this
Ocean
shitty
Explorer had been a
little
disappointment. He said, quote, "I think the
baby's
one thing
first
that I'm
tablet
not
will
satisfied
distract you
with
from
is
the
Ocean
fact you're
Explorer.
not
We did
actually
market this as well as I wanted
submarine.
to. It's completely designed for young children, and we need to make sure that's the case." A sign was quickly placed outside the attraction clarifying that the ride was intended for smaller guests, despite initial marketing claiming it was for all ages. However, poor marketing and bad reviews would not be Submarine Quest's only problems, as technical issues plagued the attraction as well. The ride often had a significant wait, as only 2 to 3 subs were run at a time, rather than the 7 the ride was capable of. This was only a problem when the ride was operating, which it frequently was not. Throughout the ride's debut summer, Submarine Quest was constantly closed for maintenance. By September, frequent guests noticed that the ride was barely ever open. One visitor noted that they had been 4 times since the ride's debut, and the attraction had been closed all 4 times. The ride operated intermittently throughout the summer of 2017, but was closed for most of the fall. It did reopen in December, and on December 30th, 2017, during the busy winter holiday,
That classic
it
excuse, it's for
accumulated a
kids. It's
130-minute
okay if
wait
it
time,
sucks.
baffling
Kids don't
those
know
that
the
had already
difference.
ridden the attraction.
I would
This
know
was
the
one of the last
difference.
days of operation for Submarine Quest. It is unclear if the ride operated in early January or when its true final day of operation was, but by mid-January 2018, a mere 7 months after opening,
If I
the
were a
doors to
kid and
Submarine Quest were
I
blocked
was
off,
expecting
leaving
a
guests speculating
submarine
on the
quest
future
and
of
I
the
got
ride.
that, I'd be like, wow,
On February
this
28,
is bullshit.
2018, SeaWorld CEO Joel Manby resigned from his position at the company after less than 3 years as the chief executive. Falling attendance and steep quarterly losses were cited as the main reason for Manby's exit. But multiple publications were quick to mention the recent failure of the Submarine Quest attraction. While clearly not the main reason for his departure, the realm's failure could have been a contributing factor. Just 4 days later, it was announced that Chief Creative Officer Anthony Esparza and Vice President of Theme Park Experience Design, Brian Morrow, were resigning from their roles as well. Many online again wondered if the resignations were related to the poor reception of the Ocean Explorer realm. But this is
Our
merely
ride
speculation.
sucked so
Other
hard,
rumors
we're
circulated
all
attempting to make sense of the
resigning.
ride's closure. Some believe that an injury had occurred on the ride or that SeaWorld was suing either the designers or the manufacturers over technical issues. Currently, there is no evidence to support these claims. Without explanation, Submarine Quest remained closed throughout the spring of 2018. In May, the San Diego Union Tribune ran a piece on the attraction. SeaWorld San Diego's official statement on the ride was, quote, "As we've conveyed to our park guests who've asked, the Submarine Quest ride at Ocean Explorer is currently undergoing maintenance. As soon as there is additional information, we will communicate that to you and our guests." Theme park consultant Dennis Spiegel believed that the maintenance issues were not so severe that the ride needed to be shut down, but rather the public's response to the ride was so overwhelmingly negative that it was best to keep it closed. Despite the open-ended response on the ride's status, SeaWorld removed all mention of the ride from the park's website. The attraction's name was soon removed from the park's maps as well, with the illustration being modified to remove the ride cars. On
This
May 10th,
ride was such a
2018, Electric
massive
Eel debuted at
disappointment.
SeaWorld
They
San
tried to
Diego,
cover
billed as
up
an
that it
addition to
ever
the Ocean Explorer
existed.
area, despite being fairly disconnected from it geographically. The short coaster was received well, and it effectively distracted guests from Submarine Quest's continued closure. In the summer of 2018, leftover Submarine Quest toys could be found at SeaWorld Orlando and Busch Gardens Tampa, despite the ride remaining closed and also being on the other side of the country. On July 2nd, 2018, Legoland California, a theme park just 30 miles north of SeaWorld San Diego, debuted their own submarine ride, named Lego City Deep Sea Adventure. The attraction actually placed guests under the water to view real sea creatures, which
See,
also
now
featured more
that's a
story and
ride.
more show scenes.
That's a
With longer
kick-ass ride.
time and an actual feeling of discovery and exploration, Lego Submarine Ride was everything the guests wanted and expected from Submarine Quest, and
Get
audiences were quick
dunked
to
on,
notice the
SeaWorld.
juxtaposition.
Lego.
In October of 2018,
Legoland made an
16
actual
months after its
submarine
opening
ride.
And 10 months after its closure, the sign for Submarine Quest was taken down. The ride sat dormant for over a year while the rest of Ocean Explorer continued to operate. On March 16, 2020, SeaWorld announced the closure of all
Legoland
its
was
theme
really
parks
like,
due to
hey,
the
what if we
COVID-19
did your
pandemic.
really cool
SeaWorld
concept,
San Diego was the
but
last of the
better?
SeaWorld parks to reopen, not opening its gates until April 12, 2021. When it did, it was revealed that work walls had been constructed around Submarine Quest. One guest noted that about
Hello.
20% of the ride track has been removed, including the building for the ride's only dark ride portion, confirming that Submarine Quest is now officially defunct. Submarine Quest is a perplexing story. Most tales of ride failures have an obvious contributing factor. such as a budget cut, a mechanical flaw, a rush to market, or a world-shattering news event that suddenly makes the initial concept taboo halfway through development. However, Submarine Quest did not have an obvious hurdle. While budget, time constraints, and mechanics certainly could have contributed to the attraction's failure, based on available information, it seems just as likely that it was simply a bad idea with bad execution. The design team clearly put a lot of energy and thought into the attraction, but in all of the wrong areas, and the heavy marketing efforts and enthusiasm from SeaWorld staff could not distract from the ride's glaring and overwhelming creative failures. Submarine Quest is not only a result of the precarious position SeaWorld was in at the time of its construction, it's also a perfect representation of it. Submarine Quest, like SeaWorld, had a huge identity problem. It did not know what it should be, and it certainly did not know what audiences wanted from it. As SeaWorld continues to rebrand and evolve, the company can only hope that their parks as a whole meet a different fate than that of Submarine Quest.
It's the greatest dark ride in the world.
Oh my god, SeaWorld. You really are just the worst, aren't you?
Amusement and theme park rides are often divisive. What is beloved by one fan might be despised by another. There are endless debates on whether any given ride is good or bad, thrilling or uncomfortable, fun or boring. But every now and then, the stars align and a majority opinion emerges, and fans, critics, and casual guests alike all come together in their shared love or hatred of an attraction. And in Six Flags' case, there is no coaster in recent history that has been so widely rebuked as Magic Mountain's Green Lantern First Flight.
I remember 2011. Is that the date they said? I don't remember. Has anyone else seen the new Doctor Strange yet?
Opened its gates. The park,
the new Doctor
located
Strange
in
is
Valencia,
really good.
a neighborhood of Santa
If
Clarita,
you care about
California,
like the Marvel Cinematic Universe,
of those, 3
you
were
should see
created
the
by
new
Intamin,
Doctor
a
Strange.
Swiss-based ride designer and manufacturer that had opened just a few years prior. Another designer and manufacturer, the California-based Aero Development, famous for its contributions to Disneyland, would provide 4 rides to Magic Mountain, including the park's signature coaster, Gold Rusher. This, combined with the Bradley & Kay Little Dipper Kiddie Coaster, meant that the park would only operate 2 coasters in its first year. But this would soon change. Over
you
the
almost
next
went on
3
a ride,
decades,
your friend didn't
the park
want to?
would gain an additional 15 coasters, lose 3 of them, for a grand
oh,
total
that's
of 13 by
right.
2000. This put Magic Mountain, which
Because,
had since been bought by Six
yeah.
Flags and renamed to Six Flags
That
Magic
sucks.
Mountain,
I'm sorry,
in
Beamer.
striking distance of Cedar Point. Amusement parks thrive on records. It is almost a requirement for parks to have at least one ride that can boast being the tallest, fastest, longest, or first of its type. But the record for the most coasters in a single park is an especially coveted title. Six Flags Magic Mountain announced in late 2000 their intention to add 2 additional coasters, bringing Magic Mountain's total to 15 and beating out Cedar Point by 1. One of the rides would be a record-breaking Vekoma boomerang named Deja Vu, and the other would be a coaster unlike anything on Earth.
What should I write on
Aero,
the book?
which had become Aero Hus and then Aerodynamics, now had 3 coasters operating at Six Flags Magic Mountain, and they were partnering with the park to
What
create
should
a
the title of
one-of-a-kind
this
coaster,
book
using a
Leg
design
is reading
patented
going
in
to
the
be?
mid-90s by John F. Mayers,
Leg,
an attorney
what,
that apparently
what
just
book do
patents
you want to
coaster
be
designs
reading?
in his free time. Aero and Six Flags Magic Mountain set out to build the first ever 4th dimension roller coaster. A 4th dimension coaster is characterized by the addition of a horizontal axis, in which the cars can turn and spin guests perpendicular to the track. This
Oh,
can
the
create additional
Necronomicon?
inversions, or even keep
Oh,
guests
oh,
upright
no,
as
no,
the
no,
vehicle
I know.
inverts. Aero's coaster,
I know what it should
designed
be.
by engineer Alan Schilke, used 4 rails rather than the standard 2. 2 rails would keep the train
I
on the
know
tracks,
what the book
and the other
title is
2 would
gonna
use a
be
rack
that
and
Leg's
pinion gear to
reading.
control the spin of the seats. So while the coaster would appear to spin freely, the rotation would be controlled and the same for every guest as the train made its way along the track. The coaster was an innovative concept from Aero, who had lost significant ground in the industry since their heyday decades prior. The coaster, titled simply X or sometimes Xtreme, was planned to open in the summer of 2000, but this would not be the case. Design issues and miscalculated construction costs would delay the build months, with previews taking place in December and the ride finally opening on January 12, 2002. The ride would put Six Flags Magic Mountain at 15 coasters, one more than Cedar Point, awarding Magic Mountain the coveted title. However, the ride's debut was not the celebration that it should have been for Arrow or Magic Mountain. Arrow lost millions on the coaster. The unique design was supposed to put them back on the map, but it instead forced them into bankruptcy. On top of this, Six Flags' frustration over the delays and mechanical issues led them to sue Arrow, which was the final nail in the coffin for the company. Meanwhile, Magic Mountain was doing their best to keep the attraction operating through constant mechanical issues, which caused delays in opening every day and multiple downtimes. The dispatch rate of the unique design was slow as well, and wait times could be as long as 5 hours. The reception of the ride itself was generally positive, ignoring these inconveniences, but it was clear that the ride was not functioning correctly. In early June of 2002, after only 6 months of operation, Magic Mountain closed X for repairs. In the meantime, Cedar Point was able to win back the title of most coasters operating in a single park, with their addition of Wicked Twister. This would be brief, as X would be up and running again in August, resulting in a tie between the two parks. Arrow and its assets would be sold to the Utah-based manufacturer S&S, which created S&S Arrow to continue the company's legacy. However, S&S seemed to be only interested in the fourth dimension coaster, and using X's design, S&S Arrow would build the world's second fourth dimension coaster, named Ejinika, at Fujiku Highland in Japan. This coaster had a few design differences that fixed many of the issues of X, which was still struggling at Magic Mountain. After years of issues, delays, downtimes, and even periods of closure for maintenance, Six Flags bit the bullet and revamped the ride. In December of 2007, X closed for renovations, opening back up on May 24, 2008 as X2 or X Squared. A new color scheme, new effects, new trains, and critically, a new loading system was implemented. X2 operated more efficiently and was better received by guests. Despite all of the issues with the initial fourth dimension coaster, the promise of the concept did not go unnoticed. Rival manufacturer Intamin began designing their own fourth dimension coaster in the mid-2000s, debuting their version, named the Intamin Zackspin, in 2007. 2 Zackspins were created, Kirnu at Linnanmäki in Finland, and Inferno at Terra Mítica in Spain. Despite being fourth dimension coasters, giving riders the ability to flip on a horizontal axis, there were significant differences between Intamin and Arrow's design.
We were all
First,
reading this
the
book.
Zackspin's track is laid out vertically, resulting in a very small footprint and compact design. Second, while X2 had 7 cars to a train, with 2 guests on either side of a car, and all 28 guests facing the same direction, the Zackspin had a single vehicle, with 4 guests on either side, 2 facing one way and 2 facing the other.
In the
This
context
resulted
of
in
the
difference number 3.
Scooby-Doo
The axis
opening,
of the
we were
rotation
all
was not
reading this
centered to the
book until the
riders.
camera
Rather, it was centered to
appeared.
the car. And finally, and most importantly, the Zackspin models were free spinning. While Arrow's design predetermined
Welcome back,
rotations,
Bima.
Intamin's varied depending on weight distribution. The first 2 Zackspins were rather short in length. In 2009, a slightly larger Zackspin in Grönalund in Sweden, named Insane, would debut. 2 years after that, Intamin would create a 4th Zackspin, identical in layout to Insane. This would be the first Zackspin to debut in North America, and it will be located at none other than Six Flags Magic Mountain. On October 20th, 2010, Six Flags Magic Mountain announced the addition of 2 new coasters, a relocated kiddie coaster from Six Flags New Orleans, and a new Zackspin themed to the Green Lantern titled Green Lantern First Flight. Six Flags, which used to be owned by Time Warner until 1998, still had a close relationship with the Warner Brothers movie studio, holding the long-term licensing rights to many of their classic characters and DC Comics heroes. The new ride would take this synergy one step further, as the new Zackspin was set to debut at the same time of the Green Lantern film starring Ryan Reynolds, which was scheduled to open June 15, 2011. This was somewhat appropriate, as both would be received similarly. Green Lantern First Flight would be located in the westernmost section of the park, which at the time was named the Gotham City Backlot. It would be renamed to DC Universe to accommodate Green Lantern's addition. The ride would take over a small section of land that at the time held trees, lunch tables, and a Gotham City statue. Construction began in early 2011 and continued into the early summer. However, the ride would miss its opening date, being delayed 2 weeks past the movie's premiere. Testing began in June, and there were a few kinks to work out. In reality, this was probably just caused by someone not tightening the lid on the water test dummies. But never ignore an omen. The ride had the same specs as Insane, It was 107 feet tall and reached speeds of 35 miles an hour. It was celebrated as the first ever completely vertical patterned zigzag roller coaster featuring 360-degree spinning seats in North America. What took them so long? Most importantly, for marketing, it was a record-breaking coaster, technically. The coaster itself broke no records. As aforementioned, it was a clone of Insane. However, the existence of the coaster broke arguably the most important record, which is, of course, the most coasters in a park. Green Lantern First Flight would be the park's 18th coaster, beating Cedar Point's 17.
Now with the most coasters on the planet, go big. Go Six Flags Magic Mountain.
This was just in time for Magic Mountain's 40th anniversary, and the park touted that they now had the most comprehensive collection of thrilling coasters anywhere in the world. A media event was held for the ride on June 30th, 2011. The grand opening ceremony was star-studded. Aquaman was there, Wonder Woman was there, and of course the Green Lantern himself was there, in brightest day, in blackest night, in spandex that hide nothing from sight.
Perfect.
The following day, the ride was open to the public. Guests would approach the ride, viewing the coaster, a large Green Lantern power battery, and a large Green Lantern illustration. They would pass under a sign for Ferris Aircraft, where courage takes flight, the fictional aircraft company where Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern himself, was a test pilot. They would pass by a model of a plane and more information on Ferris Aircraft. As guests entered the Q building, they would be met with Ab and Sur's wrecked starship. The next room would feature a Green Lantern power battery and a pre-show video of animated Green Lantern illustrations. Next, they would be greeted by a sign featuring the Green Lantern Oath. The line would then be split so that guests could board on both sides of the track. Guests would be seated 8 to a vehicle, 4 in each car, with 2 passengers facing forward and the other 2 facing back. The ride began and the spin was unlocked, giving riders their first preview of what was to come. They would lock in position as guests began their ascent, resulting in guests climbing the lift hill at a number of angles depending on weight distribution. Guests would then brave the 107-foot or 33-meter lift hill before beginning their zigzag descent along the 828-foot or 252-meter track. The most intense section was the final element, which whipped guests up and over a steep curve before locking the cars upright and returning guests to the boarding area. Guests would exit the ride on the backside of the Q building. The entire experience was about 60 seconds. Reviews of Green Lantern First Flight were generally positive out of the gate, and fans and critics praised the coaster as an intense and thrilling addition to Magic Mountain, compacting some of the unique experiences of X2 into a small
Meg's
footprint.
favorite book.
Some critics were underwhelmed, calling it a glorified flat ride, but overall, reviews were good. The ride had a maximum capacity
Professional
of around 800
Canyons
people an hour.
Eater
The Magic
reporting
Mountain
in for
almost
lurk
always ran
duty.
the attraction
Enjoy
with
the
fewer
lurk.
than the maximum amount of vehicles, resulting in the capacity being closer to 500 an hour. Guest demand for the small coaster was not as overwhelming as the larger attractions, but it seemed that Green Lantern First Flight was a solid, thrilling addition to Magic Mountain. However, guests' opinions were about to do a 180. As it turns out, Zack spins are much more about the spin than the Zack. It was reported that the maximum amount of 360-degree rotations the free-spinning cars on Green Lantern First Flight could accomplish was 3, with the minimum being 0. But many reported in the early months accomplishing 4, 5, or even 6 spins. The amount of rotations depended on the weight distribution of the car, and reportedly, how much the cars were allowed to spin. The latter rumor purported that there was a friction mechanism that the park or ride operators could control, so while the cars would still be free spinning and capable of 360-degree rotations, the amount of force necessary to make a full rotation could be much greater depending on this setting. But this has not been confirmed. Weight distribution, on the other hand, definitely plays a huge role. Supposedly, ride operators in European parks where the other 3 Zaxspin coasters resided make an effort to maximize the number of rotations by purposefully picking heavier riders and pairing them with lighter ones.
We'll worry about like more details after
resulting in
actually
varying
draw
ride experiences.
another-
Fewer
another
rotations leading to a
frame.
less thrilling ride was not even the real problem. The biggest issue was the experience that fewer rotations could cause. Not only is going upside down fun, but on the Zaxspin's intense zigzag descent, it is often necessary to avoid whiplash. Cars that are inverting with the curves of the track have the force of each sharp turn distributed more comfortably. But if the car remains upright the whole time, riders are violently pushed, pulled, raised, and dropped, banging around in their restraints, defeating the enjoyment and purpose of the ride. Plus, as previously mentioned, Zack spins placed guests off the horizontal axis in which they spin, exacerbating the whiplash effect, as each guest is essentially catching up with the movement of the ride. The restraints were also less than comfortable, with many guests complaining of pain in the shoulders and, in some cases, hits below the belt. To put it delicately, it was a pelvic nightmare. This tainted the ride for many guests, but the complaints were minimal during the ride's opening months. It wasn't until early 2012 that the ride would develop its reputation among coaster fans and regular guests as one of, if not the worst Six Flags coaster in operation. Through late 2011 and early 2012, the ride experienced a few breakdowns, leaving riders either facing the sky or upside down for an extended period of time. This was either a prevalent issue or something Six Flags wanted to avoid entirely, as an adjustment was made to the ride's design to prevent this from happening. The vehicles, which prominently displayed fins that appeared in the formation of a throwing star, were given additional metal, filling in the gaps, resulting in a solid structure. Reportedly, this weighed the vehicles down and significantly reduced the amount of possible rotations. And after this change, riders reported a much worse and much more painful experience. Some called the ride neutered, fitting considering that others began reporting that this is what the ride did to them. This is not merely to engage in the immature humor of the classic low blow. The only ball busting going on here was that of the ride. The reports of crotch botches plagued the ride's reputation. The ride was advertised as an attraction capable of, quote, squeezing a lifetime of action into 90 seconds. But many riders claimed after the change that it only squeezed one's ability to make a life out of them in 90 seconds. The ride's bad reputation would only grow throughout the years, and a palpable hatred was brewed.
It made people infertile because it was
in July of
squeezing their
2014,
balls
Green
too
Lantern
hard.
First Flight and all of the Intamin Zack spins were closed out of caution after an 18-year-old man died after falling out of the Inferno Zack spin in Spain. It was
See,
soon
that's why I
revealed
don't
that the park
fucking
had modified
ride
its
in
design
roller
to
coasters with
not
weird.
Intamin, and the other Zack
What?
spins were
Oh,
reopened.
we're watching
The
to
following year, a
Funkland.
new fourth dimension free spinning coaster
That's why I
would
don't
open at
fucking
Six
ride
Flags
roller
Fiesta,
coasters
Texas,
with
named Batman
like
the Ride,
weird
but this would not be developed
harnesses
by Intamin, rather
and shit.
SNS Aero,
You're
which
gonna
had since
fall
been
out of
acquired
those
by
things.
Sansei Technologies. The company had built one
Send
additional
you
fourth
updated
dimensional
ref-
coaster in X2 style at China Dinosaurs Park, named Dinoconda. But this would be the last of its kind
Dinoconda,
that
that's
SNS
my
Sansei
favorite
would
sci-fi
develop.
original
Batman
movie.
the Ride was similar to a Zack spin, but different in a few key ways that solved many of the problems that Intamin's design had. First, riders were separated into cars of 2 rather than 4, and the axis was centered on the seats, more specifically the riders' stomachs, resulting in a more comfortable experience and a somersaulting effect. Second, the cars use a magnet and fin mechanism that allowed for forced spins in key areas, while allowing free spinning during the rest of the ride. This concept,
Ooh, look
again
at my
designed by
friend
Alan
Meg.
Schilke, was a huge success, and a total of
Very
9
cool.
SNS free spins had been installed throughout the world. To compete, Intamin announced a new generation of their free spin model that shared more than a few similarities to SNS's version, although so far, none have been installed. As fourth dimension coasters spread throughout the world, Green Lantern First Flight continued to disappoint. The amount of negative reviews for the attraction cannot be overstated. It was truly despised by many, while there was a minority of people that enjoyed the attraction and thought everyone else was not tough enough for it. Many more Magic Mountain visitors actively avoided the ride. And then suddenly, in July of 2017, Magic Mountain closed the coaster, giving no explanation as to why. Rumors circulated that a woman had hurt her back on the ride and was suing the park, but nothing official ever surfaced. In early 2018, trim brakes were installed, leading many to believe that the ride was just
What does
being modified
rasterize
for
even
reopening.
mean? Nobody
However,
knows.
this was not the case. The ride remained closed for the rest of the year. In early 2019, Magic Mountain guests noticed that the ride was being tested. However, this time the rumor was not that the ride would reopen. Rather, the coaster was being tested before it was to be sold or moved. This most likely was the case, as it was soon revealed that La Ronde, a Six Flags park in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, was to receive the ride, which would be renamed Vipère. Six Flags Magic Mountain's official reasoning for removing the coaster was to make way for new development. No progress has begun on the area, and the queue still remains intact. The coaster was dismantled in late 2019 and transported to La Ronde, where it was to open in 2020, but the COVID-19 outbreak has indefinitely delayed the ride's opening. Green Lantern First Flight's replacement was rumored to be an
Booster
RMC
John, a
Raptor
really bad
single
roller
rail
coaster in Vegas?
Plans were filed with LA County, but the park's closure, also due to COVID-19, will postpone and potentially cancel these plans. Luckily, the removal of Green Lantern First Flight would not affect Six Flags Magic Mountain's title of the most coasters in a single park. More
Oh,
coasters
thank
have been added
goodness.
since Green Lantern First Flight's debut, and Magic Mountain now has a 2-coaster lead over Cedar Point, with Magic Mountain at 19 and Cedar Point at 17. Although many fans would argue quality over quantity. Green Lantern First Flight was about as
yeah,
universally
definitely.
hated as a coaster could get. It
I
was
don't
not
really
without
like
its fans, but the majority
roller
of guests seemed
coasters
to agree
anyway.
that it was not worth the whiplash. Most disappointingly, the ride
But
was
yeah,
received well
if-
before
if
the
you're gonna make a
modifications.
roller coaster,
It is
make a good
possible
one,
that the coaster could have
instead
lived
of just
on
like
with
a
a
bunch
much
of shitty
different
ones.
reputation if Six Flags had not made the change. It is not often that the removal of a ride of any kind is cheered, but if there's a silver lining to be had, unsuspecting guests will no longer be subjected to the pain and whiplash caused by Green Lantern, so long as they don't watch the movie.
I personally like Mega Shark versus Crocosaurus. Yeah, me too. That's a great movie. I fucking love sci-fi originals.
My dino kinda don't want no.
That's enough.
Unless you got buns, hun. Aw. Not a full song.
How much do you know about lines? A line, or a queue, is an organized group of people, or in this case dots, waiting their turn for some thing. The amount of time it takes to get from the start of the queue to the end of the queue is the wait time. In its simplest form, the wait time is affected by two factors: the service rate and the arrival rate. The service rate is the rate at which people get pulled from the queue to do the thing. The arrival rate is the rate at which people arrive to the queue. Speed up the service, and the wait time decreases. Increase the arrival rate, and the wait time increases. At its core, this is all a line is. How fast do people get in line, and how fast do they get out? But in any real-world scenario, queues become anything but simple, and there's no better showcase of this complexity than the
Maguire
Disney
design
parks.
gotta be so
Disney is world famous not
so
only for their wait
cool,
times, but for the
but
bold
also
strategies
so
that they have
complicated.
implemented to cut them down. To truly
I'm a
understand this topic,
baby.
it is not enough to simply learn the history. We must deep dive into the technicalities and psychology of queuing and fully examine the many ways that Disney has tried to tackle the issue of lines. And unfortunately, there is no fast pass for this explanation. So without further wait, let's take an excruciatingly deep dive into everybody's least favorite aspect of theme parks. On October 1st, 1971, Walt Disney World opened to the public, with 2 resort hotels and 1 theme park, the Magic Kingdom. Within the first year of opening, Walt Disney World began to experience the problem that had long plagued Disneyland Park in Anaheim: long waits for attractions. 2 of the most dreaded waits were for the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea ride and the Country Bear Jamboree show. The wait for 20,000 Leagues consistently sat at 1 hour, and the wait for the Country Bear Jamboree could go over an hour on busier days. This might be surprising to you if you visited the parks recently. Today, the Country Bear Jamboree almost never fills its theater, and 20,000 Leagues no longer exists. However, when Magic Kingdom opened, these 2 attractions had some of the longest waits in the park. This can be explained by looking at the arrival rate and service rate of these attractions. The service rate for theme park attractions is generally measured in hourly capacity, or how many guests can board an attraction within 1 hour. 20,000 Leagues was a low-capacity attraction, only able to accommodate around 1,200 guests per hour. Compare this to the Haunted Mansion, which can accommodate around 2,800 guests per hour. This difference was due to their ride systems. The Haunted Mansion is a continuously operating Omnimover system, while 20,000 Leagues could only seat 40 guests in each submarine and could only operate up to 9 submarines at a time. So in a 12-hour day at the park, over 33,000 guests could ride the Haunted Mansion, while only around 14,000 guests could ride 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Looking at this difference another way, if 1,000 guests were in line for both attractions, the wait time for the Haunted Mansion would be 35 minutes, while the wait time for 20,000 Leagues would be 1 hour and 20 minutes. The Country Bear Jamboree had an even lower capacity than 20,000 Leagues, but its issue was less in its service rate and more in its arrival rate. While the capacity of a ride is determined by design and operation, the arrival rate is mainly determined by guest demand. This demand can be influenced by such factors as the quality of the ride and the marketing done for the attraction. The demand and capacity relationship is somewhat similar to the relationship between the supply and demand of a product, except rather than determining price and quantity, demand and capacity determine wait times and number of riders. Today, once a guest has entered a Disney theme park, they are able to ride any attraction they choose, but there are only so many operating hours each day, so time becomes a currency that they must spend. For instance, a guest might want to ride the Jungle Cruise if the wait were 30 minutes, but that same guest might not want to ride the attraction if the wait was 1 hour. In queuing, this is called balking, when someone decides not to wait in a queue due to its length. This can reduce wait times by turning people away that were not determined to experience the attraction. The situation becomes even more complicated when guests are spending both their time and money to ride rides. When it opened, Walt Disney World utilized a ticket book system, in which guests needed to purchase tickets both to enter the park and to
says,
ride
"Damn,
the
I want to
majority of
ride the
park's
indie ride
attractions,
again if I
with each
ever go
attraction
back to
distinguished with a letter
Disneyland."
A through E, with E
Oh,
being
yeah.
the most
Oh,
thrilling
the
and popular
Indiana Jones
attractions.
ride? Yeah.
This was
It's
the
a fun
same
one.
system used at Disneyland, and it became so well known that the term e-ticket became a common phrase to refer to something as premium or exciting. By charging guests more to ride the popular attractions, Disneyland was able to curb demand for these rides. However, at Walt Disney World, this system often had the opposite effect. When the resort opened, guests knew little about the park's unique attractions, but they already understood the A through E ticket system. So when visitors made their decisions, they often looked at how Disney ranked and priced their own attractions. The Country Bear Jamboree, a musical show with animatronic characters unknown to guests, was listed as an E-ticket, while the Mickey Mouse Revue, a musical show with animatronic characters well known to guests, was listed as a D-ticket. This led many guests to assume that the Country Bear Jamboree was the better show, resulting in a false demand, leading to longer lines. This false demand was recognized by a Disney employee named Bruce Laval. Laval graduated from the University of Florida with an MBA specializing in operations research.
Shaggy is going to be our friend Project Boofteen
as an industrial engineer. Industrial engineers are specialized in studying and optimizing complex systems and processes.
Can I get a shout out for
a
Boof,
field that Disney was increasingly relying on as their theme parks became more complex and brought in more people. Laval was among the first industrial engineers to
break
utilize
right
computer
now.
simulations to optimize systems.
But they're very
Impressive,
good
considering
friends.
at the time,
And I hope they come
computers
back to
looked like
streaming.
This right here is my
Within the
favorite
first few
thing
years he
ever.
worked for the
In the
company,
history of
Laval
forever.
noticed the false
I think
demand
about this
being
every day.
created by the
I think about this
ticket
all night
system
long.
and
I
argued
stay
for its
awake,
removal. The
not
idea
sleeping,
made it
because I'm
almost to
thinking
the
about
testing
this.
phase for Magic
Yeah,
Kingdom,
that's
when
our
top
friend
Disney
Project
executives,
Boofteen.
resistant to change, learned of
They're
the plan
they're
and
gonna
shut
be
it down.
Shaggy.
However, it was soon decided that Disney's third theme park,
Barry
would
the
not
Bugbear
use
is
the
going to
A3
be
ticket system,
Scooby.
so the decision was made to discontinue the system at both Disneyland and Walt Disney World as well. After the switch, Laval's theory was proven. Wait times at e-tickets went down, and more guests visited the underutilized attractions. Long lines were by no means eliminated from the guest experience after the A through E ticket system was discontinued. In fact, lines were the #1 guest complaint at all 3 Disney parks. This is why when Disney opened its first international park, Tokyo Disneyland, in 1983, many within the company were surprised at the patience and endurance of Japanese tourists to withstand long lines, especially when compared to Americans. This is because different cultures have different reactions to queuing, with Americans tending to be some of the most impatient, right up there with the French, which
What a
Disney would learn soon
surprise.
enough. Also, people's reactions to queues changed
Why should I have to
significantly
wait
over
for this
time,
ride?
and the
I'm
Disney
American.
parks have played a major role in this evolution. The most common type of queue at Disney is called the switchback queue, in which guests snake back and forth in a zigzag motion. This was pioneered by Disney's Imagineers at the 1964 New York World's Fair. The lines for Disney's attractions at the fair were long and out of control, so Disney developed the switchback concept, which organized and condensed the line. Reportedly, Walt Disney himself also felt the concept had a psychological benefit. Because guests were moving back and forth, they were face to face with other guests, allowing them to interact with strangers back when people were into that sort of thing. Switchback queues were soon implemented
Interacting
throughout
with
Disneyland, then at Walt
strangers.
Disney World, Epcot Center, and eventually everywhere. But since queuing is always evolving, by the mid-1980s, distaste for the switchback queue had grown. People were no longer tricked by its condensed nature, and the endless zigzagging soon became grating. To combat this, Disney went back to the drawing board, coming up with a simple 3-tiered strategy to improve guest time in line. Number 1, keep waits to a maximum of 15 minutes. Number 2, if a guest must wait more than 15 minutes, give them entertainment, such as immersive queues and pre-show videos. Number 3, hide the queue from view, sectioning off different parts of the queue so the guests can't see how long the line really is until they've already waited in it. This strategy really came down to one basic principle. If you remove the guest's ability to visualize the wait itself will feel shorter. In 1987, Bruce Lavelle was named the director of the studio tour for the soon-to-open Disney MGM Studios. The new theme park was designed to focus primarily on the tour of the new film and television production facilities being constructed alongside the park.
I hated it when a stranger would start talking to us, and I'm like, yeah, me too. I don't want to talk to you. I don't know you.
What it did have
Get
was
the
an
hell outta
excess
here.
of people.
Why are you talking
Crowds
to me?
flocked to Disney MGM to find long lines and little to do. The issue was widely reported on,
You
and when
stink.
asked about the crowds, Lavelle said, quote, "You could have the greatest show in the world, but if you have a 3-hour wait out there, people are going to leave the park dissatisfied." Immediately after the article was published, the Orlando Sentinel received a call from a man named Michael Eisner, who was the CEO of Disney at the time. Eisner assured the public, as well as the Disney employees quoted in Sunday's paper, that the park would be expanded with more attractions, stating,
And
quote,
hey,
"We do
2
not want the
thumbs
line
way,
that
way
long.
up.
We are trying to rectify that as soon as we can." In 1995, Lavelle was promoted to executive
Stacy
vice president
Fluff
of
Canine
operations,
Warrior,
now
thank you
assuming
so much for
responsibility all
following.
park and
Welcome to
resort
the
operations
Hounds.
at
How
the
you
Disney
doing
parks.
today?
Lavelle had held many different positions at the company, but his industrial engineering background had stayed with him, and the mounting issues with wait times led Lavelle and his team to develop something big. In the mid-1990s, Lavelle and his team began experimenting with the idea of transitioning certain attractions at the Disney parks to a reservation-only system. The idea was to give guests a reservation time for an attraction, so that they would not have to wait in line. Similar to a restaurant, guests would simply arrive at the attraction for their reservation and would be seated immediately. While the idea would eliminate waits for guests at the park's most popular attractions, there were obvious issues with the concept. First, it was nearly impossible to ensure that park guests arrived for their reservations on time. Often they would be doing something else around the park. When a guest would miss their reservation time, this would leave empty seats on the ride, therefore reducing the total capacity of the attraction. Second, if the attraction experienced downtime for any reason, then the guests holding reservations during this downtime would no longer be able to ride, as reservations for the rest of the day would already be filled. Or, if they were allowed on, the ride would now have a line of people for the rest of the day, defeating the point of the system. The idea was abandoned for these reasons, and it seemed that reservation-based attractions was a dead concept. This was until Lavelle had an epiphany, not while at work, but while on vacation. In 1997, Lavelle went on a skiing vacation in Colorado. While on the slopes, he observed the queue to get on the ski lift. Each lift chair held 4 people, and the queue was split into 2 lines, a regular line and a single rider line. Lavelle viewed how the single riders were squeezed into the empty seats on the ski lift when a party did not fill an entire chair. He realized that this was the compromise to the reservation-based system. Rather than a regular line and a single rider line, Lavelle could have a reservation-based system and a standby line. Whenever a guest would be late for the reservation, operators could take someone from the standby line so that the attraction would never lose capacity because of the ebbs and flows in guest behavior. Plus, if the attraction did experience downtime, then the ratio of reservation-based guests to standby riders could simply be adjusted to favor those that had reservations during the downtime. Despite the idea coming from the initial reservation-based concept, what Lavelle was proposing was closer to a virtual queue. A virtual queue functions similarly to a normal queue, just without the physical line. A common example of a virtual queue can be found in many quick-service restaurants, in which guests take a number and wait for their number to be called. Unlike reservations, this still retains the first-come, first-served nature of a physical line, but it removes the ability to visualize the wait, therefore increasing the quality of it. After returning from vacation, Lavelle pitched the concept to other executives, but he was met with skepticism. Believing in the idea, Lavelle proposed that he test the concept to prove that it could work. Using the newly opened Animal Kingdom due to its limited amount of attractions, testing began with a select group of guests who were given paper diaries to keep track of their day, including how long they waited in line. The test subjects were split into 2 groups, a control group and a group that would use the virtual queue system. The control group simply logged their day at the park, while the other group were told to approach cast members at attraction entrances, who would hand them a ticket with a return time on it. This return time was equal to the time that it would have taken guests to wait in line for the ride. The test subjects were then encouraged to explore the park and return at the time listed on the ticket, where they would then be allowed to skip the line. The test was a huge success. The virtual queue subjects were able to experience 25% more rides than the control group, and their wait times were reduced by 50%. The virtual queue subjects left the park much more satisfied and far more likely to return than the control group. If this was not convincing enough for executives, the tests also showed that those using the virtual queue system spent more of their time at gift shops and dining locations, resulting in more spending when compared to the control group. Executives approved the concept for further testing, which continued throughout early 1999, both at Disneyland and Walt Disney World. That summer, testing focused on Space Mountain at the Magic Kingdom, which often had the park's longest wait. In these early tests, cast members were physically writing return times on cards and giving them to guests, while using handheld clicker counters to keep track of how many were handed out and how many guests returned. The tests were often haphazard and chaotic, but they were successful enough to prove that not only the system could work, but it would make guests happier and more likely to spend money. Many within the company, including Laval, felt that the system should be free and available to all visitors so as not to create different classes of park guests, citing Walt Disney himself, who was known to wait in the park's lines with his guests. With the test labeled a success, executives approved the permanent installation of the new virtual queue system, officially titled
the Fast Pass.
Hey! Did you know that you don't have to wait in line to ride some of your favorite attractions?
Lunch.
Just look for the signs of selected attractions and
I knew they had cloning technology.
You'll get a complimentary Fast Pass with a return ride time stamped right on it.
Guests who entered a Walt Disney World park in late 1999 were met with a brand new system, Fast Pass. On the surface, the system was simple. Guests would approach an attraction, where they would be able to view the posted standby wait time. If this was manageable, they could join the standby queue right away. However, if the wait was too long, they could instead choose to receive a Fast Pass at the kiosks placed outside of the attractions. Guests inserted their park admission ticket into the kiosk to receive their Fast Pass with a 1-hour return window listed on it. They could then enjoy the rest of the park, and once their return window arrived, they would hand their ticket to an attendant and enter the Fast Pass queue, boarding the attraction with a minimal wait. Each guest could only hold one Fast Pass at a time, and they could not receive another until their return window had arrived. Behind the scenes, the system was far more complex. Each attraction's Fast Pass data would be stored on a local computer housed in each attraction, controlling the standby wait time display, keeping track of how many Fast Passes have been handed out, and determining the return times being printed on each Fast Pass. The computer was connected to a server so all wait times could be monitored throughout the park, and so that the system would know when a guest had already been given a Fast Pass to prevent them from obtaining another. The system also allowed ride operators to tell the computer when an attraction was experiencing downtime, and in response, the kiosk would slow down or cease dispersing Fast Passes until the attraction was operating again. Some cast members reported this feature not working properly or not implemented on some rides, resulting in ride operators having to go to the Fast Pass kiosk, manually disperse a stack of paper Fast Passes so that return times were pushed back, and then immediately throw those Fast Passes in the trash. When news broke on Fast Pass in the summer of 1999, Laval said, quote, "We are going to use it on 3, 4, or 5 attractions that historically have the longest lines at each park." By the end of the year, 13 attractions at Walt Disney World utilized Fast Pass, 5 at Magic Kingdom, 2 at Epcot, 5 at Disney MGM, and 3 at Animal Kingdom. In early 2000, Fast Pass was implemented in Disneyland on 3 attractions, Space Mountain, Splash Mountain, and Roger Rabbit's Cartoon Spin, with plans to expand the program.
One way to keep it moving is called Disney's Fast Pass. Mi un favorito. Check this out. You roll up to the Fast Pass.
Oh my god, this commercial is so
Kickstart the
90s.
ride time. Then you just come back to the ride at that time.
Or
Giddy
80s.
up. Pretty sweet little invention. Let's hit it.
It's pretty sweet,
Fast Pass
bro.
was a huge learning curve for guests.
Yo,
Despite
bro,
heavy marketing,
you gotta try
many
out
guests
this new
did not
Fast
know about
Pass.
the program, and even fewer understood it.
It's pretty
In the
sweet,
early days,
bro.
it was referred to as Disney's best-kept secret, and many guests waiting in standby lines were visibly and vocally frustrated to see priority being given to those that had Fast Passes, believing that they were being skipped or cut in line, which in a way, they were. Some people believe that FastPass was simply holding their place in the attraction's line, which is not the case. The FastPass kiosk and ticket system was a virtual queue, so there was a first-come, first-served system built into the program, but that just determined guest return windows. Once guests redeemed their pass, that queue was over, and they were admitted to a new preferred queue that shared the service rate of the attraction with the standby line. The arrival of FastPass guests did affect the rate at which guests moved through the standby queue. There were a few exceptions to this, such as with Space Mountain at the Magic Kingdom, which has 2 separate tracks. So, if operated as such, one track could be standby only, and the other could be FastPass only. If this is the case, then FastPass guests are not skipping or cutting the standby line, they essentially just have their own attraction, as there are 2 separate service rates, and the arrival of FastPass guests have no impact on the standby line. The main issues with implementing FastPass beyond the learning curve for guests was perfecting the technology for the kiosks and finding space in each attraction for 2 lines. Luckily, many attractions already had 2 lines, and guests were given the choice of either the left line or the right line when they entered. A common advice from vacation planners was to always go left, because the majority of people are right-handed and thus tended to go right, a phenomenon found outside of Disney's parks and studied by queuing experts for some time. Some attractions already had a split point, but not until later on in their queue. For instance, Space Mountain at Walt Disney World had a wide single-line hallway up to the ramp leading to the main show building. Here, a railing was added and all guests had to go to the right side, so that cast members could walk on the left. This made installing FastPass fairly simple, because Disney only needed to extend the railing to the beginning of the queue and build a staircase to the entrance so the left side and the right side remained split the entire time. Reviews from those guests that used FastPass were overwhelmingly positive. On average, guests that utilized the system waited 75% less throughout the day. A few skeptics believed that the system would increase standby waits significantly throughout the park. Laval responded to this concern saying, quote, "It's only a problem if they don't self-select. The only challenge has been getting people to understand FastPass." He added that, quote, "People go on to what you might consider the secondary attractions in that area of the ride they have FastPass for. We found that these were typically attractions that they didn't go on before because they were spending too much time in line. This does increase rides per capita by backfilling less attended attractions." FastPass also had the potential, in certain situations, to reduce standby wait times, because it altered the arrival rate of popular attractions. By giving guests return windows, it spread out arrivals more evenly throughout the day, flattening the midday rush and reducing standby waits during this peak period. Those that loved FastPass argued that the system should be added to all of the rides in the park. Dale Stafford, VP of Operations Planning and Development for Walt Disney World, believed that this was not practical, saying, quote, "If you did it everywhere, you wouldn't have enough space in the park. Where would everyone go?" 1 year after FastPass was introduced, both guests and Disney officials were confident in labeling the program a massive success. Eisner said, quote, "They now have more time to spend money and to do other things. They're also a lot happier not having to wait in line." In August of 2000, FastPass was recognized by the Florida Engineering Society and was awarded a 2000 Governor's New Product Award. Laval said, quote, "FastPass continues to exceed our guest expectations. It's a free service and it's making their time in the parks more fun and productive." Laval retired in 2000 after 30 years with the company, with FastPass being his last major project. Perhaps the greatest success of FastPass was the name. It was catchy and concise, so much so that it immediately became a household name and a colloquialism for any sort of expedited line. It also pushed other parks to develop their own expedited queue systems, and it even inspired a hit song.
If you like it, then you should've got a FastPass. If you like it, then you should've got a FastPass. Don't want you hate on me because you came in last. If you like it, then you should've got a FastPass.
It was not long until touring
If you
experts
like it,
started
then
to
you
learn
should
the
have got
best
a fast
practices
pass.
for the FastPass
If you like it,
system.
then you should have got
For
a
instance,
fast pass.
guests still needed to arrive earlier in the
That
day to
is a
receive
hit
fast passes
song.
with optimal
I don't care
return
what anyone
times.
says.
If a guest arrived at the park's opening, they could receive a fast pass with the return window only an hour away. However, by midday, many FastPass return times could be 4 to 5 hours in the future, and on busier days, fast passes for popular attractions would run out by 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. While the system itself worked well, there were a few issues. One was the decision to not allow guests to receive another fast pass until the return window arrived. This left many guests upset when they went to get a fast pass for an attraction, only to realize that the return window was hours away and they could not get another fast pass until then. The solution to this was allowing guests to receive an additional fast pass 2 hours after receiving their initial one. Some less than honest guests found that they could simply keep their fast passes from previous days or trips and reuse them over and over again. To combat this, Disney changed the design of FastPass tickets to more clearly show the date, although this did not entirely curb the practice. Others found ways to best the system to get as many FastPasses as possible. Guests found that some attractions did not communicate with the rest of the park's computers, so if they were to get a FastPass from one of these rogue attractions, they would not communicate that the guest already held a FastPass and they could therefore obtain another. FastPass kiosks were also used in creative ways. For instance, guests obtaining a FastPass for Who Wants to Be a Millionaire Play It might have received a special ticket inviting them to sit in one of the special contestant seats at the attraction. Sometimes the kiosks were used to direct people to other attractions by giving them a bonus FastPass, such as the Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh, which sometimes dispensed bonus FastPasses for Mickey's PhilharMagic. On February 17, 2003, the 100 millionth FastPass was distributed to the Dillon family of Atlanta, who were given a special golden FastPass that allowed them FastPass access to all attractions at the resort. Mike Dillon said, quote, "Things like this don't happen to the Dillons." On a particularly stormy night in the year 1871, Jebediah Dillon stowed away on a cargo ship named the Queen Marge, which would soon navigate the tumultuous waters of the Atlantic Ocean. Bound
I hate
for
that
the
Dillon family.
Whoa, I think I lost my
getting
thread
the
here.
golden
Sorry about
fast
that. Where
pass.
was I? By 2003, FastPass had grown significantly to 26 attractions at Walt Disney World, 5 at
Hi,
Animal
Pebble.
Kingdom, 6 at Disney MGM, 5 at Epcot, and 10 at Magic
Thank
Kingdom.
you for the head
Disneyland
pets
Resort
and the
now had a
hydrant and the
total of
stretch.
16 FastPass attractions, 9 at Disneyland, and 7 at California Adventure. The significant increase in FastPass attractions was due less to logistics and more to the monetary benefits of the system. During the late 90s and early 2000s, Paul Pressler,
Good
the
night,
chairman
Pebble.
of Walt Disney Parks and Resorts, had instituted drastic cost-cutting measures, slashing budgets across the board to increase profits. At the same time, Pressler, whose background was in retail, dramatically increased the amount of shopping and merchandise carts throughout the parks. FastPass was a quick fix in many ways. Not only did the system promise to get guests out of line and into gift shops, but FastPass itself could be marketed far and wide as if it were a new attraction, during a time when Disney didn't have anything else to promote. For a period of time in the mid-2000s, FastPass was used as a perk for vacation packages, namely ones booked through AAA, which allowed guests access to what was referred to as
I made your
Enhanced
eye
Fast
too
Pass,
big.
which removed the 2-hour limit on guest tickets, allowing them to obtain as many Fast Passes as available, with the only restriction being that they could not receive multiple passes for the same attraction until the first pass for that attraction had expired. With this, guests could enter Disneyland Park in the morning, obtain a Fast Pass for every Fast Pass attraction in the park, exit Disneyland Park, walk over to California Adventure, obtain a Fast Pass for every Fast Pass attraction at that park, and now, holding 16 Fast Passes, have the best day ever, with the only downside being that they now have to experience 7 attractions at a mid-2000s California Adventure. The over-implementation of FastPass did exactly what Stafford had predicted, and walkways at the parks were more congested than ever. This was especially noticeable at Disneyland, which is a much smaller park in comparison to the Magic Kingdom. The park was designed to have people waiting in line, but now, with most attractions using FastPass, guests found themselves wading through a sea of people all waiting for their return time to arrive. Also, standby waits for high-capacity attractions, such as Pirates of the Caribbean and Haunted Mansion, were noticeably increased with FastPass. In 2002, Paul Pressler resigned to model for The Gap, where he would also serve as CEO. He was replaced by the chairman of Disneyland Paris, Jay Rasulo. When Rasulo and other management took over, they reevaluated Disneyland's FastPass system.
Imagine
determining
being
that the best
the-
solution was to begin removing
like a
FastPasses
high
from
up
certain
at
attractions.
Disneyland.
At Disneyland, Pirates
And
of the
then
Caribbean,
retiring
Winnie the
to
Pooh,
be a
and Star
model
Tours had its
for a
FastPass
fashion
kiosks
company.
removed, and Haunted Mansion's FastPass would only be utilized for Haunted Mansion Holiday. In California Adventure, It's Tough to Be a Bug and Muppet Vision had their FastPasses removed as well. Eventually, the Haunted Mansion at the Magic Kingdom would have its FastPass removed.
That's
While
gotta be
FastPass worked
a
well on
pretty
some rides
big
and did increase
downgrade.
customer satisfaction significantly, the over-implementation within the first few years of its debut seemed to be clear proof that it was a bad idea to put FastPass everywhere.
Like you're like what,
It is now
CEO
September
of
of
Disney
2007.
World or
It has
something,
been
and
2
you,
years
you
since Bob
quit
Iger
to
became the
manage
CEO
a
of
Gap?
Disney after an embattled Michael Eisner resigned. FastPass has just turned 8 years old, and Jay Rasulo is still heading the parks division. It has also been recently announced that Disney was patenting a technology that would utilize a centralized computer system to manage FastPass tickets throughout Walt Disney World and Disneyland, allowing guests to obtain FastPasses from their mobile devices, which at the time looked like this. so most of the plans
Yeah, all
relied
the
on
Dylans
sending
did
text
was go to
messages
Disney
guests.
World.
The patent application
Fuck
also
them.
stated that the new system could allow, quote, spending per guest at hotels to determine hierarchies of access to FastPass. Disney stated publicly that they had no plans to change FastPass at the moment, merely that they were monitoring how to take advantage of technological developments. However, within the company, executives were formulating plans for a massive project in complete secrecy. In 2007, Jay Rasulo and 4 other senior Disney Parks officials formed an exploratory committee to determine how the ongoing technological revolution could reinvent the guest experience. Like Walt Disney and Imagineers in the 1960s and like Bruce Lavelle in the 1990s, discussions once again centered on how to improve crowd control and wait times. The group was exploring multiple concepts when one member had an epiphany. While on a flight, VP of Business Development John Padgett was browsing through the in-flight magazine Sky Mall when he came across a magnetic wristband that promised to improve balance and reduce joint pain. This was of course a scam, but it gave Padgett an idea. What if Disney park guests had their own wristband that contained technology that they could use around the park? It would be like a magic wristband, so naturally, they called it the Experience Band, or X-Band for short. The team opened a testing space for X-Band in the abandoned Body Wars attraction in the Wonders of Life Pavilion at Epcot. After an ideation phase, Disney CEO Bob Iger was given a tour where the team explained their idea for the X-Band. Their proposal was to house an RFID tag inside the band that would allow guests to interact with touch points throughout the park. The X-Band could act as guest park tickets or their hotel room keys. They could even use it as a credit card. When Iger was shown the technology, he was impressed enough to give the project a proper budget. In 2008, development officially began on Disney Next Gen Experience, an initiative that promised to bring the guest experience into the modern age. This encompassed multiple strategies, ranging from reinventing the way guests order food at the parks to experimenting with different queue types to increase guest enjoyment while in line. Perhaps the most ambitious part of Next Gen was MyMagic+, a complete overhaul of Walt Disney World's technological infrastructure and the introduction of a new website and mobile application.
Ever wish you could get the magic of the parks right at your fingertips?
Wait, what is this?
Thanks to Disney Parks.
This is not MyMagic+. I don't know what this is.
Introducing Mobile Magic, a magical app that will turn your Verizon mobile phone into a
exclusive to Verizon.
And it's super easy to use. Just touch characters. Look, Mickey, just down.
Oh gosh, I forgot about this. Okay, so real quick, in 2009, Disney and Verizon partnered on a new mobile app named Mobile Magic that allowed guests to see a map of the park, view show times, and play trivia for $9.99 every 180 days. Jeez.
What a
and
deal.
You had to send a text message to download the app? Most impressive, the app allowed users to view wait times and FastPass return times from their phone, with real-time information from the park's computer system. They could not book or view their FastPasses from the app, but this was still a powerful tool for the time, and it had a valuable feature. Guests could now balk at an attraction's wait time from the other side of the park. Understanding the power the app had over guest decisions, Disney began to inflate posted wait times to point guests in certain directions. For instance, if there were too many people in Tomorrowland, Space Mountain's posted wait time might be adjusted to 90 minutes despite the actual wait only being 60, in order to dissuade guests from visiting the crowded area of the park. This also served the additional function of improving guest satisfaction, as actual waits were almost always shorter than posted waits, and it gave ride operators a buffer in the event of delays or downtime. It is unclear when this strategy began, but it would become an integral part of MyMagic Plus's crowd control features when the new app launched. In November of 2009, 2 years into the development of Next Gen Experience, it was announced that Jay Rasulo would become the CFO of the Walt Disney Company, switching places with then CFO Tom Staggs.
I think
who
I'm
would be
just
taking
gonna
Rasulo's position as the
copy
head of the
paste
Disney
this
parks.
eye
The
over
switch was
here,
Iger's
and then I
decision,
can just
and it was
change
done
the
to see which
colors.
executive adjusted better to their new role. This was a way to help Iger determine his successor, as he planned to retire from the company in 2015. Staggs was inheriting the Next Gen program and MyMagic+, and the pressure was immediately on for him to deliver on the team's plans, which had only become more ambitious. Not only did the Next Gen team want to reinvent park tickets and hotel keys, they wanted to completely overhaul FastPass as well. The new system would be titled X-Pass, and it was a key feature of Next Gen's Guaranteed Experience initiative.
It's got an X in
The
it,
philosophy
so you know the
behind
kids will like
Guaranteed
it.
Experiences was to increase customer satisfaction and guest retention at the resort by removing unwanted variability in vacations. The program sought to ensure that guests would be able to eat at their favorite restaurants and ride their favorite rides during their trip. This is where X-Pass came in. Guests would now be able to book multiple fast passes before they arrived at the park, and rather than using paper tickets, they would use their X-Bands to enter the expedited queue. In late 2011, news broke on X-Pass, mainly focusing on a rumor that FastPass would cost money. People took that great, but despite the uproar, the rumor turned out to not be true, at least not entirely. FastPass would still be available to everyone, but priority access would be given to those staying at a Walt Disney World Resort hotel. The plan was for guests to be able to book between 2 and 4 fast passes before they arrived. The specific number would be different for each park and would vary based on attendance. On the busiest days at Magic Kingdom, guests would only be allowed to book 3 fast passes, but on most days, they would be able to book 4. However, at Epcot, which had significantly less attractions, guests would only get to book 2 fast passes on busy days, while most days they would get to book 3. The times for the reservations would be determined by guest preferences. Guests would input which attractions they wanted to ride, and an itinerary would be created with fast passes to optimize guest flow throughout the park. When paired with the rest of the next-gen technology, this had the potential to radically redesign crowd control. There was just one problem. Actually, there were 1,000 problems, but this was one of them. X-Pass sought to offer multiple fast passes to the majority of guests before their arrival. The problem was there were not enough fast passes available at the resort's fast pass attractions to do this. In the original fast pass system, popular attractions would run out of fast passes for the day by noon or even before, and that was when people could only obtain one fast pass every 2 hours. Since fast pass already took up the majority of a ride's capacity, and most rides at Walt Disney World were already operating at maximum capacity, it was not feasible to simply give out more fast passes for these rides. When the industrial engineers ran the models for X-Pass, it was apparent that there was not enough fast pass availability at the parks for the system to work. The engineers quickly realized that in order to offer multiple fast passes to guests before they arrived, they would need to add fast pass to nearly every attraction at the resort. The total number of fast pass attractions at Walt Disney World would increase from 28 to 50. When the industrial engineers put the increased fast pass availability into the model, it still didn't work. Even with an additional 22 attractions, there were still numerous days throughout the year where fast pass availability would be gone before a significant amount of guests could book all of their passes. To solve this, it was suggested that fast pass be added not just to every attraction, but also to things that were not typically considered attractions, such as meet and greets with characters. Apparently, this still wasn't enough. So it was suggested that guests could obtain fast passes to things that don't even have lines, such as fireworks shows or parades. Rather than skipping the line, special viewing areas would be created for these experiences and guests could book a fast pass to gain access to them. Finally, this increased, or more accurately inflated, the amount of fast passes that could be offered, which helped support the idea to offer multiple fast passes to guests before they arrived. With the basic framework figured out, plans moved forward on X-Pass as Next Gen and MyMagic Plus continue to develop. In February of 2011, the Walt Disney Company's board of directors approved MyMagic Plus with a budget of around $1 billion. Iger reportedly sternly told Staggs, quote, "This better work," which became a mantra for the entire team. Staggs was under enormous pressure to deliver on a project that didn't really make the parks or Disney money.
Now,
Gotta
when
go
I put
sleep?
this in, does
All
money
right, Pima.
immediately
Have a good
begin
night.
flowing out of my checking account?
If it's working correctly, yes. Yes.
Yeah.
In a shocking twist, most of the rhetoric surrounding Next Gen and MyMagic Plus internally was not about the potential profit from the system. Those developing the new technology and even much of the executive team believed in the more altruistic benefits of the program. The ability to guarantee experiences for vacationers, to simplify the experience of visiting the resort, to improve traffic flow and crowd control at the parks, to create an IT infrastructure that could be built on over the coming decades, even to make cast members' jobs easier so they could focus more on providing great interactions with guests. These were the key components of the pitch. This is not to say that there were not some ulterior motives. Disney definitely wanted to impress with the program to establish themselves as a major player in the tech space, but this did not create a clear path to generate income. Apart from the new digital PhotoPass system, which had direct monetary benefits, the revenue that the billion-dollar MyMagic Plus overhaul would generate was almost entirely theoretical. Maybe guests would think less about their purchases when using their X-Bands, which would then lead to more spending. Maybe the novelty of the X-Band would encourage more people to stay at Walt Disney World resorts, which would increase revenue. Maybe the data collected from everyone's X-Bands and account profiles could be leveraged in ways to increase spending. Maybe a few cast member positions could be automated with the system, which would save money. Maybe the traffic flow improvements would be so great that more guests could fit into the park. And the biggest maybe that the entire project was predicated on, maybe MyMagic Plus would create such a wonderful experience for our guests that they would be more likely to return and more likely to recommend that others visit. Sure, the end goal was to increase revenue, but Disney's focus was on improving the guest experience and hoping that the money would come as a result. This optimistic and almost quaint approach seemed to be at odds with the $1 billion price tag, but Iger, Staggs, Rasulo, and other executives believed in the program enough to keep it going. Others throughout Disney had a much different opinion, which quickly led to infighting. Disney hired multiple tech contractors to manufacture and deliver much of the MyMagic Plus technology, and it was an open secret in the tech industry that they hired subpar firms that saw the project as a cash cow, overcharging and under-delivering. These firms also did not get along with the park's IT team, especially when major issues were found with implementation. Walt Disney Imagineering was not all in on the MyMagic Plus technology either. The parks hoped that the Imagineers would take advantage of the X-Band technology to deliver unique experiences in attractions, but Imagineering viewed the X-Bands as a gimmick, and a risky one at that. Plus, placing X-Band readers throughout the park's land so that guests could redeem fast passes clashed with the theming. Imagineer Joe Rohde said, quote, "If I'm supposed to be living with fairies, fairies don't have iPhones or magic bands." The Imagineers ended up barely integrating the X-Bands into new attractions, with Epcot's test track being one of the only real benefactors.
What's FastPass Plus, you ask? Come on, I'll show you. It makes your stay a treat. Reserve that meet and greet. Come on, get it now. Make your trip a wow, it's sweet.
That is technically my second favorite FastPass parody song, but it's really not even a competition. In January 2013, Disney officially announced the creation of MyMagic Plus, along with the introduction of the new high-tech wristbands, now renamed to Magic Bands. XPass was also announced, renamed to FastPass Plus. The system had been altered slightly, and it would allow guests to book 3 fast passes in advance. This static number
You're
applied
never
to all 4
gonna
parks
you're never
rather
gonna
than
get a
XPass's
better
proposed
song than
dynamic
if you
system.
like it, you
As
should have
rumored, guests
bought a
staying at Walt
fast
Disney World
pass.
Resort hotels would get early access to fast passes. Hotel guests would be able to book their fast passes 60 days in advance, while everyone else could book theirs 30 days in advance. When guests
There's
went to
no
book their
better
fast passes,
song
they were given
than
a
if
list
you
of
like it, you
attractions
should
that
have bought
had
a fast
pass
pass.
available. They then selected 3 of them. No more, no less. If the guests didn't select 3, the system picked 2 at random. After the selections were made, the computer would intelligently create multiple itineraries that guests could choose from. After this, guests could still edit the selections, either by changing the time of the FastPass reservation or by selecting another attraction within the initial attraction's time frame. Fast passes were now redeemed with Magic Bands or guest park tickets, but during the initial rollout, paper FastPass kiosks would still be available. MyMagic Plus was introduced in phases throughout 2013 and early 2014, and issues with the system were immediate, apparent, and overwhelming. Reportedly, those on the rollout team and IT pleaded to executives to pull the plug, as the tech was making operations much worse, to which executives essentially responded, "We know, but we're in too deep." Spotty Wi-Fi, malfunctioning Magic Band readers, website crashes, an at times unusable mobile app, and many more issues plagued the system and thus the resort. There are too many issues with MyMagic Plus to discuss, but if you're curious, here are a few. The biggest disappointment with the system was that the tech was so broken that it was never able to take the guest experience to the next level. At best, it worked, but it never impressed in the ways that the team had hoped. And many of the more ambitious plans for the technology, such as leveraging data to give guests recommendations or even being able to communicate to cast members via Magic Bands that it was a guest's birthday,
Leveraging
could never
data
be
to
implemented
give
because
guest
IT was too busy
recommendations,
keeping the entire system
selling the
afloat to ever
data
have
to
time to take it to
advertising
the next step.
companies.
Most damning, by and large, cast members hated it, and it made many positions much more frustrating to work at. It automated few, if any, jobs, and because of the issues, Disney had to triple the size of its customer support department. Despite all of the issues, Disney publicly labeled MyMagic Plus a success, and Staggs even said that thanks to the system's ability to distribute guests more evenly throughout the parks, Magic Kingdom's maximum capacity was increased by 5,000 people, although it is unclear whether this has anything to do with the new Fantasyland expansion that also debuted around this time. Staggs was determined to be the winner of Iger's competition, and Rasulo stepped down from CFO in 2015, while Staggs was promoted to Chief Operating Officer, with Bob Chapek, the president of Disney's Consumer Products Division, promoted to head of the parks. Staggs would unexpectedly leave the company the following year with no confirmed reason for his departure. Overall, My Magic Plus and Magic Bands streamlined the guest experience as much as it stalled it. Some guests loved it, some guests hated it, and others simply didn't care. In many ways, the introduction of the technology was a wash. A $1 billion wash. But what about the new program's headlining feature, FastPass Plus? By the end of its life in 2014, the original paper FastPass system was still operating off of a Windows software from the late 90s, so the update in technology, as buggy as it could be, was definitely a welcome one. But FastPass Plus was much more than its touchpoints. It was an entirely new system, and like the original FastPass, it was a huge learning curve for guests. The new system could only be accessed on the website, on the My Disney Experience app, or with a cast member at one of the FastPass Plus kiosks set up throughout the park. During the initial rollout, this led to huge lines for the FastPass Plus kiosks. Or to put it another way, there was a line to get the pass to skip the lines. While guests adjusted to the new system, the system itself was undergoing constant adjustment. In November of 2013, Epcot and Hollywood Studios transitioned to a tiered FastPass Plus system, in which the park's most popular attractions were separated from the rest, and only one popular attraction could be held at a time. In February of 2014, the transition to FastPass Plus was complete, and all paper FastPass kiosks were removed from the park. Rumoredly, the speed of the transition was part of an effort to force guest adoption of the new technology in order to prove its efficacy. 2 months later, the system was altered once again to allow guests to receive additional FastPasses after they redeemed their first 3. Once guests redeemed their third FastPass for the day, they could go to a FastPass Plus kiosk and choose one additional pass. After they redeemed this additional one, they could select another and repeat the process until the end of the day. The next major change would not come until mid-2016, when the itinerary system was dropped and now guests had to choose each of their FastPass times themselves. This also removed the 3 initial FastPass rule, allowing guests to select only 1 or 2 FastPasses without forcing them to start with 3. Finally, guests can now choose their additional FastPasses from the My Disney Experience app rather than only at the kiosks. It would not be until 2017 that Disneyland would update their FastPass system. Rumoredly, Disneyland was set to receive My Magic Plus, Magic Bands, FastPass Plus, and all, but the major issues with the system resulted in the expansion being canceled. Instead, Disneyland would receive an entirely different system called MaxPass. For $10 a day, visitors could book FastPasses from their phone, except they could only do so when inside the park. Like paper FastPass, users could only receive 1 FastPass at a time, unable to receive additional passes until the first return window had arrived, or 90 minutes after the initial pass was booked. The system received mixed reviews upon announcement, but after installation, many warmed up to it, believing that MaxPass was superior to FastPass Plus, which by this point was the subject of a heated debate. FastPass Plus was a divisive program, and many have strong opinions on it. There are pros and cons to the system, so I'd like to take this moment to examine the biggest ones. Before we get into this, I want to mention that we will not be discussing or factoring in other ways guests are able to cut the line, such as with tour guides or the guest assistance program. These systems have their own complex histories during this period that, while interesting and important, are not factored into this list or this discussion on FastPass in general. That said, here are some of the pros and cons to FastPass Plus. Pro number 1, you get to skip the line more, obviously. Pro number 2, improve traffic flow throughout the park. One of the biggest downsides to the original FastPass system was that guests had to travel to an attraction's entrance to obtain a paper FastPass just to return to the same location when it was time to ride. This backtracking was causing major traffic flow issues, so allowing guests to make reservations from their phone eliminated this unnecessary foot traffic. Plus, it was more convenient for guests. Pro number 3, reduction in length of stay. As park attendance climbed throughout the early 2000s, FastPasses for major attractions ran out earlier in the day, so in turn, guests arrived earlier in the day, resulting in more people arriving in the morning and staying for longer, which increased the amount of people in each park. With FastPass Plus, guests would know 3 of their FastPass reservations before arriving, which would encourage guests that had FastPasses for later in the day not to arrive until later, thus relieving morning and midday crowds. Plus, guests no longer had to wake up early to rope drop FastPasses, allowing for a more relaxing vacation. Con number 1, irrelevant FastPasses. In the mad dash to add as many attractions to the FastPass system as possible, the implementation of certain attractions was less thought out than others. For instance, fast passes for Monsters Inc. Laugh Floor and Muppet Vision 3D rarely saved guests any time, as these attractions were theater shows that held guests in large waiting areas before the next showing. Guests who had fast passes for these types of attractions soon learned that all their fast pass did was give them a different entrance to the same giant room where they had to wait with other guests. Con number 2, long fast pass lines. Many using FastPass Plus reported waiting longer after redeeming their FastPass than they did with the original FastPass system. The original intention of FastPass was for guests to wait no more than 15 minutes before boarding, but with FastPass Plus, guests were now having to wait over half an hour at certain points. This was in part due to the fact that FastPass Plus was basically guaranteeing that an attraction would be operating 60 days in advance. As previously explained, Paper FastPass had a built-in response to downtime.
What color is your
a ride operator could throw a bunch of FastPasses in the
Is
trash to give operations some wiggle room. This
Is
was
it
much
yellow?
more difficult with FastPass Plus.
Or
When
is
an
it
attraction
the
went
light
down,
blue,
it
or
might
is
have
it
already
this-
had an
or
entire
is it this
day's worth
color?
of FastPasses distributed. If the downtime was significant, anyone with FastPasses during the downtime were given an any use FastPass with which they could use on any ride they chose, which backed up FastPass lines at other attractions throughout the park. If the ride was delayed but did not completely shut down, this caused a backup in the FastPass line for that ride. When there was a backup, the FastPass to standby ratio had to be altered to get the FastPass line under control. This was the same compensation plan as Paper FastPass, but the new system seemed to be dispersing any use FastPasses much more frequently, leading to Disney eventually putting limits on these passes. Con number 3, the FastPass to standby ratio. We have yet to discuss the FastPass to
The light
standby
green
ratio
blue?
in detail. It
Okay.
is no secret that of the two lines, the FastPass line was given priority over the
The,
standby line. In
the
fact,
color I
that's
have
the
it right
whole
now,
thing. The
or
question is how much was FastPass favored over standby?
or your
There's no
usual
definitive
blue
answer to this,
color.
because it was different for every attraction and ultimately up to the cast members stationed at the merge point. Bruce Lavelle recounted that this was the most difficult position to train, and it was the key position to getting the original FastPass system to work. The cast member not only had to keep the attraction's ratio steady, but they had to manage the expectations and frustrations of two very different lines of people experiencing two very different ways.
Oh, I'm so far
The
behind 'cause
FastPass
the
to
internet
standby
keeps
ratio
dying. Oh,
cited on
no.
the original FastPass patent was 80-20, or in other words, for every 4 FastPass guests, 1 standby guest was let through. This is consistent with cast member and guest recollections of the system at the time. The 4-to-1 ratio remained standard after the transition to FastPass Plus, but with backups occurring much more frequently, cast members at merge points had to modify the FastPass to standby disparity more often. There were 3 phases cast members had to go through. Phase 1 was standard operating procedure with a 4-to-1 ratio. If there was a backup in the FastPass line, cast members would go to Phase 2, which was a 20-to-1 ratio. And if the backup was significant enough, Phase 3 would be initiated.
Gonna head to bed.
which
Thanks
was
for taking
every
care of
one
my
standby
community.
guest,
All right, Comet.
100
Have a good
FastPass
night.
guests
Thanks for the
were
raid.
let
I really
through.
appreciate
Once
it.
the FastPass line was under control, cast members would return to Phase 1. But the disparity of Phase 2 and 3 was infuriating to guests waiting in the standby queue, which during these phases would almost completely stop. There was also a psychological gamble to FastPass. Disney was banking on the idea that guests would not remember the 3 or 4 times they were cut in line. They would just remember the one time they got to cut the line. This gamble seemed to pay off, but they were also working against another issue with the psychology of queuing. Now that FastPass was slowing down the standby line, the pace at which guests moved through the queue was much slower.
So
In
thanks
most
for the
cases,
stream. It's been
people
nice for
prefer to spend
vibing.
20
I'm glad
minutes
you liked
walking at
it.
a steady pace rather than spend 20 minutes standing still. But the latter was now happening frequently on FastPass attractions. In the pre-FastPass days, lines often stretched out of an attraction's dedicated queue. But it is important to remember that back then, these lines were moving 3, 4, or 5 times as fast.
Oh no,
With
I
FastPass,
put the
guests
lips
found
on
that
the
amount of
same
people
layer
waiting
as
in
the
the standby line
glasses.
was less than before, despite the wait time being the same or longer. Con number 4, FastPass availability. After guests became accustomed to the FastPass Plus system, it did not take long for them to figure out the best ways to use it. In turn, FastPass availability was running out extremely fast for popular rides. Practically every day of the year, popular attractions would run out of FastPass availability completely before the day of operation. This was the case for 5 attractions at the Magic Kingdom, 3 at Epcot, 3 at Hollywood Studios, 2 at Animal Kingdom, and 4 meet and greets throughout the resort. This meant that nearly 17 experiences were out of FastPasses before guests even arrived to the park. This prompted Disney to hold back a small amount of fast passes until the day of, where they would then drop these held back passes at different points throughout the day. This also gave them the option to not drop these additional passes at all if the attraction was experiencing downtime. Still, unless a guest got lucky and snagged a fast pass during one of these random drops, or after another guest modified or canceled theirs, if they wanted a fast pass for a popular ride, they had to plan in advance. Which leads me to pro number 4 and con number 5, planning. Many people love planning their Disney trips and do a lot of research and groundwork beforehand. MyMagic Plus and FastPass Plus significantly increase the amount of planning necessary to have a consistently good experience at Walt Disney World. FastPass Plus was supposed to give guests the option to plan their trip in advance, but in practice, the system forced guests to plan their trip in advance or risk not getting to experience the most popular attractions without an extreme standby wait time. Hotel guests could book an entire trip's worth of fast passes 60 days out from their check-in date. This allowed some guests to book as many as 70 days in advance, resulting in certain attractions like Slinky Dog Dash at Hollywood Studios and Flight of Passage at Animal Kingdom running out of fast passes even before the 60-day mark. Securing these fast passes practically became a sport, and everyone had tips and tricks to snag those passes.
All right, so we're going to start with prep you need to do beforehand. So you get 3 FastPass Plus reservations per day.
So once you hit the 60-day mark from your first night at your hotel, you can actually go on and book fast passes for the whole length of your stay.
Start with the last day of your vacation first.
So the further out you can make it, the more likely you're able to get it. Also, if you take a longer trip, you're more likely to get it too. So if you need an excuse to take a longer trip, there you have it.
So on my 60 mark day, I log on to My Disney Experience and I can start making FastPass selections at 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time or 6 a.m. Central Standard Time, which is where I live.
Because you want to make sure that you are logged in about 5 minutes before your FastPass window opens.
If at all possible, book them early in the day. That way you can get more fast passes for different parks later in the day.
You save that first hour of the day to ride some of the smaller rides, but then you try to set up your 3 fast passes as soon as possible after that hour, as close as possible together.
I have filled in a vague idea of what I want to do.
I make a FastPass Plus list with all of the days, times, and rides I'm hoping to reserve.
All it takes is some luck. That is a huge part of it. Please do not be thinking that this is like a super guarantee.
So I guarantee you, by the time your 30-day window comes up for off-property guests,
Flight of Passage,
gone. Slinky Dog, gone. 7 Dwarfs,
gone.
Keep checking the app. Seriously, keep refreshing.
How did I die?
Fast passes
I'm
pop
trying.
up all the time.
You don't die while
hour by
trying.
hour, and if you just keep clicking hour by hour, it will reload and reload and reload and reload. So that's called pounding the app by seasoned veterans of Disney World.
And there are also tickets that are available, like after 5 p.m. tickets. Okay, what you can do is buy these tickets, and essentially what that gains you is 3 extra fast passes. And I would put this under a dummy name on, and then what you can do is reuse it the next day because you never entered the park with this.
And I think that's it. We did it.
We did it.
Some savvy guests that knew how to use the system loved the new FastPass, and the extra planning was a welcome activity, adding even more anticipation to their upcoming trip while also guaranteeing certain experiences during it. Others knew how to use the system, but did so begrudgingly, disliking the overplanning and longing for the days of flexibility. Many more guests did not know the tips and tricks of the system, and thus missed out on the most valuable fast passes, leaving them with only one option if they wanted to experience these popular rides. Con number 6, standby. By far the biggest complaint with FastPass Plus is the belief that the new system drastically increased wait times throughout the park. When the system was first introduced, Haunted Mansion and Pirates of the Caribbean, 2 attractions that did not previously offer paper FastPass, reported consistently higher wait times. On the other end of the spectrum, Space Mountain and Expedition Everest saw their standby waits decrease slightly. As the system was fully implemented, standby waits appeared to be longer, and for years, Fans have argued back and forth whether or not FastPass increases or decreases standby waits, increases or decreases overall waits, or increases or decreases the amount of attractions a guest can experience in a day.
I didn't
Unfortunately,
consider
it is nearly impossible
the glasses
to
being
answer these
black
questions.
being
Statistics like these have not been reported by Disney, and wait times before FastPass were not consistently
completely
reported. And
made
even if they were,
pointless
it would be
by
unfair for
legs,
numerous reasons to
skin
compare these
being
numbers. Even doing the math ourselves would be almost impossible. The equations necessary to determine what a virtual queue system such as FastPass does to a theme park is much too complicated for a spreadsheet. In order to answer these questions, we would actually need to create a computer simulation, like one of the ones Bruce Laval created during his time at the company. Even then, this is no small task. Someone would need to pay an industrial engineer to create a complex computer simulation of a theme park, populated with agents, all with unique preferences, riding attractions of varying capacities and run times.
Just play Roller Coaster
Tycoon.
Tycoon.
Times, number of rides ridden,
You don't
and
gotta
other
create like
factors
an
with
advanced
and without
computer
a virtual
program,
queue
bro.
system,
Just
to
play
get to
Roller
the
Coaster
bottom
Tycoon.
of this ridiculously niche curiosity. Hey everybody, I made a theme park in the computer. Welcome to Shapeland, where all the guests are dots and all the rides are shapes. Here's how it works.
We're going to motherfucking Shapeland.
They then arrive based on an arrival schedule that is similar to that
Here's
of a
merch
real
for
theme park,
Shapeland.
with most of the guests arriving in the
That's
first
great.
few hours of the day, and few guests arriving in the last few hours of the day. From there, each guest independently makes decisions on what they are going to do. To ensure variability, there are 7 different archetypes of guests: ride enthusiast, ride fan, average tourist,
tonal correction,
activity fan, annual pass holder, entitled annual pass holder, and vlogger. Each of these archetypes determines 3 factors. The first is stay time preference. This dictates how long the guest wants to stay at the park. For instance, the ride enthusiast archetype wants to stay at the park for 9 hours, while the average tourist archetype only wants to stay around 7 hours. The second factor is balking point. The ride enthusiast has a balking point of 4 hours, meaning that they refuse to ride a ride that has over a 4-hour wait. On the other hand, the average tourist refuses to wait more than 2 hours for a ride. The annual pass holder won't wait more than 30 minutes, and the vlogger won't wait more than 15. The third factor is attraction preference.
Bro,
This
if
determines
you're,
whether a guest
dude,
wants
if
to ride an
your
attraction
like
or do an activity such as
level
either
of
a restaurant
patience
or
for a
go get
ride is capped at
Obviously, the
15
ride
minutes,
enthusiast much prefers attractions,
you're
but
not
the
gonna
average
get on
tourist is more open to
anything.
doing activities. After a guest enters the park, they will begin flipping coins and rolling dice, weighted based on their own preferences. For instance, this guest's name is Bernadotte. Bernadotte is the average tourist. They are open to both attractions and activities. They will only wait around 2 hours for a ride, and they will stay for 7 hours. Once in the park, Bernadotte decides whether they want to do an attraction or an activity based on a weighted coin flip. Let's say they choose to do an attraction. They then decide which attraction to do. Bernadotte's decision is now based on a weighted die roll. Each attraction in the park has a different popularity ranking, and the more popular the attraction, the more likely it is that Bernadotte wants to ride it. Let's say Bernadotte decides to ride Shapeland's most popular attraction, the Triangle. Since Shapeland is currently operating off the original FastPass system, Bernadotte first looks at the posted standby wait time.
That's
if
my
the wait
favorite
time is
ride.
under 30 minutes, they join the standby line. If it is over 30 minutes, Bernadotte will check if the attraction has FastPass. If it doesn't, whether it be because the attraction doesn't offer it or because there are no more available for the day, Bernadotte will make sure that the current standby wait is less than their balking point. If it is, they will join the standby line. If it isn't, they will go back to the hub and decide to do a different attraction. In the case that the attraction does offer FastPass and still has some available, Bernadotte will grab one and be assigned a return time. The equation that determines Bernadotte's return time is the same one used at the original FastPass kiosks. With their spot in the virtual queue secured, Bernadotte can now go back to the hub and repeat their logic over again, deciding whether to do an attraction or an activity, deciding which attraction or activity to do, but this time, Bernadotte ensures that they will still have time to make it back for their FastPass. Bernadotte's stay time preference is 7 hours, so after they have been at the park for 7 hours, they will choose to leave and their day at Shapeland will be finished. This same logical and preference-based progression is repeated for every single guest in the park over the course of the operating day. At the end of each run, the simulation gives me a plethora of data to comb through. Almost everything in my simulation is dynamic. I can change the number of attractions, attraction capacity, runtime, popularity, and whether each individual attraction has FastPass or not. I can change the behavior archetypes, the park's arrival schedule, and even how many guests are able to utilize the FastPass system. The simulation is by no means perfect, and there are many factors that it does not take into account, such as these. I ran the simulation 3 times, one with no FastPass, one with the original paper FastPass, and one with the system that simulates FastPass Plus to the best of the simulation's ability. More info on that here. So after obtaining and analyzing the results, some fascinating patterns emerged. First, let's discuss what results we will be looking at. Whenever discussing the pros and cons of FastPass, 3 factors always seem to emerge: standby wait times, overall wait times, and average number of attractions ridden. Thanks to Shapeland, we finally have answers as to how virtual queue systems affect these results when all other factors remain constant. Let's first examine standby wait times. These are the average standby waits for Shapeland's 10 attractions throughout a 12-hour operating day, when there is no FastPass implemented throughout the park. As you can see, we still get huge waits. The Triangle has a wait of over 3 hours because everybody wants to ride the Triangle. There are 2 rides, the Square and the Circle, that have 1-hour waits, while the Hexagon and Octagon have no waits and are typically walk-ons. Let's see what happens when we add FastPass to the 3 most popular attractions and operate the park with the original paper FastPass system. Wait times increase for every single attraction. The Triangle's average standby wait increases by 15 minutes, the Hexagon is no longer a walk-on, but the Octagon still is. Now let's simulate FastPass Plus. Again, every wait time increases, except for one. The standby wait for the most popular ride, the Triangle, is 20 minutes less than with the original
everybody
FastPass
loves
system,
the Triangle.
and 5 minutes less than with no FastPass.
It's the best
reason
ride.
for this is clear when you look at the wait times throughout the rest of the park. The Octagon, which was a walk-on with both no FastPass and the original FastPass system,
Octagon.
now has a
Octagon
15-minute wait.
sucks.
The Oval has jumped from a 5-minute wait with no FastPass to a 35-minute wait under FastPass Plus. Hexagon, which was a walk-on with no FastPass, now has an hour wait with FastPass Plus. This pattern can be seen throughout the park when FastPass
All
Plus
my
is
homies
added.
hate
It is safe
Octagon.
to say that overall, both FastPass and especially FastPass Plus increases standby wait times throughout a park. The average standby wait with no FastPass was 41 minutes. With FastPass Plus, it is now 67 minutes. If FastPass was completely removed from the Walt Disney World parks, wait times would almost certainly decrease. But this is not the full story, because many guests are not waiting in the standby line, they're skipping them. Let's now examine the average overall wait. This takes into account both the guests waiting in standby and the guests waiting between 5 and 15 minutes in the FastPass line. For our purposes, we're not considering the time in between guests obtaining their FastPass and redeeming it as part of their wait. While in the original FastPass system, guests are technically waiting during this period, their ability to multitask would throw off these calculations, resulting in some guests being able to wait more hours than there are in a day. And it would make FastPass look like it increased waits for everybody, which is not fair to the system. Also, with FastPass Plus, how would you even do this? Did this guy wait 60 days to ride 7 Dwarfs? I guess, technically, but that might throw things off a bit. Anyways, the average posted wait in Shapeland with no FastPass is 41 minutes. So if a guest did every attraction in the park in a single day, their average wait per ride would be 41 minutes. However, few guests actually do this, and most gravitate toward the popular attractions. So Shapeland guests actually find themselves waiting, on average, 58 minutes per attraction. With the original paper FastPass, the average posted standby wait was 48 minutes, but the overall average wait, when factoring in both guest standby line decisions and those skipping the line entirely with FastPass, was only 40 minutes, 18 minutes less than without FastPass. But how is this possible? As we've discussed, service rate or capacity is determined mainly by design and operation, and it's nearly impossible to increase an attraction's maximum capacity after it's been constructed. You can't safely put more ride cars on Space Mountain or make it go faster. It wasn't designed for that. So when we add paper FastPass to Shapeland, Shapeland's top rides such as the Triangle and the Square see little to no increase in the number of riders, because they are already serving the maximum number of guests. However, other rides at Shapeland are not operating at maximum capacity. The reason for the increase in the average amount of rides ridden goes back to what Bruce Laval claimed about FastPass backfilling less attended attractions, and it brings up a new concept within queuing. We know about how capacity and arrival rate can affect a wait time in different ways, but what we have not discussed is the concept of a negative wait time. Now, a wait time cannot be negative in the sense that you can get time back. For instance, I can never give you back the time you've wasted watching this video. What I mean by a negative wait time is that when an attraction is not filling its capacity, it is losing capacity. Look at it this way. Let's say a ride has a capacity of 1,000 guests per hour, but only 500 people per hour ride it. It could be considered that this attraction has a wait time of negative 30 minutes, meaning that 30 minutes worth of people, in this case 500, could show up throughout the hour and the attraction's wait would still be 0 minutes, because these additional guests are merely filling empty seats on the ride. You might recall that this was one of the problems with the original reservation system pitch from the mid-90s. If a guest missed their reservation, they left an empty seat, and thus the attraction lost capacity. FastPass not only avoids this problem, but it actually helps other attractions at the park. Without FastPass, 1,900 guests rode the Octagon. With Paper FastPass, 4,800 guests rode the Octagon, an increase of over 150%. But the average posted wait time never breaks 0, because these people are filling empty seats and increasing the capacity of the ride. This explains why with FastPass, despite most attractions' standby waits rising, guests on average waited less, because unlike with no FastPass, guests were actively being pushed to attractions with 0 waits, which dropped the average overall wait per attraction. However, with FastPass Plus, this 0 wait threshold is broken in most cases, as with the Octagon, which previously went from a walk-on to an average of a 15-minute wait. The average standby wait in Shapeland with FastPass Plus is 67 minutes, but the overall average wait per attraction was 42 minutes. This is interesting because while more people are skipping the line more often than with the original FastPass, the rise in standby waits throughout the park are so significant that there is no change to the overall wait. In fact, the average overall wait per attraction with Paper FastPass was 2 minutes less than FastPass Plus. FastPass does reduce average overall wait times by encouraging guests to go to underutilized attractions, so long as those exist. Finally, let's look at the average number of attractions ridden. And if you've been paying attention, you should already know the answer
Note
to this
your
one.
detail.
In the park with no
You have
FastPass,
yours.
guests ride an average of
Be happy with yours.
3.31 rides. But
Note
really,
your
the distribution
detail.
looks like this. 22% of guests ride 2 rides, 21% ride 3, 16% ride 4, and the percentage declines from there. You can also see that around 13% of guests only ride 1 ride and 3% ride none. These are mostly people that favor activities and have a limited amount of time in the park. When the original FastPass system is added, the amount of attractions ridden increases, going from 3.31 to 3.77. With FastPass Plus, we again see an increase, jumping to an average of 4.23 rides per guest per day. On average, almost every single guest gets to ride 1 additional ride with the new system. This is significant and proves FastPass Plus's merit as a tool for guest distribution, but it's not the full story. This is the distribution graph that we viewed earlier for when Shapeland has no FastPass implemented. This is what it looks like with FastPass Plus when the average amount of attractions ridden increases from 3.31 to 4.23, assuming that the distribution is even and the system is fair to all guests. However, that is not FastPass Plus. This is the actual distribution graph for Shapeland under FastPass Plus. As you can see, more people experience less attractions, and more people experience a lot more attractions, while less people are able to do what could be considered a reasonable amount of attractions, in this case 3 to 7 in a single day. With FastPass Plus, more guests are able to experience 8, 9, 10, 11, and someone found out how to do 39 rides in a day. These are people that got fast passes for long waits like the Triangle and spent most of their time riding shorter waits like the Octagon over and over again. Meanwhile, the amount of people riding only 2, 1, or even 0 attractions is up from no fast pass and is far more than in the ideal FastPass Plus distribution. This is because the waits for rides like the Triangle, Square, and Circle are so long that if a guest chose to wait in it, they didn't have time to do anything else. Other guests want to ride rides, but they don't want to wait over an hour. So if they enter during midday, they instead choose to eat a meal, gift shop, and then leave because the waits are so high throughout the park. So yes, FastPass and FastPass Plus increases the average amount of attractions ridden per guest per day. It's a system that pushes people to go fill empty seats around the park. And as a guest distribution tool, FastPass and FastPass Plus works. But in practice, from a guest perspective, the system benefits those that use the system and know how to use it well, while those that don't use it or don't know how to use it well have it much worse than they did before. So at this point, your mid to late 2010s trip to Walt Disney World might have some additional context. Perhaps you even know where you land on this distribution graph, and I can probably predict your opinion on the entire subject based on that. If you were here, booking 60 days in advance and then riding 8 or more attractions per
Let me show
day,
you around.
I imagine that you enjoyed FastPass Plus.
Well,
if you were here,
it's a small
not using
underworld
the
after
system,
all, huh?
facing astronomical standby wait times, and thus only
Ribbit Ram,
experiencing
thank you so
between
much for
0
the
and 2
raid.
attractions
Welcome,
per day,
everybody.
you probably
This
enjoyed
right here is
FastPass
my
Plus.
favorite thing
Now, these
ever.
two sides
In the
might have some
history of
opinions
forever.
on the other.
I think
If
about
you
this every
didn't
day.
use the system
I think
to
about
its
this
full
all
effect,
night long.
you might
I
have been
stay
waiting
awake,
in long
not
standby
sleeping,
lines.
because I'm
While
thinking
you
about
were
this.
Whoopee,
guests on the
hello.
FastPass line
Hello,
cut you
everybody,
just because they
hello.
researched the tips
I
and
am
tricks and
Shanala
were able to
Cerberus,
pay
3
for an
heads and 3
on-property
brain
hotel.
cells.
Those using
And
FastPass
we
Plus
are
to their
drawing some
advantage
art
believed
today
it was
of
those
me and
people's
my
fault
friends
for
as
not
the
doing their
Scooby-Doo gang.
research and using the system that was available
Mostly
to
we play
everyone,
video
despite
games
that
here.
system
I am
requiring a
currently
certain
playing
amount of
through
time, energy,
Okami.
technological
And
literacy,
this Saturday
proficiency,
I'm going to
and
be
money for
doing
on-site
a
hotels.
1-year
Even if you
celebration
benefited
where I
and
play
loved
through all of
FastPass,
the Donkey
the
Kong
truth is
Country
that it only
games
worked so well for
at
these
1 p.m.
people
PST.
because it worked so poorly
Should be a
for
lot of
these
fun.
people.
How was your
Otherwise, most
stream?
everyone would be here in the middle.
What were you
But since
playing?
this is not
Oh,
the
you were
case,
doing some
a
art
palpable
too. What did
disdain
you
exists
draw?
between both camps of guests. In queuing theory, this is called
Looking for violins like Ribbit. They're doing art. Oh, well, thank you very much.
within the Disney parks, there has become a class system.
Hello,
Just
hello.
like in the real world. Except for this one
If you
is
have
silly,
a
mostly
if you have like a
inconsequential,
Twitter
and you aren't
link
forced to live in it like a
or
nightmare
like
you
want to
can't
send
wake
me
up
what
from.
you were
The class
drawing,
system
I
at
can
the
put it
Disney
up on
parks
screen,
for a
or you
long
can
time
post the
wasn't
link
based on
in
money.
the chat.
After the discontinuing of the A through E
I
ticket
can give you
systems,
I
all
can
guests
permit
had
you to
equal
post a
access
link
as long as they could
if
pay
you
for
want.
the price of admission. As we discussed earlier, the in-park currency is time.
And hey,
any
two
advantage
thumbs
came from
way,
knowledge.
way
Those
up.
that read the guidebooks, knew the parks, and planned their trips had a leg up on other guests. But apart from paying for a tour, guests knew to rush for Space Mountain in the morning, go into the left lane when available, experience the rides with the longest waits during a parade or fireworks, and so on and so on. In Shapeland, under no FastPass, it takes guests an average of 6.5 hours to experience the top 6 attractions. If people showed up earlier in the day, they would have a jump on other guests. But for the most part, there are no hard lines separating visitors. This was introduced with the original paper FastPass, but this was still a system that was free. With knowledge
Oh, and
still
Ribbit
being the
Ram, thank
dividing
you for the
factor.
follow.
This is how
Welcome
long
to the
it takes on average
hounds.
for a guest to do the top 6 attractions at Shapeland, but this time with paper FastPass. Here we see the different knowledge classes emerge. This is split between those that know the system in and out, those that know how to use the system on a basic level, and those that did not use the system at all. Those that knew the system best could do the 6 attractions in less than 4 hours. Those that knew the basics of the system could do the 6 attractions in 6 hours. And those that didn't use the system would have to spend 8 hours in order to experience the 6 attractions.
Oh, I'm already on the
Money
drawing
was
tool.
reintroduced into the equation with FastPass Plus. Guests that stayed on property would get to book 60 days in advance as a perk of their stay. And if they utilized this perk, they could experience Shapeland's 6 attractions in less than 4 hours. Those that understood the system but had to book within the 30-day window as opposed to the 60-day window would have to spend 6 hours to do Shapeland's 6 attractions. And those that did not use FastPass Plus at all would have to spend 10 hours on average.
Must be
to do
working
these
on 3D
attractions.
models and
this is not
ooh,
accounting
cool.
for walking, meals, bathroom breaks, or any other non-attraction activity. The disparity between these 3 systems and their categories of access is staggering, and it showed just how much FastPass Plus favored those that got premier access to the system. But you might be thinking, this doesn't mean anything. Shapeland isn't a real park. These
Look
are
at
just
that.
numbers you made up. But that's not actually true, because Shapeland is actually Animal Kingdom. The triangle is Flight of Passage, the square is Expedition Everest, the circle is Navi River Journey, and so on. More than that, the entire simulation is based off of a specific day at Animal Kingdom, Saturday, March 23rd, 2019, a day with medium-high crowds. We
Love the
adjusted
colors on my
dynamic
art, by the
factors
way.
of the
Thank you.
system
This
to replicate
is
this day
Void
as closely
Taffy,
as
my
possible,
wonderful,
and then simply
wonderful
turned
friend
off
and not
FastPass
here
and examined the
on my
differences.
channel.
So all of these results, including this graph,
I'm
is
drawing
based off
me
of
and my
Animal
friends
Kingdom,
as the
with the top
Scooby-Doo
6
gang.
attractions being Flight of Passage, Kilimanjaro Safaris, Expedition Everest, Navi River Journey, Dinosaur, and Cali River Rapids. For good measure, we also simulated
See them a
Magic
lot on your
Kingdom
Twitter.
and
They look so
observed
cool.
the
They
same
are
results.
so cool.
And while the park's more diverse set of attractions
Look,
helped
there they are.
mitigate the
There they
effects
are in
of the
chat.
system
Go
in
follow
some
them.
areas,
Go
all
follow
of the
them.
basic patterns we observed were the same as with Animal Kingdom. So this disparity is real and has created rigid categories of preference among park guests. While the system does not treat everyone the same, it should be noted that not all of
That's
Walt Disney
me, that's
World's
you.
guests are the same. For instance, you have families that save up for a once-in-a-lifetime trip to the resort. You have regular vacationers that come every year or two, and then you have annual pass holders that might go multiple times a month. Many argue, with good reason, that a system that gives preference to these once-in-a-lifetime vacationers is necessary, and a system with a distribution like this might seem like the solution, while a distribution graph like this might seem like it's treating everyone almost too equally. However, this conclusion ignores many factors we've learned about queuing, such as capacity and demand. Let's use an analogy. So there is a company that makes shoes, and you have two potential customers. Customer 1 really wants the shoes. Customer 2 does not feel strongly about the shoes. If the shoe company offered the shoes for $30, customer 1 would buy them.
This is a long ass video. How long is this video on FastPass?
Is a great deal for a pair of shoes.
Oh my god.
Customer 2 would buy them as well.
This
However,
video's
if
an
the
hour
shoes
and
cost
42
$100,
minutes.
Customer 1 would still buy them because they really want the shoes. But since customer 2 doesn't feel strongly about them, they would pass on the offer. Now let's say the shoe store offered customer 2 the shoes for $30, while offering customer 1 the shoes for $200. Customer 2 would take their offer, despite not caring for the shoes, and customer 1 would also take their offer, because they really want the shoes. Rather than simply using supply and demand to find a fixed price
Alright, enjoy
to
your
maximize
look, Ribbit
profits,
Raymond. Thank you
many
for the
companies
rate and
will
the
find
follow.
ways
I
to
really
maximize
appreciate it.
profits via price discrimination, especially when there is an excess of supply. But
Good
as it
night.
applies
Have
to
a good
queuing,
sleep.
we're not trying to maximize wait times, we're trying to minimize them. While it sounds like a good idea to give preference to once-in-a-lifetime vacationers, while those that visit frequently are favored less, it is extremely difficult, if not impossible, to enforce this. And with the way FastPass Plus was set up, it often produced the exact opposite results. Instead of priority access going to once-in-a-lifetime vacationers, with secondary access going to those making semi-regular trips, and with remaining or no access given to those making regular visits, the actual categories often looked like this, with semi-regular visitors that understood the system booking 60 days in advance, regular visitors and annual pass holders without reservations booking within the 30-day window, and once-in-a-lifetime vacationers often finding themselves out of luck, not realizing that they needed a bachelor's degree from My Magic Plus University with a major in FastPass Plus. So dynamic system, great in theory, not so much in practice. And while this distribution might not look good at first glance, it often produces better results, because while there is no system in place separating guests, guests are still self-separating. The person that comes once in a lifetime gets to ride the top 6 rides in a little over 6 hours, while the annual pass holder or semi-regular visitor likely will choose to not ride the top 6 rides in a single day because they go so often. The guest that comes once a month will probably not ride Kilimanjaro safaris if it has a 90-minute wait, but they would if it had a 15-minute wait. And because they come so often, they know the system, which means they can get a 15-minute wait. And this family who comes once every 3 years is determined to ride Kilimanjaro safaris no matter the wait. But because they come so infrequently, they don't know the system, so they have to wait longer, which they do because they don't visit that often. And to raise the stakes, for the regular visitor with an annual pass, the cost of their visit is abstract.
This is breaking my brain with how much research this guy did into this system.
Family knows exactly how much it costs for them and their children to be inside of the park that day, increasing the pressure to get their money's worth, thus increasing the amount of time they are willing to wait. And because the capacity of rides are determined by design and operation, the supply is finite. So this exact scenario plays out over and over again to the point where someone might just wonder, hey, if you have a limited amount of shoes to sell, stop giving them to people that don't want them for $30.
2 thumbs way up.
This right here is my favorite.
Halo Eye, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome.
I think about this every day. I think about this all night long. I stay awake, not sleeping, because I'm thinking about this.
And not how good they are.
Welcome. I am Shanala the Cerberus, 3 heads and 3 brain cells, and today we're doing some art, although usually we play video games. And I am currently playing through Okami. And this Saturday, I'm going to be playing all the Donkey Kong Country games for my 1-year anniversary. How was your stream? How was, you were just chatting, what were you talking about?
FastPass Plus was not a more fair system than no system, and it often was
and
the
Goldie
opposite.
V Demon, thank you for
Perhaps the best
following.
compromise
Welcome to the
between
house.
FastPass Plus and a no FastPass park is unsurprisingly the original paper FastPass system in its initial limited capacity. This retains the guest distribution benefits.
Holy
of the
crap, your
system,
welcoming
while
is so
also
elaborate.
maintaining the natural
Is it?
self-selection
Is it too
process that
elaborate?
guests go through when making
I was
decisions.
doing some writing,
Most
lore building.
importantly,
Oh,
while
fun.
knowledge remains a dividing factor among guests,
Is
the
it too
original
much?
FastPass system reset every single day. With FastPass Plus, when guests arrived at the resort, it was too late to educate them on the system. FastPasses for the most popular rides
That's
had
really
already been
cool.
gone
Oh,
for
okay.
months. With Paper FastPass, guests might find themselves unaware of the system on day 1 of their vacation, but they could quickly learn it and be utilizing it by day 2. This is why Disneyland's MaxPass system
Were
was
you
more
writing?
favorable
Were you
to
writing
many
lore
guests.
for
It
yourself,
was essentially the original FastPass system, except
or
digital
for like
rather
a
than
D&D
physical.
campaign,
The only caveat being
or
that it
what?
cost money to utilize, which was its most divisive aspect. The original Paper FastPass was an idea that was birthed from within operations, while FastPass Plus, by all indications, was a system birthed from marketing. Its intention was not to make operations more smooth within the park. Its purpose was to be a key part of a larger guest experience initiative. So it should not be shocking to suggest, based on all of the evidence that we have viewed, that guests and operations would fare better without FastPass Plus. But what am I talking about? They spent $1 billion on this. They're not getting rid of anything. So,
Oh my god. You're so extra. Yes, open up a fissure in the ground. And then they all die and their spirits release in this. And then there's a giant.
So what started as a neat little idea,
And then
has
they open
turned
a
into
giant
$1 billion
monster park.
monster that is now actively eating guests at the park. What do? You could kill the monster, but you don't want to because
No,
you spent
kiss
$1
the
billion
monster.
making it, and some guests have befriended the monster and have really come to like it, so that would be sad for them.
The monster
okay, so we're not
kissers.
killing it. What if the monster was friends with everybody? Can't do that. As long as the monster is still alive, it has to eat a certain amount of people. What if the
Well, I
monster
mean,
had more
that's
friends
just
than
that
it
just
does
comes
now?
with the
In
territory.
order for the
Nothing you
monster
can
to
do
be able
about
to
that.
have more friends, i.e. FastPass users, there would need to be more ride capacity. This could be done by adding new attractions. However, many argue that this will trigger induced demand, which is when increasing the supply of something also increases its demand. The most common example being a highway adding another lane, and rather than reducing traffic, it actually increases
And hey,
congestion.
2 thumbs
This is not
way
perfectly
up.
comparable to theme parks. The reason traffic increases when you add a lane to a highway is because the increased supply reduces the price, or in this case, congestion, enough of demand to increase in response. New
Camuto
drivers are not
Winters,
generated
thank you for
simply by the
following.
allure
Welcome
or
to the
appeal of the
house.
lane itself. However, in theme parks, this is the case. New rides, especially good ones, almost always draw in new guests, often offsetting any capacity gained by the addition. Also, building new rides is expensive and takes time, and is by no means a quick fix. What if you could increase the capacity of an already existing ride? As we've discussed, ride capacity is finite, and is determined by design and operation. You can't just put more ride cars on Space Mountain or make it go faster.
Why
What if it wasn't
not?
finite? Well, unfortunately it is. Unless you were to just build a second Dumbo right next to the first
Hey,
one.
that
So they
that,
did that.
that
But
year
that's an
looks
easy one.
pretty
You can't do
good.
that with
I like
most
that
rides.
year.
Like, you can't just build another theater for Soarin'. You
I like
can
what I
actually,
did
and
there
they did.
with
But that was
with
to
the
support the new
colors.
Soarin' Around the World ride film. Would they really do that with a ride just to quietly increase capacity? But despite all of these strategies to increase capacity and thus slow
Well,
down
yeah,
the
look
monster,
pretty
the
good.
monster
How are you?
continued to grow for a factor that we have not even discussed yet: attendance. When Paper FastPass was introduced in 1999, 42.6 million people visited Walt Disney World annually. When XPass was developed in 2008, 47.1 million people visited annually. By the time FastPass Plus rolled out in 2013, 50.1 million people visited annually. In 2014, 51.5
Pissed Green
million
Link
people
says, what
visited.
if I
In
want to kick the
2015,
monster really
54
hard in the
million.
knees?
By 2019,
not
over
allowed.
58 million people were visiting the resort annually, a 16% increase since when FastPass Plus was introduced. The FastPass system was designed to be dynamic, but the rate at which attendance increased was unpredictable, and FastPass Plus did not operate well under it, so the monster only grew bigger. Some parks fared better than others. For instance, Magic Kingdom has a wide array of attractions and appeals to many different demographics. When attendance increases, not all of those additional visitors want to go to one specific ride. If the park has an annual increase of 100,000 visitors, not all 100,000 visitors want to ride Space Mountain. Compare this to a park like Animal Kingdom, that in 2017 added Pandora: The World of Avatar, a heavily promoted and well-received addition to a park that doesn't have that many attractions to offer. From 2016 to 2017, Animal Kingdom saw an increase of 1.7 million guests. From 2017 to 2018, it saw an increase of an additional 1.2 million guests. Because this was sparked by a single land that only had 2 attractions, it is safe to assume that the majority of these visitors not only wanted to ride Flight of Passage, but that they were determined to. Not only were they determined to, but it was the only reason they chose to visit Animal Kingdom in the first place. This is known as inelastic demand, when the wait time of a ride has little to no effect on the amount of people that want to ride it. This was the case with Flight of Passage, as it seemed that no wait time would turn guests away. As a result, wait times increased to 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, and one day there was a posted 6-hour and 40-minute wait for the 4.5-minute attraction. So with attendance increasing and with additional capacity on its way,
dude, Avatar ain't even good. Why are you waiting 6 hours in line to ride the ride?
Argue that they should be given additional fast passes.
Just go see the movie.
More fast passes for compensation purposes.
Go see the movie and stand really close to the screen.
Passes at the 60-day mark so
and
that
splash
hotel guests could
splash
receive
water
perks.
on yourself.
In 2018, club-level guests at select resorts were allowed access to a new
and
tier
paint
of
yourself
Fast
blue.
Plus, allowing them to book 6 fast passes in
Get the
advance,
same
3
experience.
at the 90-day mark, and 3 more at the 60-day mark for an upcharge of $50 per person per day. The more fast passes that were handed out, the more the monster grew and grew and grew. Then, in the summer of 2019, Universal Orlando debuted a new ride at their Islands of Adventure theme park, the Wizarding World of Harry Potter's Hagrid's Magical Creatures Motorbike Adventure TM. The new ride was heavily anticipated and drew large crowds. There was only one issue. It did not work, at least not consistently. This led to frequent downtimes throughout the first few weeks of operation, and when paired with the massive demand,
TM is
waits
part of the
climbed
name.
to up to 10 hours. Why is this relevant? Because also in the summer of 2019, Disney was opening its heavily anticipated Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. After reports that crowds for the new land were far less than expected, the chairman of Disney Parks, Experiences and Products, Bob Chapek, took a jab at Universal, saying, quote, "The deep secret is that we don't intend to have lines. If you build in enough capacity, the rides don't go down, and it operates at 99% efficiency, you shouldn't have 10-hour lines. So 10-hour lines are not a sign of success. It should be seen as a sign of, frankly, failure." Coincidentally, Disney was about to debut another ride for Galaxy's Edge, Star Wars Rise of the Resistance, the land's signature attraction, which, like Hagrid's, did not work consistently, and the ride was primed for the Fast Pass monster to swallow guests, resulting in huge wait times. Under pressure to open the ride anyways, Disney took extreme measures to ensure that wait times remained under control, in order to keep guests comfortable and satisfied, and not at all because the chairman of the parks publicly deemed a 10-hour line a failure in the press months earlier. When Rise of the Resistance opened at Walt Disney World in December of 2019, it utilized a new virtual queue system that completely eliminated the standby line in favor of assigning guest boarding groups that would be called throughout the day. The idea reportedly came from, of all places, the DMV, that had implemented a customer service system in which guests calling the helpline were given a call back rather than being put on hold. So that's where we are, everybody. The virtual queue nearly eliminated lines for Rise of the Resistance, but it left many guests frustrated when boarding groups ran out almost immediately in the morning, with the app informing guests that the ride was booked for the rest of the day before the sun had even come up. But hey, there were no 10-hour lines, so it did its job. Speaking of new systems, also in 2019, at the D23 Expo in Anaheim, Bob Chapek announced, "Whatever this is."
It's called It will put customized itineraries geared towards your interest at your fingertips, cutting down on the need to plan and research.
Stinky puppy, you're the one who farted, Spicy. You're a stinky Barra.
The beast was growing
Stinky
faster
Barra
than ever.
farting
Every
again.
attempt to fix the problem was at best a stall, but most often, the attempts only made the monster's damage worse. The amount of guests that the system benefited declined, while those that did benefit were more loyal to it than ever, because it was more necessary than ever to have a good time at the parks. The more fast passes that were added to the system, the more the monster grew. The more people that came to the parks, the more the monster grew. The monster grew and grew until Walt Disney World had finally succumbed to the beast.
Well, boss, good news.
news. We broke everything.
Huh? What do you mean?
You know that thing that doesn't directly make us money that we spent $1 billion on?
Yeah?
Well, it's broken. But on the bright side, it also broke everything. Look.
Those people are just trying to go to the attractions. Why is it?
Eating them? I don't know.
Pissed
Why
Green
isn't
Link
it
says
eating
Stimky
those people?
Dragon.
Oh, those people are friends with it.
Oh my gosh, how is this good news?
Everything is broken.
Yeah, but how is that good?
Come on, boss, don't you see? Everything is broken, which means we can charge people money to bypass the mess we created.
Huh?
Right now, most of the people that have befriended the monster are buying rooms at our hotels, and as a perk, the monster won't eat them as much. But our research
As a
shows
perk.
that getting rid of this
As a
perk
perk,
won't
the
really
monster
hurt our
won't
hotel
eat them
business all
as
that
much.
So instead, let's just start charging people to be friends with the monster. Look at this graph. This kind of advantage
Look at this
shouldn't be a hotel
graph.
perk. It should be an additional charge.
Dotson, you're a genius.
Boss, that's not even the best part. Look at all these people. They're where the real money is.
We're going to charge people to have a worse day?
No, of course not. But we're gonna make money from them. See, it takes these people 10 hours to do 6 rides. That's not even accounting for walking, bathroom breaks, or meals. The park is only open for 12 hours. There's no way they're gonna do those 6 rides in a single day. Which means...
They'll have to come another day, which means they'll have to buy more tickets.
Exactly. Either
It's
they buy into the
genius.
system to do everything they want to do in one day, or they have to do multiple days, which means more money for us.
This really is genius.
And all it took was $1 billion and a lot of mistakes.
Well, Dotson, in life, you win some, you lose some. And sometimes you manage to do both at the same time.
There's just one problem.
Get
the friends
that
of the monster
Dotson
are not
a
gonna be happy
promotion.
with us when we charge for this.
Oh, you're right. That would be a PR nightmare. It would take some sort of global cataclysmic event that would shut down our business long enough for us to make drastic changes to our operating procedure, while also giving us a shield from criticism of those changes.
Oh, did you not hear?
Breaking just into our newsroom,
Oh my
a
God.
historic move amid the coronavirus.
I love-
Walt Disney World and Universal
This is
Orlando
great.
both announcing they are closing their theme parks.
And your reaction?
Sad.
Do you understand why?
Yeah.
Yes.
After being closed for 4 months for the COVID-19 pandemic, Walt Disney World reopened in July of 2020.
But they were
while
only
Disneyland would not reopen until April of 2021. When
They were
did,
only
both
closed
FastPass
for
Plus and
4
MaxPass had
months
been
for the
suspended for social
pandemic?
distancing purposes, and a new park reservation system was implemented to limit crowds. Bob Chapek was now the CEO of Disney
That's it?
after Bob Iger suddenly and coincidentally retired 2 weeks before the world shut down. Chapek commented
what
on
a
the changes coming to
coincidence.
the parks as they reopened, saying, quote, "Obviously nobody wants to have the parks closed for up to a year. But at the same time, we realized that was a unique opportunity maybe to advance some things that would have been difficult, if not impossible, for us to go change in an operating environment. And so we made some moves already, but we're going to make further moves." These moves were revealed in August of 2021 when Disneyland announced that both FastPass Plus and MaxPass would be officially discontinued. Replacing the programs would be the long-anticipated Genie app. The Genie app would use all of Disney's internal data as well as
remember
guest
when
preferences to
Robin
intelligently
Williams
plan
didn't want
itineraries in order to maximize
the Genie
efficiency
to
throughout the
be
parks. Unlike FastPass
exploited
Plus,
for
Genie
money.
is simple. There are now 4 ways to visit
And now
attractions:
they
the
have an
standby
app
queue, the
named
virtual
after
queue,
it.
Lightning Lane through Genie Plus,
Remember
or
that.
Lightning Lane through additional purchases. For any ride, guests can still choose to wait in the standby line, except for the rides in which they can't, which are the ones using virtual queue. If an
Remember
attraction
when
is
that
using
was in
virtual
the
queue, guests must
contract
wake
for
up at
like-
7 a.m. on the day of and attempt to join the virtual queue from their phones. If they don't get a boarding group, then they will have another chance once they are inside the park at 1 p.m. If guests don't want to wait in the standby line or use a virtual queue, for $15 per person per day, they can upgrade to Genie Plus, which is similar to Disneyland's Max Pass, allowing them to obtain 1 Lightning Lane pass every 2 hours or after the first one is redeemed, except rather than being inside the park, they can make their first reservation from anywhere at 7 a.m. on the day of. However, not all Lightning Lane attractions are included in Genie Plus. Some are available for additional purchase with varying prices depending on the season. For instance, the Lightning Lane for Rise of the Resistance, which moved to a seasonal standby queue, will cost $15 per person, so guests either pay $15 per person to enter the Lightning Lane or
What
enter the
kind of
standby queue if it
fucked
is
up
available. If not, they need to wake up at
terms of
7 a.m. to enter the
service
virtual
is
queue, or just pay the $15 per person to enter the Lightning Lane. See? Simple. And hugely popular. Or is it? Who's to say? There were rumors of paid FastPass long before the pandemic, since Disneyland, Hong Kong Disneyland, Disneyland Paris, and Shanghai Disneyland all utilize some form of a paid FastPass system. And with the introduction of Genie Plus, Tokyo Disneyland is now the only remaining park to utilize free FastPass, still using a combination of paper and digital passes. There's two ways to look at this change: the optimistic version and the pessimistic version. The optimistic version is that Disney is once again trying to improve everyone's enjoyment of the parks, this time by reducing the amount of people using the FastPass system. If this occurs, it will reduce standby wait times while giving
Remember
once-in-a-lifetime
when
vacationers the
Dan
option to experience more.
Castellaneta took over for the cartoon and Kingdom
seems
Hearts?
to be a deliberate attempt to reduce the negative side effects caused by FastPass Plus. Combining this with rising ticket prices, which reduce demand, and a park reservation system to place a cap on guests and predict how many guests will visit, Disney now has more control over crowds than ever. Plus, the Genie app suggestion and itinerary tools will be able to reproduce some of the positive distribution features of FastPass Plus by directing guests to underutilized areas of the park, and it could even increase the average number of attractions per day. The pessimistic version is that Disney wants money. They increase ticket prices not to reduce demand and lower crowds, but because they can. They're not charging for FastPass to get less people to use the system, they're charging for it because they can. The $15 price for Genie Plus seems to be a good indication that Disney expects a majority of vacationers to buy into the system. And if utilization remains anywhere close to FastPass Plus, every travel agent and vacation guide will suggest that their travelers buy into the system, because $15 to experience all of the rides in one day is a lot cheaper.
I just
than spreading
remembered.
a
I'm not
park
trying
visit over 2
to
or more days.
duplicate
The paid FastPass
your
system
hair.
also gives Disney more motivation
I'm
than
giving
ever to
you
inflate wait
Velma's
times
hairstyle.
and favor Lightning Lane over standby, with the job of the cast member at the merge point becoming even more difficult. The truth might be somewhere in the middle of these two outlooks. Disney understands they need to reduce
I
usage
did the
of
same
FastPass
thing with
Plus,
my
and
hair.
rather
I
than getting
tried
rid of it,
drawing my
they choose
hair,
the option that also makes them money.
but I am
So
giving
far, the
us
amount of
the
passes
characters'
offered seems somewhat limited,
hairstyles.
with Lightning Lane on popular attractions running out quickly in the morning. But who knows if this will remain the case? As with FastPass and FastPass Plus, the true effects of the new system likely will not be seen for quite some time. So the FastPass beast has finally been killed. Or maybe it's just been put inside a cage, behind stronger paywalls. Maybe it will get out one day, or maybe it will remain under control. But what a monster it has become. In a way, we've truly come in full circle.
Why is the
In
cute monster in a
1971,
cage?
Magic Kingdom opened with a
Let
ticket
it
book
be
system
free.
in which guests had to pay to ride each ride. And exactly 50 years
Free
later,
the
in
monster.
2021, guests are once again paying to ride rides, or at least skip the line. Despite a similar destination, the path that queuing at the Disney parks has taken over the past 5 decades was anything but predictable. And this long, winding narrative shines a light on an oft-overlooked aspect of the theme park industry. We have examined ad nauseum the ways in which Imagineers and theme park designers create immersive worlds that transport guests out of their reality and into a new one. But the story of FastPass is one of the rare tales that belongs not to the Imagineers, but to operations. If the Imagineers' job is to design and construct environments that entertain and immerse guests, it is the job of operations managers, cast members, and industrial engineers to operate and maintain these environments. And their job is more involved in a park's escapism than one might initially think. When operations find strategies and test systems that have the potential to take the guest experience to the next level, they are not merely increasing guest satisfaction, but they are supporting the environments and stories of the parks by offering a higher level of escapism. There is no better example of this than FastPass. Long lines have always been a disruptive force in the Disney parks, detracting from the guest experience and often the design intentions of the park's theming. After all, the real world has lines. At the bank, at restaurants, at the DMV. Attempting to remove them, or at least giving guests the ability to avoid them, has the potential to create an experience better than reality, thus assisting in the escapism and immersion of the parks. However, with the evolution of FastPass, we also saw the opposite side of this coin. Instead of operations creating a reality better than ours, the disparities and inequalities of the real world were allowed to creep in. Whether guests were separated by knowledge specific to the park or their personal financial situation, utilizing a system that allows for these disparities can take away from the intention, uniqueness, and beauty of the theme park experience. This is not to say that these strategies weren't worth experimenting with, and I'm sure that we'll see many more in the future. As we know, queuing is always evolving, and no one knows for sure what the next step will be. But what does seem certain is that as long as there is something worth waiting for, there will probably be a wait for it. So I'll ask you again, how much do you know about lines?
What a video.
Pissed Green Link says the monster hungers for foolish mortals.
Yes, bring the monster your mortal flesh. Or give it a smooch. Oh, that's why. I'm trying to draw all the way on the bottom.
On September 28, 1995, the video game developer Sega announced plans for a new ambitious project. Their goal was to create location-based themed entertainment centers, a hybrid of amusement parks and arcades, and place them throughout the United States. The concept was simple enough. Instead of putting arcades into malls, they wanted to put malls into arcades. In order to do this, they would create state-of-the-art games and attractions, and insert them into complexes complete with small shops and food courts. Sega had tested the idea in Japan in the mid-80s and reactions had been positive. The industry seemed promising in the United States as well, with chains such as Dave & Buster's finding success with a similar concept. Sega had the resources to physically build the indoor amusement centers, but it couldn't hurt to partner with a company that could drive the project creatively. They would find a partner in a familiar entertainment company that starts with a D. That's right, DreamWorks. Sega and DreamWorks announced their partnership to create a chain of indoor amusement centers named GameWorks, with filmmaker Steven Spielberg providing significant creative input. GameWorks would grow over the next 2 decades,
Are the
opening
Sonic
over 30
movies
locations
made
both
by
in the United
DreamWorks?
States and around the world. The chain sounds a lot like another venture attempted by an even larger creative force. The Walt Disney Company and its subsidiary, Disney Regional Entertainment, would develop an indoor entertainment center for families named Disney Quest that would debut in 1998. However, Disney Regional Entertainment was not even created until over a year after the GameWorks announcement. So did Disney copy the idea? It's certainly not the first time they've mimicked concepts under the helm of CEO Michael Eisner. The question is, why? Out of all of the entertainment concepts sprouting up in the 90s,
Sonic movies by
why
DreamWorks?
GameWorks? Most of the locations and attractions that Eisner imitated posed a direct threat to the amount of tourists that would be visiting Disney's parks. But GameWorks wasn't stealing any business from Disney. The locations hadn't even
They
been
did say
announced.
Sega,
So
right?
why expand into an
They said
emerging,
Sega, or
volatile
did they say
market
Sonic?
and take on a company that has more experience and resources in that field? That risk does not seem to make sense from a business perspective.
Sega.
But it makes perfect sense if you look at
Right?
it from a completely different angle.
Maybe I heard.
Who founded
Maybe I
GameWorks?
heard.
Sega
Maybe they
and
said
DreamWorks.
Sega,
Who founded
but I heard
DreamWorks?
Sonic.
Steven Spielberg, David Geffen, and Jeffrey Katzenberg, the former head of Walt Disney Studios that had constantly butted heads with Eisner and had been ousted from the company a year prior. Disney Regional Entertainment was in part created as an easy way to expand the Disney Parks experience to smaller cities throughout
Paramount
the
made
United
them.
States.
Oh, okay.
But there was something bigger going on here. Eisner was spiraling, and he was taking the Walt Disney Company down with him.
Take a trek through a prehistoric jungle. Tour a house that has not yet been built. It's called virtual reality, and as Jay Shaver found out, all it takes is a special helmet and a glove, and you're off.
You're gone, John. Your history.
It's a computer-generated world.
If you die in VR, you die in real life.
Will real life ever be the same?
Though it had been implemented into specialized use for fields such as medicine and engineering since the 1970s, virtual reality technology wasn't seen as ready for consumers until the 1990s. One of the first commercial uses of the technology would be the insertion of virtual reality pods into arcades, malls, and movie theaters. These had horrible graphics, constrained movement, high costs, and generalized filth. The system in one game could easily cost around $50,000 to purchase, and generally cost the consumer around $5 to play, which would be closer to $100,000 to purchase and $10 to play when adjusted for inflation. With the high costs involved, VR cafes began to open across the country, allowing patrons to try out the latest in VR technology. While excitement around VR remained, the boom of VR arcade games tapered off by the mid-90s. By then, the idea of VR had caught the attention of video game console producers, such as Sega and Nintendo, both of which attempted to create VR headsets for home use, both meeting less than ideal results. By the late 90s, the future of the medium was bleak, but GameWorks, and therefore Disney, saw potential, and virtual reality games and simulators would be the main attractions of both of the planned complexes. On June 20th, 1995, Disney announced that the Walt Disney World Resort Shopping District, the Disney Village Marketplace, would receive a major renovation. In September of 1997, it would be renamed to Downtown Disney. In its 20-year existence, the marketplace had already undergone a few major expansions. The most notable of these was the addition of Pleasure Island, an elaborate-themed nightclub district that debuted in 1989. This divided the complex in two, with the other section being named the Marketplace. These two sections saw their theming slightly adjusted in order to fit the Downtown Disney renovation, and a new area, named Downtown Disney West Side, opened as well. This new section would include a Cirque du Soleil show, a Planet Hollywood, and a ginormous indoor theme park. Disney Quest opened its doors on June 19, 1998. There was little build-up to its debut, and the structure was nearly finished a year prior to its opening, with Disney refusing to confirm or release any information, not even announcing its official name until a few months before. The public and the press were confused on what exactly would be inside of the large building when it opened, and Disney Regional Entertainment seemed the most confused of all. The subsidiary's president, Art Levitt, acknowledged that the team was having a difficult time describing Disney Quest. It was more than an arcade, but it wasn't really a theme park either. When questioned in the months leading up to its opening, Levitt and other executives referred to the complex as the ultimate interactive adventure, which means almost nothing if you think about it. Disney provided a few press releases and promotional material, but overall, the debut of Disney Regional Entertainment's flagship concept was surprisingly quiet. Still, in the summer of 1998, a large crowd gathered to enter Disney Quest for the first time, not sure what to expect from the new experience.
Hello, I'm Michael Eisner. I'm here in the virtual reality studio where Disney Imagineers are creating a whole new world of storytelling. Tiny TV screens inside this headset actually allow you to step into the world of Aladdin on a magic carpet ride. It's called virtual because it's a world which only exists inside a computer. Reality because unlike film or television, you see not just what's on the screen, but what's above, around, and behind you. And you control when you return to the real world. I wonder where the exit is. Oh well, welcome to the wonderful world of Disney.
The building was a huge 5-story, 100,000 square foot blue box. On the front and back of the building, there was a large set of Mickey ears with Disney Quest in large print. The building had no windows, adding to the mystery surrounding its contents. Concept art for the complex gave the building a slightly different, more three-dimensional style, also incorporating a proposed monorail track to the Downtown Disney complex. Exterior ticket booths were located to the left of the entrance. Guests would enter on the ground floor, a simple yet elegant lobby. There were bronze busts of famous Disney characters placed throughout the room. The centerpiece was an artificial sky, with supercalifragilisticexpialidocious surrounding the trim of the faux window. This was the setup to the illusion that the elevators were actually flying you to a new land. It was a subtle and fun touch. At the end of the lobby were the turnstiles to get on the elevator. Once through, guests boarded the highly themed lifts, named the Cyberlators. These featured an in-route show, starring the genie from Aladdin. This 45-second video explains to guests that they are being transported not just to the next level, but to a new location entirely. After this, the elevator doors opened, and guests entered Disney Quest. Like the classic castle parks around the world, Disney Quest was designed with a central hub, known as Ventureport. Upon entering the main area, guests could see a structure that appeared to be a futuristic telescope. Connected to Ventureport were 4 bridges, known as gateway branches, leading out to each themed zone. These were Replay Zone, Score Zone, Create Zone, and Explore Zone. The Replay Zone, located on floors 3, 4, and 5, featured Midway on the Moon, a classic arcade where guests could play games like Pac-Man, Air Hockey, Skee-Ball, and Tron. An attraction called Buzz Lightyear's Astro Blasters also resided in this area. This was much different than the Buzz Lightyear dark rides that can be found at Disney parks throughout the world. Disney Quest version was an attraction that combined bumper cars with dodgeball. Each vehicle contained 2 guests. One would drive the car, and the other would fire dodgeballs at the other vehicles. The next zone was Score Zone, also located on floors 3, 4, and 5. The main game in this area was the Mighty Ducks Pinball Slam. Guests would stand on platforms and lean in different directions, controlling a virtual pinball on a large screen. Another game in the Score Zone was one of Disney Quest's premier VR attractions, Ride the Comics. Guests would don large visors and hold motion-detecting sabers, swinging them violently as they fought villains in a digital superhero world.
Oh, it's because
there
I
were
don't have
multiple
it.
bays, made to look like spaceships. The last attraction in the Score Zone was Invasion, an extraterrestrial alien encounter. In extension to the Magic Kingdom attraction that had opened 3 years prior, Invasion continued the world building the extraterrestrial alien encounter began. In the game's story, a space outpost filled with American colonists is being invaded by alien monsters. In a moment of desperation, the President of the United States enlists the help of L.C.
What layer
Kletch,
is that
the chairman
on?
of XS Tech, played once again by Jeffrey Jones. In a pre-show video,
it's on
Kletch
this
describes his new military technology, the XS 5000, that requires a pilot and multiple gunmen to operate. After the pre-show, players would enter the XS 5000 and be teleported to the planet. Operating 2 joysticks, the gunman had the ability to shoot lasers or missiles, as well as capture colonists. The pilot would navigate the ship around and eventually back to the teleporter, and also trigger the ship to jump to get out of tough situations. The immersive experience used 3D graphics and a variety of multi-angled screens. During the 4-minute game, players would run into some familiar-looking monsters, with grotesque designs similar to those found in the Magic Kingdom attraction. The third themed zone was the Create Zone, located on the 2nd floor. This area featured the Animation Academy, an interactive demonstration similar to those found at other Disney parks. In that, participants were given a tutorial on how to draw Disney's animated characters. One difference was that Disney Quest version utilized digital touchscreens, while the others used paper. Due to this difference, the Disney Quest attraction was only able to accommodate 18 guests at a time. Other attractions in the Create Zone included Radio Disney Songmaker, which allowed guests to create their own original song by mixing different styles, sounds, effects, lyrics, and more. Sid's Create-A-Toy, a Toy Story-inspired area that let guests combine different toy parts to create a new one, and Magic Mirrors, which allowed
Please
guests to
do
take a
not
picture
let
of themselves and
children
manipulate it into a cartoon.
create
The most
toys like
popular
Sid.
attraction in the Create Zone was Cyberspace Mountain. Cyberspace Mountain was a simulator ride in which guests could design their own roller coaster. It began with a tutorial presented by Bill Nye the Science Guy, explaining to riders how to properly construct their coaster. Cyberspace Mountain allowed guests to ride their creations in a simulator car capable of tilting, turning, and even flipping them upside down. A more advanced version of this concept would later appear in Disney parks as the Sum of All Thrills, a 2009 addition to Innoventions in Epcot. The last zone was the Explore Zone, located on floors 1 and 2. Guests could get to the area either by the stairs or from the 3rd floor Aladdin-themed Cave of Wonders slide. However, this was closed after less than a year of operation. The Explore Zone had 3 large attractions that were technological marvels for their time. The first attraction was Aladdin's Magic Carpet Ride. This attraction was another VR game that required a headset. Guests would sit on a motorcycle-like seat, and after putting on the headset, would find themselves magically transported to Agrabah. Guests would ride on the magic carpet while attempting to release the genie, who was trapped in the Cave of Wonders. The second attraction, Hercules in the Underworld, was a 3D attraction that took guests on an adventure with the characters from the film. Groups of players, each with their own joystick, steered Pegasus and the heroes in an attempt to defeat Hades. The third immersive attraction was the Virtual Jungle Cruise. Guests would board an inflatable raft, sitting on top of a large pad in front of a screen. The game started in the Jungle Cruise at the Magic Kingdom before a virtual skipper sends guests to the age of the dinosaurs. The skipper accidentally drops the device that controls the time machine, and guests paddle down the river in an attempt to grab it. The pad below reacted to the players' paddles and the flow of the water to maximize realism. A less immersive attraction in Explore Zone was Treasure of the Incas, which had guests drive toy trucks through a maze in order to win prizes. The drivers operated the vehicles on a screen, and a teammate that could see the top of the maze would yell directions at them. Disney Quest also had a few restaurants that guests could eat at. These counter-service eateries were Food Quest, the Wonderland Cafe, and the Cheesecake Factory Express, a smaller-scale Cheesecake Factory concept exclusive to Disney Quest. Once guests had explored the entire complex, they would walk down a spiral staircase and exit through the first floor gift shop. Despite the lack of marketing, Disney Quest at Downtown Disney was a success, sucking tourists and shoppers through its shiny new gates. However, Disney Regional Entertainment was
Pissy
not
Green Link
surprised
says
or
Bill,
impressed
Bill,
by
Bill,
the
Bill,
crowds
Bill,
it
Bill,
initially
Bill,
drew.
Bill, Nye the
After
Science
all,
Guy.
it was located within the Walt Disney World
And
Resort,
nurses are
catering
property
to a
of Mega.
dedicated, if not captive, market. In fact, it seems that Levitt and Disney Regional Entertainment didn't view Disney Quest Orlando as the chain's official debut. It was a mere test for the planned regional complexes, and the next Disney Quest to open would be given the fanfare one would expect from Disney.
Hi everybody, I'm Janet Davies.
And I'm Jim Rose, and welcome to one of the most incredible places in Chicago this year. It's called Disney Quest, and it's located on the corner of Ohio and Rush in Chicago, just 1 block west of Michigan Avenue.
JR, right behind us is a 5-story building that is an indoor interactive theme park.
Ooh.
It is full of high-tech virtual reality games and gadgetry. I tell you, it is 90,000 square feet of pure fun, good family fun. And I guarantee there is no place in the United States like this, except in Orlando, where the original Disney Quest is.
Before Disney Quest Orlando opened, Disney Quest Chicago was announced. This would be the first of hopefully many Disney Quests throughout the world, with Disney projecting around 30 locations. Disney Quest Chicago opened a year after Orlando's, debuting on June 16, 1999. The complex, located on the corner of Rush and Ohio, was given a large opening celebration, with an entire television special documenting the ceremonies. The building was similar to Disney Quest Orlando in that it was 5 floors, but it was slightly smaller at 90,000 square feet as opposed to Orlando's 100,000. Having Disney Quest in Chicago was an ambitious step for Disney, but it was also a decision that made perfect sense. Chicago was the 3rd most populated American city, and it was also the birthplace of Walt Disney. It was far enough away from both Orlando and Anaheim to deliver Disney to an entirely new market. And GameWorks was set to open a location just outside of the city in the summer of 1999 as well, but that was probably just a coincidence. The main goal of Disney Quest Chicago was to become the Magic Kingdom of the Midwest. Due to the lack of space for the Chicago location, some of the features and games were forced to have fewer stations, but the main layout and attractions remained the same. While many locals were excited to have a Disney theme park come to their backyard, experts and journalists were more skeptical. Apart from the criticism of the complex's cheesy architecture not fitting in with the surrounding area, they weren't sure whether Disney would see a return on the investment. Interest in both GameWorks and Disney Quest was dwindling fast. The ever-changing landscape of technology was diverting consumer focus to the internet and home consoles.
put
And while
all
the
that
public was eager to
colors on
experience
the
both indoor
reference
amusement center
layer.
concepts, the chances of locals becoming regulars was falling by the minute. This meant that Disney Quest Chicago would have to rely more on tourists, which did not bode well for a large-scale regional expansion. While critics lacked confidence in Disney Quest, Disney had far too much. The head of attendance calculating at the Walt Disney Company estimated that around 3 million guests would visit Disney Quest per year. However, this would have been nearly impossible, as proved by this quote from a 1999 article from the Chicago Tribune. The average length of stay is in the 2.5 to 3 hour range, so to cram in 3 million visitors a year while maintaining some crowd control, Disney Quest would have to stay open about 17 hours a day, every day, and remain at full capacity the entire time. Apparently, no one had learned anything from the opening of Club Disney, which learned nothing from the opening of Euro Disneyland. In late 1998, Disney had announced that a 3rd Disney Quest would be built in Philadelphia. This location would have been located on the
West
popular Market
Philadelphia?
Street as part of an ambitious redevelopment
Born
of the
and
area.
raised?
The city was thrilled to be chosen by Disney, and by the time of Disney Quest Chicago's debut, the space was being cleared in preparation for construction and was set to open in the summer of 2000. However, production delays pushed the project back to the summer of 2002. In late 2000, both Disney Quest Orlando and Disney Quest Chicago received a brand new attraction. Hercules in the Underworld was replaced by Pirates of the Caribbean Battle for Buccaneer Gold, which featured large screens surrounding a miniature pirate ship that guests would board. Each player would have a physical cannon that would fire digital cannonballs at enemy ships. A more advanced version of the game's technology would later be used in Toy Story Midway Mania. Players would also encounter a serpent that looked very similar to the Lego model that opened at the Downtown Disney Lego store in 1997. Guests playing the game would have to defeat the Jolly Roger, which was not an easy task, and the majority of players would lose the game, with their boats sinking into the water. It is worth noting that both the Pirates of the Caribbean and Aladdin Disney Quest games were designed by Randy Posh, a virtual reality specialist and professor famous for his talk and book, The Last Lecture, which he produced before passing away in 2008. The new Pirates of the Caribbean game temporarily reinvigorated excitement in the Chicago location, which had already waned in its 18 months of operation. Unfortunately, it was too late. Disney Quest Chicago surprisingly did not live up to Disney's unrealistic expectations, and Disney announced that it would close the location on September 4th, 2001.
It's fine.
The official reasoning was that the complex was simply not generating enough revenue for the company to justify paying the expensive rent of downtown Chicago. Also, the complex was diverting a massive amount of time and money that Disney and the Imagineers could be spending on more promising and more profitable projects. On top of this, reviews of the Chicago location had not been stellar. The lines were long, the price of admission, $16 for 2.5 hours of games, was too expensive for many, and the complex did not deliver the Disney magic that the theme parks could. Disney Quest Orlando complemented the resort well, but Disney Quest Chicago, alone in the heart of a busy city, felt cold and corporate rather than warm and colorful. Along with the announcement that Disney Quest Chicago would be closed, Disney Regional Entertainment announced that Disney Quest Philadelphia would be scrapped. Disney essentially abandoned the prime real estate in the middle of construction, leaving only a large plot of dirt. Locals coined it the Disney Hole, and to this day, it has not been developed further than a paved parking lot. This, along with the closure of Chicago, slightly tarnished Disney's reputation in both regions. Despite the cancellation of all future plans for Disney Quest Orlando remained open, receiving little attention from the company and little to no updates. Apart from the closure of the Cave of Wonders slide and the addition of Pirates of the Caribbean Battle for Buccaneer Gold, the Treasure of the Incas interactive maze game would be closed after a few years of operation. Cell phone frequencies caused interference with the remote-controlled trucks, and on one occasion, one of the vehicles burst into flames, which is terrifying considering that this occurred in a building that had no windows and a main transportation system of a magic elevator. The space was eventually filled with Let's Go Jungle arcade games. The Magic Mirrors attraction closed in 2005 and was replaced with additional seating, and perhaps the most disappointing removal was the Cheesecake Factory Express around 2008. In 2011, the Cyberlator's screens were turned off, and they became just regular elevators. A few years after this, to help promote the film Wreck-It Ralph, a large structure of the title character as well as multiple Fix-It Felix games were added to the complex. These, along with a few minor additions and a few major closures toward the end of its lifespan, were the only changes Disney Quest Orlando saw. The subsidiary Disney Regional Entertainment lasted until 2010, when it closed 5 ESPN zones and sold 2 more. The branch dissolved, with Disney Quest being absorbed into Disney Parks and Resorts. The indoor theme park was left to die, with Disney giving discounts on tickets and sometimes offering them for free with certain vacation packages. Finally, on June 30th, 2015, it was reported that Disney Quest was going to close at the end of 2016 to be replaced with a new NBA-themed attraction. However, 2016 came and went, with Disney Quest staying open the entire year. It wouldn't be until January 30th, 2017 that Disney would announce that Disney Quest's final day was to be July 2nd. To commemorate the closing, pass holder discounts made ticket prices, which had increased slightly in its nearly 2 decades of operation, exactly $19.98 as a tribute to the year that it opened. After 19 years of operation, Disney Quest closed its doors. The building sat abandoned for 1 month, until demolition began in August. Construction has begun on the NBA experience, which is set to open in the summer of 2019. The closure of Disney Quest Orlando, along with the recent closure of Anaheim's ESPN zone, brought an end to the ventures of Disney Regional Entertainment, with every location of all 3 chains now defunct. But what about Michael Eisner? He seemed to be largely absent from the development and debut of Disney Quest, unlike other projects, such as Euro Disneyland and Disney's America, where he was on the front lines promoting and explaining the new parks. He did endorse Disney Quest in newspapers and a few television interviews, but it seemed to be less of a priority for him, and certainly not one of his passion projects. When the initial concept was pitched to him in the mid-90s, he told the Imagineers to, quote, "kill the project. Why should we go forward with it? So what if we can make money?" The exact reasoning for the strong reaction and what eventually changed his mind is hard to say. Maybe it was as selfish as the announcement of GameWorks, in his desire to take on his former partner and new rival. Maybe it was as innocent as the Imagineers strengthening the concept and presenting the promises of the new technology. Either way, the lack of attention on Disney Quest was typical of Eisner's second era. 1994 was the watershed. Frank Wells' passing, Euro Disneyland's failure, the defeat in Virginia, and his own health issues had turned the ambitious, creative executive into an unfocused, fickle, and often angry CEO. The development of Disney Quest was indicative of the state of the company after the tumultuous 7 years since Euro Disneyland's opening, and it was a mere preview of the mind-boggling creative choices and shocking business decisions that the next 7 years would bring. Their renaissance was over, and Disney was about to enter the 2000s. Buckle up. This is going to be a bumpy ride.
Everybody's waiting, capiche? Now don't be late, babe.
Weird. Now you kind of want a mini fix-it feel attack maybe. All right, let's put on a little bit of music while I finish up the while I color in the sweater, and then we'll go find somebody to raid. Actually, you know what? This song has been stuck in my head for days. This song has been stuck in my head for days, so we're just gonna listen to this while I finish. But I met all of my good friends, even though I couldn't tell why. Would predict that we have clicked without even having to try. I'll come running at the slightest hint. A brighter color from you will break through and be feeling brand new. I keep saying crazy. By myself, but even I knew that was a lie. Would be the best way to simplify. I know you know I can make you feel. Take a seat, friend, and first the park, but it's nice doggies. Making friends, we'll eat up some tea by the sea. Again. What is this? Howler Monkeys. Is this by Louis Zhang as well? Alright, we'll listen to this too.
And hey, 2 thumbs way up.
Luna Soul, thank you so much for following. Welcome to the Hounds. How are you tonight? Whoops. All right, cool. We managed. You finished Legs Velma character. But I feel like the tint on the glasses isn't see-through enough. You can't really see the eyes that well. I don't know how to fix that. I should just be able to erase, right? Yeah, I can just erase and then color it back in. Now, what color should the inside of the glasses be? See now? Actually, if I put it there, the overlap doesn't matter because it's below. Yeah. Oh, oops, nope. Not that.
Welcome to the rain. Welcome electricity.
I've totally lost track of where it folds over my shoulder. We'll save one more time. And we shall look for somebody to raid. This is not becoming cute. I thought it was cute from the start. Thank you. I'm glad it's turning out a lot better than I thought it would, honestly. But yeah, for now, let's see who's online for us to go raid tonight. Let's see. Who's someone we haven't rated before, perhaps? Someone who has a bit of a smaller audience right now. Oh, we could where is she? Where is she at in Elden Ring? So people don't get spoilies. We could go raid Mackenzie playing Getting Over It. We could raid the Gecko Guild playing Sea of Thieves. Actually, you know what? I don't think I've ever raided Saren over at the Gecko Guild before. And they're a very good friend who I've kind of lost contact with for a little while. I haven't hung out with them for a while, so I think we'll go say hi to Saren over at the Gecko Guild. They're playing Sea of Thieves right now. And the Gecko Guild. Alright everybody, as always, thank you so much for coming to this stream tonight. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the raids and the follows and chatting and lurking and all of that stuff. I appreciate it a whole lot. If you are subbed to the channel, or you would like to use your channel points to unlock the emotes, you can copy that raid message for me, please. Otherwise, you can copy that one. And I hope to see you over at the Gecko Guild's channel. Show them some love, drop them a follow. And this Saturday at 1 p.m. PST, I'm going to be doing a 1-year celebration stream where I try to play through all of the Donkey Kong Country games, 1, 2, and 3. And maybe even have some of my friends in voice call, and maybe we'll do Gartic Phone or Jackbox or something. We'll have to figure those plans out. But I hope you all have a great night, and I will see you again tomorrow at 2 p.m. PST for more Okami. And yeah, hope to see you tomorrow too. Bye bye.